this? We're gonna work on this, okay?
Wow, if you can give me eyebrows, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Yeah.
I've never had eyebrows.
Now, you want to do this in such a way that you don't have all of this all over your skin. You want just the hairs colored. So you got to go back and make sure that it's just the hairs that have the makeup. And you blend it. You might want to take a comb and blend it. And sometimes, because you got that on there, you can actually comb it and get a style out of it, okay? Okay. So again, it's just a little bit. You never want to put too much makeup on or too much color. You're better off being, a little lower. Is that okay? You're cool?
Excellent.
Okay.
What
So,
about my back and my should I've thought about shaving my head or should I just bleach the back of my
hey, you don't have to do anything. The hat's going to cover it. If some kid says, how come you got black hair back here? He says, well, like in July, I have a lot darker hair, but I'm like a polar bear. As I get closer to Christmas, things get whiter and whiter. Kids will believe you. They will believe you. By the way, anybody know what color, the natural color of a polar bear's skin or fur is? Huh?
yellow?
It's actually black. It is, yes, it's dark. But nature allows it to change to white because there are times when it'll be darker, but basically it's a dark color underneath. The skin is black. Their skin is black. So, okay, you're
Can you come with me?
good riddance. Good riddance. Goodbye. Okay. Now, I forgot one other thing. You're wearing a hat, right?
Yeah.
You don't want that makeup on your hat, do you?
No.
Okay, close your eyes. Don't put your hat on yet. This is their makeup setting spray. I put this on. When that dries, the makeup will not come off on his hat that much. It reduces it coming off onto your hat, saves it. Okay. It sets your makeup also, so that say if you sprayed your whole face and you did touch your face, you wouldn't take the rouge off because you've set it, with the sprays and things like that. So anyway, that's my kitchen full of makeup I've got here today. Everything. Again, this is $35. The glitter sprays are generally about $6.95. Sometimes you can find them for less. You want the clear, plain glitter. You don't want, and what it is a lot of them, it's like a Mylar, but what it is, it has a little rainbow type prism on the plastic. And they chop it up into tiny, tiny, tiny pieces, goes into the aerosol. When it goes on, it almost looks clear. But when you turn, you get those little sparkles, and sometimes the sparkles have a little bit of color to them. But you don't want to use a colored spray. Don't buy one that advertises color. So you want it clear. And if you look at the top of the can, it usually will have a silver label on top. So it shows you silver. Okay, so be careful about that. Don't test it. You don't want to have too much. By the way, Santa's one of the lucky people who can come home and have glitter on and not have his wife get mad. You guys know where you guys have heard the story, huh? Okay. Okay, we'll tell it to you on the break. Okay. Anyway, pronose.com, this is what they have. They used to have boots. They don't have them, but ProNose does have window decals of Santa, Mrs. Claus, and all the reindeer, including Rudolph. So you can put on your window of your vehicle and things like that. But they have the whole makeup kit for $35. They have the glitter spray. They have the white mascara. Leon was one of the senior #1 clowns for the Ringling Brothers Circus. He traveled all over the United States as the lead, getting into the cities a week before the circus arrived. He would go on the morning shows and the TV stations and tell everybody when the circus was going to arrive, when they'd have the parade of elephants and things like that. And he started a company called ProNose. This is a play on words. He is the manufacturer, the world's largest manufacturer of professional theatrical noses. He makes noses, the company makes noses for Cirque du Soleil and all the circus performers. Disney characters and things like that. There are a lot of noses. I actually have a nose that I wear, and it's like Smeed from Peter Pan. You know, he has that bulbous nose. I have that nose, so I could, for one of the characters I could dress up as for Halloween, it could be Smeed or something like that. So it's kind of a fun thing to do. Anyway, ProKnows, PROKNOWS.com. Okay. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho, ho, ho! What's it mean? Merry Christmas! Okay. Part 2 of the morning session. This is one I'm introducing this year to all the people that are going to my schools around the country. It's a bonus that I've added in addition to the regular class. I wrote a third book 2 years ago, and it's based on some things I've been doing ever since I started being a Santa. One of the things I found out from all the Santas in our Santa community is that we have a tendency to get behind when it comes to the holidays. In other words, if we don't have our house decorated by Thanksgiving, we're in deep doo-doo. You know, your Mrs. Claus is going to be very mad. Everything's got to be done before we get out of the house or go to work or do our things. And so you have to start early, okay? Plus, even general public, people do a regular 9-to-5 job the whole year. And all of a sudden, the fall season comes. The days get shorter. They get darker. There's a natural tendency to get a little gloomy. Okay, on top of that, all of a sudden they have lots of extra things they got to do in addition to their 9-to-5 and their regular household stuff. Now they got to plan on going to Christmas parties and go Christmas shopping and maybe do some cooking and things like that. And their workload gets heavier. Their calendar gets more compact. And on top of that, you got to decorate. All these things make it rough. And I found that out from Santas that we needed to be a little more organized, so I started making little checklists and little guides to help the Santas. And finally, 2 years ago, I put it all together in a book. And I've got a copy of it down here. Let me pick it up. Okay. And the book is entitled Santa's Tips to Surviving the Holidays. Now, again, if you wanted to get this, you can order it on eBay and find it in a few other places. Remember, though, it starts out with Santa's Tips to Surviving the Holidays. There are a half dozen books out there about surviving the holidays. Surviving the holidays in bereavement and surviving the holidays after losing your job and things like that. This one here is Santa's Tips, and it's all based on surviving the holidays and getting ready for Christmas. And I've actually put calendars in here for you to help you out on stuff. So let me tell you a little about how not to get tangled in the tinsel, okay? So don't get tangled in the tinsel. And that's what we're going to talk about this morning. These are Santa's Tips to Surviving the Holidays based on the book, okay? And like I said, it's about $15. If anybody here needs an extra copy, I'll do it for $10. But you all got each couple here got a copy, right? Everybody, okay, good, okay. Santa and Mrs. Claus, their greatest obstacle to the holiday season is in trying to enjoy the season amongst all the things that we have to do. But we sometimes do suffer from gloom and depression. Yes, even though Santa and Mrs. Claus are jolly and happy and do all these wonderful things, sometimes we do get a little maudlin in our life. Gloom and depression get there. And it finds every one of us, every fall and winter season. It's a natural phenomenon. It's been going on since time began, okay? As the world changes, as the seasons change, as the days get shorter, that's what happens, okay? Now, Santa hears thousands of requests and wishes every year, okay? Mostly from children, right? But sometimes those requests come from adults, okay? And they have wishes too. But unfortunately, Santa cannot handle all the wishes the adults want. They're wishing and hoping to relieve stress and not be depressed during the holidays. And I only have one answer for them, and that is, if I could eliminate everything for the holidays, I would. But Santa's magic is toys, okay? And so I can't always fix it. But maybe some of the things in the book will help them fix it. Santas get stressed too, especially in November and December. We get busy for all the things we got to do. we're busy planning. We all got to be organized and structured, know our calendars and our schedules and who we're going to see, and have all the background on the family we're going to visit or the company we're going to visit and things like that. A lot of work to what we do. People think we just go in and plop ourselves down in a chair and smile. Well, there's a lot more to it. Plus, how much we learned yesterday just on talking with the children. There's a lot of work that goes in to being ready for the children. And you do all of this preparation and everything, and on top of that, you still got to get the house decorated. Okay, you may have to also work on the maintenance. You got to take care of operations. That means taking care of your wardrobe, your suit, your car, and everything else. Lots of little things you got to take care of. So you could get behind a little bit. So as we're preparing to bring joy to everyone we meet, we can get behind too. The world doesn't see or know all these things that we do. They don't see behind the scenes of what Santa does. And so I'm hoping that the book and the things that we have in here will help all of you. So I've got here about that. So we're behind in our work, we're behind in our shopping, maybe behind in decorating our house, and sometimes we miss the joys of the holidays. I think a lot of parents and families and people working in a 9-to-5 job, sometimes they miss some of the best moments of the holiday season because they're so caught up in all the problems they have, or the depression, or being, the workload being too much, or all the extra things they've got to do on top of their workload. And so they get behind, and that makes them sad, makes them depressed, and they can't enjoy the holiday season with their friends and their family and stuff like that. So I tried to help out on this, okay? And I don't want anybody to get the big D, depression. So 2 ways to reduce stress. Very, very simple. Number 1, get your life organized. Part of what we have to do, and I found this out, I was a public speaker for quite a few years. I went around doing workshops on fun in fundraising. And I belonged to the National Speakers Association. And in the association, there were a team of people, different professionals, who did time management classes and uncluttering your life classes and different types of workshops. And I would sometimes get to sit in on some of their presentations and realize, there's a lot of little things here that we could actually apply to what we're doing. And so I started working on that just for the Santa community, and started putting it on my website with little checklists of things to do. The back of the book has checklists to get organized, checklists for, your dressing area, checklists, before you go out to an event. Make sure you got all your stuff together. Santa is a pilot of a sleigh, right? So pilots have to have checklists before they take off flying. So we have checklists. So I started doing that. So you need to get your life a little more organized, okay? But in addition to that, you need to make more time for yourself. Sometimes we put all these things on our calendar and all these things scheduled, and we don't give ourselves time for ourselves. Some people say we need some mental health days squeezed in amongst everything else. One of the companies, I don't know if it's Cherry Hill or not, but in one of the malls, they actually had it set up where they had a roving Santa who went around to different malls, and he would give the Santas that were working the malls a day off. So one day the Santa would be at this mall, at that mall would get Monday off, and then the next day that roving Santa would go to another mall, and the Santa that worked that mall would get Tuesday off. So it was basically because the malls were so busy and so hectic, they needed to make sure the Santas had a breather, so they could decompress a little bit before they went back to the next 6 days of thousands of kids and things like that. So again, sometimes you need to make time for yourself, okay? 25 years ago, like I said, I started working on all of this, and now I've got this book, and so we'll do that. So step 1, unclutter your life. You want to take and remove unnecessary obstacles to what you're doing. And by unnecessary obstacles, look at your calendar. Is there anything in your calendar that you could eliminate? Okay? Some of you are laughing. I'll bet some of you have things in your calendar you want to eliminate. Someone who told me one time, said, "Yeah, I want to go, Yeah, there you go. Got one empty there. Good. Okay. Anyway, so they want to remove unnecessary obstacles to their life and make it easier for themselves. And then you need to tighten up your schedule. I actually have in the book calendars starting in July, August, or September of things you could do each month to lighten up your schedule. One of the first things is to go through all your Christmas stuff. Decide what you're going to keep and what you're going to get rid of. Maybe even make a list of a few new things you want to buy this year. But, you know, lighten up. Remove the clutter. Heaven knows my wife wants me to do that. I have 80 plastic bins lining the wall of my garage, and it's all Christmas. We have 8 Christmas trees in our house. Yes, So I start decorating October 1. I have to have everything done by the 5th of November because I'm then out of the house. So I got to have all the trees up. We have a kitchen tree, a dining room tree. We have a downstairs living room tree. I have an office tree. I have 4 bedrooms. Each bedroom has a tree. And I have a family room with a tree. So all those trees. And each one is themed differently. The kitchen is all gingerbread and cooking utensils. You know, the upstairs landing one is all children and history of the family, you know, the old collectible ornaments and things like that. The one in my room is basically Santa's pickup truck with the tree in the back and all those little, you know, that type of look. The one in the master bedroom is an all black and white tree. Very beautiful, beautiful black and white. We have all black bedroom furniture, so it's really, really nice. Then we have a guest room tree, which is just kind of neat. We have the grandchildren's room. The tree there is a snowman tree. So it's a snowman standing there with all the buttons and everything else and a snowman head on top. You know, that's the type of things that we have. And then we have the big, big tree down in the main living room downstairs, and that's the one with the train around it and everything. So lots of things. And that's just the inside. Okay? Oh, I also put garlands and lights on the arches going in the hallway, coming in, and, you know, other little things. And all the kitchen cabinets have ribbons on them, gingerbread ribbons that match the gingerbread trees. And the counters all have gingerbread stuff on them. It's the dining table in the dining room. Oh, but I forgot the dining room. The main dining room is an old outdoors tree with pine cones and all kinds of stuff like that, all natural woods and really, it's just kind of fun stuff. You know, so we got a little everything for everybody. You know, don't have a lot of guests or gifts, but we're happy we got all this Christmas stuff. Anyway, so have to lighten up a little bit, and maybe I'll get in there and empty some of those bins in the garage out, and have a garage sale in September or something. You know. By the way, yes. It don't really matter. Number one, I do my room. Every other room, she's the director. I just leave it alone. Whatever she wants, it makes it a lot easier. I'm also busy working on other things, you know. But I am also the guy that's putting the trees up, climbing up on the trees, climbing up, putting stuff on cabinets and garlands around the windows and things like that. I'm the day laborer that does a lot of that type of stuff. Okay, but you want to reduce or eliminate barriers. So start early thinking about these things. Throw away anything you can hold that'll hold you back or bog you down. Okay, think of this as uncluttering your life, both materially and maybe even mentally. Okay. And then, of course, once you're organized there, your thinking might be clearer. You'll have less stress, okay? Start by organizing your calendar. That's another thing. So this is more mental and not the material things, but we all have to have that master calendar because of all the work we do, right? Okay? So start organizing your calendar. Now is a damn good time. How many of you have already done some bookings? Okay? See what I mean? You've got to have that calendar going. I want you to get all those things in there. So start by organizing your calendar. First things first, list everything you have made a commitment to. Get them on the calendar. Now, that calendar could be on paper, it could be on a computer, it could be a wall calendar, whatever, but you need to have some place where you've got all the things that you've committed to. And you probably should have a booking agreement or some sort of worksheet for that commitment. Even if it's a trip to Aunt Harriet's house, I would make sure that it's on the calendar. It's a commitment, okay? Now, once you've got that, remember that this is not a task list, okay? These are appointments, things you have to do, okay? And then you can add tasks later, because sometimes tasks can be moved. You may say, well, I've got to do my mail and drop all the cards out in the mail on a certain day. That's not an appointment. You got that certain day, but you could move that day and mail the day before. So tasks can be moved. Appointments are when you definitely have to be there, okay? Add your personal and family appointments. If the grandkids are going to have a play and you need to be there, get it on the calendar, you know? I'm waiting for my daughter to tell me when the kids are going to have things going. She hasn't gotten a schedule yet. It's a little early for that. So it'll probably be after September when they're back in school, but we'll start getting dates of when they might have something. So I have to be kind of prepared to be able to do that, although I am not home from the 5th of November on. So I will miss a lot of those things, but I try to make as much as I can. But I want to have it on the calendar and know about it, because maybe I can't make it there, but on the day that they have a school play or an event, I could FaceTime them. At least, check in with them. So I want it on my calendar. So that type of thing. Adding anything new to make appointments for yourself. So add anything new you might need. Or before adding anything new, make appointments for yourself. What this is you need to schedule some time within your calendar where you can de-stress. Is anybody here in a mall-type position where you are working 40 days in a row? Okay, you're Cherry Hill. Okay, you're working 26 in a row? Okay. Again, you have a little more difficulty than the others that have just private parties and events and stuff like that. But if you could schedule days or things that are like what I call mental health periods to do stuff. I know one Santa who does some mall work, and one of the things he has is he found a chiropractor nearby, and he set it up to have a chiropractic appointment at 7 a.m. in the morning to go in and get adjusted and massaged before he went to the mall. Okay, that was his de-stress day, and I think he did it like every Monday or something like that. But again, that was something he did for himself so that he could better cope with all the other things. Because you work a 12-hour day, and then you get back to the hotel or wherever you're at, and you crash, and the next day you're getting up and starting all over. Isn't it nice to have a little break in between? Another Santa I know had a thing of where he liked to, in the evening, he would talk to people and find out where the neighborhoods were that had all the Christmas lights. And he would get off duty, and one of the things he would do is he would go drive to that neighborhood and drive around and look at all the decorations. That was one of his things to decompress and relax and things like that. So plan some of these things for yourself, and you're going to have better mental health during the holidays and be less stressed, okay? You need to have doctor's appointments, okay? Schedule them in there. If you have appointments for pets, okay? Those types of things. How about a manicure, pedicure, anything like that? Put these things in there. I have a Santa that makes sure that one day a week he's got to be able to go play 18 holes. There's actually a Santa in Sacramento who refuses any work anywhere before 1 p.m. in the afternoon because he has to play 18 holes every day. And around Sacramento, he's got all these different golf courses he can go to. It's probably like someone in the villages, because there's so many golf courses. So every morning you can go to a different golf course and play 18 holes, start work at 1 o'clock, But you could work for a mall like Cherry Hill, where you were doing a split shift with the Santa, do the evening shift. You could go golfing in the morning and then do the evening shift, So you could do mall work too. But again, you just have to know what your schedule is going to be. Again, think about hair, manicure, things like that. If you have to have your hair touched up, some Santas they're working in the mall and they have to get a touch-up or something like that. So what they do is they set it up to be able to go into the mall or, get their hair done, and the mall makes arrangements for them to get it done. And again, that's usually one of the things that's either done after hours or before they start work in the chair. Or if you're lucky enough to work them all where there's two Santas, then you do it on one of your days that you have a break on. We had a mall, South Coast Plaza out in California. South Coast Plaza has 2 chairs, and they use over a dozen Santas. Each Santa works a 5-hour shift. They only work 5 days a week. That's their schedule. They all wear matching Adele suits, matching belt buckles, and the mall takes care of their hair and everything. They have a salon there in the mall that does all the Santa's hair. Okay? They don't work more than 5 hours, because when you work 5 hours, you're not required to have a lunch break. So they just give you a little break in between. That's all. So you work your 5-hour shift. But the guys that have been there for years, they get to pick their own schedule. So the older guys are mostly doing mornings, and they start their Santa set at 8 a.m. So so the guy that's on at 8 a.m., 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, the new Santa comes on board. The new Santa works 1 to 6, and somebody else comes in and works 6 to 11. In other words, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., they have Santa on the set. The set across the street only has 2 shifts. It's a jewelry court type of location. And they have a Mrs. Claus work in the mall. She is exclusively at Tiffany's. She's a hostess at Tiffany's. So, but again, it's quite a classic place in what they've got going. Santas get paid very, very well. Like I said, the older Santas take those morning shifts and weekdays, and they don't work weekends, and they don't work evenings, so they can take other paid gigs at, make money. The new guys get all the night shifts and all of the weekend work. That's how they do it. Okay. What else do I have to go here? Like I said, can you take a day off and get a mental health day? Go play golf or something like that, okay? Once you get the calendar all done, take a break. Don't look at it. And then come back to it a day or so later and look at it again. Review it. Because sometimes you've been working on a calendar, you get kind of clouded with all the things you're doing. Come back and look at it in a fresh look. But make sure everything's straightened out to what you need. Okay? Is there anything you can eliminate now? Now that you got the whole calendar, can you eliminate something? Can you combine 2 things? Do you definitely have to go see your old buddy on a certain day or something like that? Can you do it another day? Can you do 2 visits on the same day? Different things like that. Some of these things will help you reduce your stress because you won't have as many things to do. Okay? Now the goal again is to reduce your workload. And by reducing your workload, it reduces your stress. Now once you have your calendar organized, you'll know where the holes are to add the new bookings that you take also. So you have that available, and other activities and tasks that you might want to add. Then of course, you can schedule organizational tasks. What if Santa's advice told you to start in July? In the book I just gave you, there is a calendar to start in July. There's a calendar to start in August, one to start in September. And I give you things to do each month. Cleaning up your garage, in October, buying your stamps if you need stamps. When to put together your mailing list, and all kinds of little things are in there, handy hints. And if you don't start in July, everything that was in July is just going to be shoved over, and it starts August. So it's all still there. We just compacted it into 4 months. And if you don't start in August, we just shove it over and it all started in September. But it's all there in little calendars that you can use to help you plan. Now, you don't have to do everything that's on a checklist. It's just something to start with. You can actually eliminate stuff from the checklist, too. Some of the lists, I've actually, in the book, put links to where I have them on the web. So you can actually download them and play with them in Word and do different things with them. I've also included planning guides. I've included the handy hints that we talked about yesterday. Handy hints for Santa's helpers, handy hints for taking your kids to see Santa, handy hints for having Santa come to your house. And I even have a chapter on what to say to your kids when they come home from school and tell mom or dad, my friends tell me there's no Santa. How do you handle that with your kids? I've written a chapter on that, so I put that in the book too. So again, these are all things that, I hope will help people reduce stress for the holidays and make it a little bit easier for you. So whether you start in July, August, or September, you can get organized and have a better holiday season. And again, the book is Surviving the Holidays. And for those of you in the class, I will even autograph it later today. How's that? So you'll be able to, if you want that. If you don't, no problem, no problem. Let me see if I got anything else here for you. This is all just publicity about me. I've been doing this for 50 years, and so, again, it makes it good for all of you. Yeah. I'm hoping one day to get some publisher to pick this up. My dream is that one morning you'll turn on the TV and I will be on Fox and Friends or Good Morning America, and they'll be sitting there saying, well, July is over. We just got past the 250th anniversary of America, and now, there's somebody that wants us to start focusing on Christmas. And he's here with us today, and I would be there to talk about 6 handy hints to get you organized or something like that and plug my book. So I'm hoping someday someone will pick it up and we'll find this at Hallmark or someplace like that. So don't get tangled in the tinsel, okay? I hope you guys at home like this. If you want to get the book, it is available from Amazon.com. And again, it's Santa's Tips to Surviving the Holidays, okay? What time have we got here? 9:21. Okay, I got about 30 minutes, okay? We'll try to get started here on class and get you going here with a little bit of fun.
Turnaround searching, scathing, battering probe into Christmas with a final government surplus film of vital importance to us all.
Are you searching for adventure? Are you looking for a worthwhile job away from City Street? Want to learn a useful trade? Like the idea of discipline? Then why not become one of Her Majesty's Father Christmases? At the Royal Father Christmas College, you can join up and learn the vital skills of the 20th century Father Christmas. You can't go wrong under the firm guidance of a regular non-commissioned gnome. Every Father Christmas must be an expert at sack handling. Any roof could be a death trap for a man with a sack who didn't have lightning reactions. Stay ready, anywhere, anytime, with any present. To get into any chimney pot in the world, every Father Christmas must be slim and muscular. That's why here at the Royal College, the gnomes are so keen on physical training. Remember, on Christmas Eve, they do this sort of thing in the dark. But don't think being Father Christmas is all sweat. It's bang up to date. Happy landing. But even the first Father Christmas in space will owe his success to those months of training at the Royal College. You know, there's one thing they say about the men in red. They always get their chimney. Yes, it's a man's life in the fairy grotto.
Now, don't laugh about this. We have the obstacle course out back. Just kidding. Yeah, this was, again, 1962. Okay, and you saw Eric Idle introducing it and everything. This was the early years before Monty Python. But I've been told that the guy that did the film on this did a bunch of films. It was for David Frost and his show. That was the week that was. And Eric Idle and John Cleese and a couple of the other guys that were Monty Python all were contributing writers to David Frost. Frost would pay them for their jokes and stuff to use on his show. When David Frost went off, they went on with Monty Python because they'd all been doing the stand-up and doing the improv and such. And someone told me that the guy that did this film later was the guy that did all the films for Benny Hill. So again, you know, it's neat what the BBC had and all the fun things that they had. Anyway, kind of a neat thing. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho, ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho, ho, ho! What's it mean?
Merry Christmas!
Okay. Did I wake you up at home? Everyone out there? Okay. Let's talk about business startup. Okay, we got a half hour before we're going to take our first break. But I want to tell you a little bit, get you prepared for starting up. A couple of you talked about the fact that you're doing your Santa thing now, but you do want to be a little more organized and do a little better in your business and maybe your marketing and what you're doing. And so that's what we're going to talk about for most of the rest of the day. So we'll cover those types of things. So let's talk about the business startup. When you're starting up a business, you need to, number one, what are you offering the customer? You've got to have a product, okay? Now, you all know it. Well, yeah, I'm the product. I'm Santa Claus. But you have to have a description. You have to have maybe some details for the client. What makes you different than somebody else? So, again, what are you going to charge? We're going to talk about setting your rates today, okay? You're going to want to have a booking calendar, an appointment book, somewhere to keep track of everything. Okay, you're going to want to have a booking agreement, some sort of document or form that outlines what you're going to do, the agreement between you and the person who's going to be paying you or the person that scheduled you. Maybe it's a volunteer event. There is no pay, but you should have an agreement of what you're going to do, what time you're going to be there, and things like that, okay? And then you also have to have some marketing. How do you promote yourself? How do you let other people know that you're available, and how do you let them know what you offer? Are you just offering a Santa visit, or are you offering them other little things? You know, it just depends. You know, Salty Santa has got a whole bunch of stuff I'm sure he offers people outside of just sitting in a chair and talking with the kids. You know, you can do the same. You know, it's unique what a lot of the Santas do, you know. Okay? And then, of course, you have to also think about, you handle all, if you're doing your own work, working for yourself, you got to handle all your wardrobe supplies and equipment, everything that you need. Oh, and then, of course, we'll talk about insurance and background checks, too, later today. Okay. So, setting up your rates. This is probably the first question I get, particularly from new Santas that are not doing mall work. They're going to work for themselves. There are a lot of Santas who have not gotten to the point in life where they can take on a mall position. They're still doing a 9-to-5, or they have obligations to family and home, and they can't go out and do a mall position. They might be able to fill in one day at a mall, but they can't do it all the time. So they're generally the gentlemen that do private parties and special events and things like that. And they often ask me, the first thing they ask me is, what should I charge? And, of course, it's different in every part of the country. So we're going to talk about setting your rates. There are 3 ways to set your rates, okay? It's very, very simple. The number 1 rate is you survey the competition, okay? You survey other entertainment companies, or you go on the web and you look and try to find other people that do Santa, maybe try to find out what their rates are, what they charge, and things like that. The second way you could do it is you could go online to, say, Gig Salad, or, you know, one of the gig booking services, and find out what their fees are, okay? Now, again, remember, you also only want to look for what the charges are in your region. The rates for down in Texas, in El Paso, are completely different from what they got in New York and what they got here in Florida. Different rates for different communities. It depends on the economy of the community you're in. Also, supply and demand. If you live in an area like Atlanta, Georgia, where there are over 200 Santas, the market is a little softer. The competition's pretty steep, and so the rates are a little softer. You go to New York. New York City's a big city. There are only a half dozen really nice, real bearded Santas. There are 200 Santas there, but they're all clowns and entertainers and other people, and many of them are not like us. You know, I'm talking about the gentlemen here in the room today with all the nice beards and everything like that. Only a couple of them have real beards. Okay, only a couple have real beards. The rest are all theatrically bearded, and even then, if you go to Gig Salad and look, you will see, you know, they bought a suit from Ruby's, and they bought a beard and wig that comes in a box, and they put it on, and some people are very happy with their work. They do wonderful work. A lot of entertainment companies have actors that do work as Spider-Man and Barney and the Power Rangers and other characters and pirates and stuff, and that same person will go to a party and be a Santa because they are party entertainers and they know how to entertain the children. And if they've got a decent suit and they got a decent beard and wig, they can do it. But when you get into doing the high-end work, where the corporations want the real thing sitting in that chair, or you're going to be filmed or in media and things like that, then they want somebody who can carry it off. You know, so you've got to either be the top of the line theatrical bearded or real bearded. You know, so again, it's very limited in New York City, but there are lots of Santas around the country that do wonderful, wonderful work. You know, and I've had Santas who I have met who aren't bleach white. They won't look more like, Grizzly Adams, a mountain man type look. But guess what? They're the best Santa in the area, and the neighbors and the people, everybody love them because they're the only Santa in the area, and he takes care of the kids and takes care of the families, and they're not looking for the all-white beard. And also, we now have Kurt Russell, and you see his beard, it doesn't have the full whiteness look, so people are getting more adjusted to a more natural look. That's why when I said all of you look great in here, it didn't matter whether you had, pristine white, or if you had a little, color in your mustache or in a, soul patch or something like that, because it's more acceptable. We're also finding for the Santas. So we have black Santas and Hispanic Santas out there. They don't have pristine white beards, okay? Salt and pepper beards and, different colorings. But people are more comfortable accepting them also, which is great because it makes it wonderful. You can imagine if we go back in time to the days of St. Nicholas, it's believed that St. Nicholas was probably Greek or Turkish, because he was from Turkey, or that time, that area of the world that was called Turkey. And it's believed that he may have been a man of color, okay? So he wasn't pristine white beard. The white beard came about through the artists who painted pictures of St. Nicholas in the 12th and 13th and 14th centuries and made him a bishop of the church and put beautiful robes on him. When Nicholas was a bishop, he was dressed in Roman garb, more like togas and single pieces of cloth that you wrap around the body and things like that. So he didn't have the fancy robes of a bishop. Okay, that all came from the artists centuries later. So again, people have different perceptions, and we just want to know that when you go online to Gig Salad, you're going to find a lot of different people. But you find out what their rates are, and then you can try to be competitive to what they offer. The third rate to set your rates is figure out on a sheet of paper how much have you spent right now to become a Santa. How much did you spend to come to the school? How much did you spend on your suit and your wardrobe, your insurance, your background check, the things you give away, how much you're going to spend on your gas and your car and your cell phone and everything else. You add all that up and you divide it by how many hours you're going to work for the season. And you come up with a rate. Okay, and we're going to teach you how to do that this morning. Okay, and let's see what time we're at here. How much time do I have left here? Oh, good. I got about 20 minutes here to get through all of this with you before we take a break. Are you ready? On your mark? Get set? Okay, here we go. Number one, survey other companies. This is simply, go online, Google Santa Claus in your county, your city, your region. See who pops up. Now, if you're already pretty active in your area, you might be the one that pops up if you're really good. But if not, you might find other people. You might find other party companies, party services, you know. Or maybe you don't even put in the word Santa. You just say party entertainment, and you'll get party entertainment companies. Then you call that party entertainment company, okay? Call an agency. Get a price for a Santa for a weekday party. Hi, we're planning a little party and we wanted to see if we could get a Santa Claus. And this would be probably for Wednesday, the 10th of December. And we're going to have about 15 kids, okay? And they'll give you a price quote for a Santa to come to your home or your business for 15 children on Wednesday, the 10th of December. You say, okay, that's great, that's great. Now, the next thing you do is say, well, and now, if I move the party to Saturday on the 12th, you know, what would, or the 13th, what would the price be? Is it the same price? They might give you a little higher price because usually weekend rates are a little more premium. They charge a little bit more. So you ask them, so you get those two rates. So okay, so thank you very much. So it's $150 for Santa for the weekday, and it's $175 for the weekend. Okay, great, great. And that's for a real bearded Santa to come to the house. And immediately when you say real bearded, they can say, oh, you want real bearded. Oh, that's a different price range. Because most of the time, the agency, they have their fleet of entertainers, and the men that are entertainers in their company probably play different characters. Like I said, they could be a Power Ranger, any type of character, and then they put a beard and a suit on them and send them out for a Santa party. Okay, but if you say real bearded, then they got to go through the Rolodex and find somebody who's in their neighborhood who is a real bearded Santa. Okay, so if they don't have somebody, that also tells you that later on you might want to let them know that you're available and go and get in their Rolodex. But in the meantime, you find out the rate for real bearded for weekday, weekend, as compared to not real bearded. So that gives you that price range. And so it just gives you a ballpark, okay? Now, the same thing you could do is, before finishing, again, ask them about real bearded. Now, the other thing you do is have somebody else on a different phone call the same company and ask them the same types of questions, maybe change the days a little bit, change the numbers of children, make it a little bigger group, and ask about a corporate party. Yeah, we're planning a corporate party for all of our employees and everything. We're going to have about 150 employees. I think we're going to have about 60 children. We'd like to know what it would be to have a Santa come to we're going to do it in our loading dock at our warehouse. And you ask them that type of stuff, and they'll give you a price. And you say, now, if we move it to Saturday or Sunday, we may have to wait and do it on a day when all the employees are off, what would it be? And they'll give you a weekend rate for a Santa for a corporate. Because usually for corporate parties, they charge more than home visits. They charge, again, a premium. They charge a different bump because they know that the corporation has deeper pockets, usually, okay? So you have that, okay? And then, of course, before you hang up, you say, now that's for a real bearded Santa to come to the party on, and they may end up giving you now a real bearded price versus a non-real bearded. But the idea, you get where it's called shopping. You know, every company or corporation does some sort of shopping for their product. They're always trying to find out, I got a bottle of peanut butter. I want to know that how much can I charge for this peanut butter? What's my competition charging? How do I keep my price in range? Now, if my peanut butter I know is much, much better, yeah, I can charge more. But I better make sure my customers like that peanut butter, because if I'm not moving it, I got to match their prices so that I can get my peanut butter moving. Okay, it's the same thing with any type of product. Cars, everything else. They all shop around. They all check everybody. Look at the hotel industry. What do you got? Trivago and Expedia. And there's a whole thing about, there are actually rate managers that work for the hotels, and their job is to know what the rate for the hotel is on all those different websites. And they do what they call yield management. When the hotel has lots of rooms available, they go in and they lower the rates on all those websites. And when there's when they find out that who's getting married on the 2nd at the Madison Square Garden? Taylor Swift. Okay, she's coming to New York City on the 2nd to get married. They're closing off all the streets around Madison Square Garden because her wedding is at Madison Square Garden. And I'm the Santa at the hotel at the Marriott Marquis, and I just found out that some of the football players and their families have already booked rooms at the Marriott Marquis because they're going to be part of the wedding party. Okay, so the thing is, it's crazy. So if you got a hotel around that area and you know that her wedding is going to happen, then all of a sudden the rates are going to go up. Because everybody that wants to hopefully see her or know what's going on is going to try to get a room and get to the hotel and see her go into the Madison Square Garden or wherever. So again, it's going to be crazy down there. So all the rates in all the hotels are going through the roof. But again, it's the same thing. If there's a big sporting event, like we've got all the sporting events going on right now, every one of those cities, the rates is up during when the games are there. It'll drop down afterwards. So again, that yield management person has to make sure that for the owner, he's getting the highest dollar value per room he can. It's the same thing for you when you're trying to be Santa. You want to try to get the maximum dollar that's available for you as a Santa in your community. So you find out what other people are charging. Now you can have a rate that's near that. I recommend you try to be a teeny bit below what they might charge, because if you're on the same web page, you have the same customer calling you as the agency, you might get the booking because you're $5 cheaper or $10 cheaper, okay? The other thing you have to remember is whatever your rate is, you probably need to create a wholesale rate. And that's the rate you quote the agency if they want to hire you, because they're going to add a commission on top. So if your rate was $200, your wholesale might be $150. In other words, you let the agency book you for $150 or something like that. Now, I don't get into whatever the agency wants to make on commission. Agencies that book talent for parties and events can charge any commission, any rate they want. They're not regulated. In the motion picture industry, in the Broadway, where they have lots of unions and things like that, agents are restricted to making 10%. They get a 10% commission on whatever their client gets paid for their booking. But if you're booking a private party or special event, the agent could charge 200% of what you get. They can charge anything they want, any price that they want. It's amazing for me to hear a Santa saying, I did a job, I was getting $75 an hour, I worked all day, it was really great, and then when it was over, the lady said, he says, well, you know, he says, we thought we were going to get a little bit better than this. I mean, we were paying $300 an hour for Santa, and he's only getting $75. He found out that the agent was getting $225 an hour. And the agent wasn't even there. You know, it happens sometimes. So, again, know your agents, too. That's another thing you have to do. And hopefully you don't have that. But, you know, sometimes you have to watch out. Most agents are going to be in the 20, 25%, sometimes as much as 50%. But you have to remember, they also do all the marketing and all the advertising. You don't have to do it, okay? Gig Salad, for example, we're going to talk about them now. If you went to one of the gig agencies, you go online to the gig agencies, and you find out what their rates are, okay? And by the way, when you're checking with any of the agencies, only check for your area. Don't check for outside your area, okay? Now, you can check Gig Salad, The Bash, and other website groups. So when you check with Gig Salad, The Bash, and other website groups, remember they're going to charge a fee to you for each booking you get. So if you're getting paid $200, Gig Salad's going to take 5%, let's say, okay? They're also going to charge on the other end the person that's doing the booking. So they make a little bit of money off of you, and they make a little bit of money off the person that's doing the booking. That's where they get their money. But the nice thing about Gig Salad is they get the whole payment up front. So you know it's a guaranteed job, and you're going to get paid at the end. You know, that's the wonderful thing about their program. We'll cover that in detail a little bit more in a couple seconds. Okay, computing your own rates is where you take and figure out how much money you've spent. And what I did is working with one of the gentlemen with the National Speakers Association. He had a spreadsheet that he used for agencies to help figure out what rate to charge for their speakers. Put all of it together, and I'm wondering, Mark, do you think I need a battery? I seem to be fading in and out. Should I run back and we're going to run back and check the battery? Hold on, everybody. Don't leave yet. Let's see if we can get this here. I noticed that, unless it's. It looked good. The plug looked good. The switch looked good. I'm back. Okay, hopefully that helped a little bit, everybody. Sorry about that. You know, you worked through all these technologies that we have to have for what we're doing today. Anyway, computing your own rates. What I've done is working with the gentleman from the National Speakers Association. He created a spreadsheet for the agencies to help figure out what the cost would be for their speakers. And they did this because they didn't want anybody accusing them of price fixing. Because as long as they computed what the figures, the amount should be they would charge, they're not negotiating with somebody else to try to have matching rates and things like that. So we took the sheet and reworked it for the Santas. It's an Excel spreadsheet. There's a copy of it in the back of my book, but it's also an Excel spreadsheet that is downloadable on the website, IUSC Support, right on the School for Santa website. So you go to the support button on the top bar, and when you get the page, just scroll down to where it says compute your own rates. And you just download that spreadsheet, and you can use it to compute your own rates. By the way, if you make a mistake with the spreadsheet and something doesn't work right, dump it. Re-download a fresh sheet with the new computation fields in it and everything, and start over it. So here's, you enter your personal costs. You add how much profit you want. How much money do you want in your pocket after the end of the season's over? You know, a little jingle in there, right? We want something there. And then you divide that by how many days or hours you're going to work during the season, and you come up with an hourly rate. So let's show you that spreadsheet, okay? And by the way, some of the areas on here will automatically compute when you add your amount in here. Now, I've taken an imaginary Santa, and I've created this spreadsheet for them. And and we'll go ahead and keep everything on here, Mark. Let them watch this on the screen. But the first item at the top is training and professional fees. So again, you put in that amount. Now, some people you paid to go to the school, or maybe you order one of my online schools or something like that. So let's say $250 is what this Santa had spent, okay? Office space. Did the Santa rent any office space? Most often you don't need office space. Maybe you're using the kitchen table or you know, a desk in your bedroom. Maybe you have an office in your home if you're lucky enough. But again, you can actually put a space there if you need it, or you can leave it blank, whatever you like. Office equipment. Do you have a computer? Did you buy a computer? You have to pay for your computer. You have to pay for a printer, paper, you know, things like that. A phone, you have a desk, you have anything you might buy to create your work area, okay? That's your office equipment. Utilities. How much did you pay for your cell phone? Because most of us, our cell phone is the magic link for all of our work and everything. This is our business phone too, so that would be your utilities, okay? Office costs, stationery, files, ink, things like that. Postage. Did you buy any postage? Now, in my case, I do a lot of postage because I ship out books and things like that, but that's a little different. Liability insurance. Did you buy liability insurance? That's $150 to $250, depending on the type of policy you get and things like that. Vehicle and mileage. You're going to have expenses for driving to parties and stuff like that. Compute an amount here. By the way, this is not Schedule C for your income tax. However, some of the items that are on here are the same as that you would find on Schedule C. So if you had mileage and gas for work and business from your Schedule C, that could go right in here, okay? Advertising. How much did you spend? Did you put a wrapper on your vehicle? Did you make it look pretty? Do you have business cards? Do you have trading cards that you give, all kinds of little things. Now, for advertising, it's the business card, okay? So that you've got that. But maybe you have promotional giveaways, and I have promotional giveaways because I give away trading cards. So I have lots and lots of trading cards that I give away. I don't give away candy canes anymore. If the customer gives me the candy canes to give out to the kids, I'll do that, but I don't do them myself, okay? Your Santa suit and accessories, one of the big ticket items. And I generally tell a Santa, take about 50% of what you spend on your Santa suit and put it in here, and the other 50% will be next year. Because you don't buy a suit a year. At least I don't think most of us do that. Okay? So now, this Santa, okay, he did a background check also. So $50 for a background check. So this Santa, before he ever went out the door to do a party or an event, spent $2,100 to get ready for the season. That's before he made any money, he got any contracts or anything. He spent $2,100. Now, how much did he want to have in his pocket, profit, for himself? Maybe to take Mama on one of those Santa cruises that Santa Tim does, or something like that, Okay, he wants $6,000. So now he needs $8,100. Okay, because he wants the $2,100 and the $6,000. Oh, but there's somebody else who wants money. Uncle Sam. So this automatically adds 28% for Uncle Sam, so another $1,680, okay? So now we have $9,780 that he has to make before he gets his $6,000, So anyway, so that's basically how this works, okay? So then you take, and you come up with the 9780. By the way, this computes automatically as you add things in. Now, this last little section in blue, you have to fill this in yourself also, but it's kind of neat. The first item is, how many days are you actually going to get to work as Santa? So in this case, this Santa had 40 days of the season or of the year that he could work. The next thing is, how many days are you not going to work? Are there days where you don't want to work or you cannot work? So you put those in there. You put those type of things. So this Santa had 6. So now he had 34 possible work days. The next item is, how many hours would you normally work on a work day? If you were going to go do private parties or an event, what's the average number of hours you would actually work? I'm not talking about taking a shower, doing your beard, doing your hair, getting dressed, driving to the event. I mean actually at the event, an hour at the event, okay? So we have that. This Santa said I could do probably 3 hours. So 34 days times 3 hours comes up 102. Everybody understand where I'm coming from? Okay, good. Here's where the fun part is. This yellow part automatically computes. It takes the 9,780, it divides it by 102, and it comes up with an hourly rate of $95.88. Okay? So this Santa would need to work 102 days, 102 hours, at $95.88 to make his 9,780. That's simple. The next magical thing that we do, though, is we multiply that $95.88 by 1.5. We add an extra 50%, and we come up with $143.82. That is your first hour rate. In other words, you charge 1.5 times the hourly rate for your first hour. The second hour is the hourly rate, because you get all your expenses on the first hour of a booking. The second hour is a little more gravy, right? So we charge a teeny bit less. So in other words, if you did it, so I rounded this up. The $95.88 would be $100. The $143.82 would be $150. So if this Santa did a 2-hour party, it would be $250. Yes. Go ahead.
One is, when you're doing your agreements with your client,
Okay.
whether it's the mall, whether it's a corporate event, why couldn't the Santa include mileage? Why couldn't,
Okay, when we get to agreements in the next section, we could probably cover that, yeah.
and could the Santa not also charge a fee for the time it takes to get there? Right? Not the same hourly rate as performing.
Right. I understand where you're coming from.
There's a time.
Right. We talked about this yesterday, yeah. Okay, and you weren't here, and you weren't here.
I'm on the Christmas dream board.
I know.
But
You're in some of the pictures around here, too. Yes.
so when I'm looking at how somebody is trying to come to that hourly rate,
Okay. When we get to the, I'll finish with this section here, and then we'll go into a little bit about what you're talking about, which regards to, he's asking questions about how do we also get compensated for extra time. Example, if you have to drive 2 hours to an event, what do you have to do? Okay, so you need to be compensated for that. And there are ways to add that in there, but you have to work on that. And generally what we do is we work on a 50%. But I'll talk about that in a moment. Rehearsal, dress rehearsal time, things like that. Anyway, back to this. So again, the first hour is 150, the second hour is 100. But if you change any of these up here, if you change the numbers of hours worked, the spreadsheet will automatically adjust. And it becomes your worksheet. It's not his, it's yours. It's not his, it's his. You don't have to compare with anybody else. Okay. Now what's really neat is if these figures come out close to what you got on the phone from those other companies, then it feels good. But here's the wonderful part about this. When you're working on all of this, it's nice to be able to know where you're going, where you're coming from. Am I doing it right? You know, I've had Santas who've come to me, and I was doing, I think I was working in California, I was doing the Hollywood Parade, and I was doing like $250 for an hour party. And I had a brand new Santa come to me, and he worked at something, he says, well, I'm charging $350 an hour. I says, okay, he's new. I mean, looks good, he does comedy and stuff like that. Okay. I said, I smiled. I said, okay, good. Son of a gun if he wasn't getting paid $350 an hour for all the parties he was doing. You know, he marketed himself well. He had good clients and everything else. Now, what did that tell me? I wasn't charging enough because the market had changed. The market had gone up, you know. I don't think you want to go in there and stick it to a customer. You don't want to hurt a customer. But you want to get a fair value for what you're doing. And even if you are doing charitable work, you want the charity to know the fair value of what you're doing. Okay? So that if they end up getting you a referral, you know that you're going to get a job that's going to be about the same. So anyway, this is how this sheet, by the way, it's on page 224, 238 in my books, but it's also downloadable on the spreadsheet. For those of you at home, you can get this yourself. You don't have to buy it or anything like that. It's downloadable on the school website, okay? It's a tool that you can use to help compute your rates and feel comfortable. By the way, it's also great so you can explain to your wife what you're doing. No laughs? Okay. Okay. Rates for Mrs. Claus. I get requests sometimes on rates for Mrs. Claus. Mrs. Claus does add value to some of the Santa visits and things. And not everybody has a Mrs. Claus, and a lot of times the client isn't actually looking for Mrs. Claus. But it is a unique thing in a lot of areas where the Santas and Mrs. Claus work together. Okay? She's a co-star, a supporting character to his performance. And so it makes it great. Okay? Now, some couples, they just split it 50-50, you know? And she takes care of the wardrobe and helps organize things, and, you know, it's a partnership. And they both agree, and they just split it 50-50. In other cases, add-on values run between 50 and 60% of what Santa would make. In other words, if Santa's getting $200, then Mrs. Claus is probably going to be getting $100 or $120 an hour. So it's not the same rate, okay? But that's it. But you figure out your own rates. I'm not telling you what you need to do. I'm just giving you some examples and some ideas. Also, some of the Mrs. Claus develop entertainment modules of their own. So when it's a big party, Santa can be over in a chair talking to the kids. She can be over here being paid to do face painting or cookie decorating or whatever. That's a whole different paid gig. In other words, she doesn't have to be any part of this. She can come up with her own price. So you see where that part's coming from. Yes, a question.
If I'm wanting to create Mrs. Claus, and so I'm wanting to figure out what the going rate is like you did with the Santa Claus, are there questions that you would have to agency about Mrs. Claus?
And you could ask them. Easily, you could just say, okay, I want to get a Santa for an event, blah, 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 and you get the price for the Santa. And say, do you have a Mrs. Claus? What if we got a Mrs. Claus with him? What would that be? And they'll give you a price for it. In most entertainment agencies, a Mrs. Claus is going to be almost the same price as a Santa Claus because they're both party entertainers, and they put costumes on. Uh-huh. Yeah, I understand. My wife is not a Mrs. Claus, yeah. I will cover under entertainment later today things that Mrs. Claus do. I will cover that. Well, most of the Mrs. Claus, when they do something, okay, there are some Mrs. Claus who are multi-party entertainers that do balloon animals and do magic and stuff like that. Majority of them, however, they do storytelling, they do cookie decorating, they might do face painting. You know, those types of things. But rarely will you find one that's doing a full magic show, or maybe they'll do balloon art or balloon animals and things like that. But you'll also find out that those people that are doing that, when they're not doing Mrs. Claus, she's Mother Nature. She's Twinkles, the elf or the leprechaun. She does other parties during the year doing her balloon animals and face painting and other things like that. So they've just taken their normal, 40 weekends a year entertainment and repackaged it in a Mrs. Claus, and they do the Mrs. Claus thing. For a lot of the Mrs. Claus that work with their husbands on the parties and event, they didn't come from that background. So the storytelling and the cookie decorating and maybe the face painting are the things that they have added. But beyond that, not much more. Okay. Well, I've had some wives who have basically said, I'm not going to be Mrs. Claus. And then they found out their husband was working with another lady who was going with him, and she was getting $200 to do storytelling, and his wife was saying, I could do that, $200, And he was doing like 10 parties, that's $2,000, and all of a sudden, the wife is saying, maybe I could do that, It depends. It depends. Everybody depends on what you feel like, what you want to do, how you want to do it, and things like that. I'm going to get into the part we were talking about. Oh, we have 10 minutes? It's 10 o'clock. It's time for a break? I got to stop. I'll tell you what. Huh? Oh, wow. And the reason we have to take a break, everybody, there are snacks outside, I think. Right? Are there? We still got a few donuts out there and things like that. And we've been talking. I've been talking for 2 hours, so maybe some of you need a break. Okay, we're going to take a little break here. When we come back, we are going to talk a little bit more about rates, and we're going to talk about how you would add to your contract if you needed to cover mileage or distance, or maybe they want you to show up an hour early for a rehearsal or something like that. You need to be compensated for those things. Okay, you need to figure all that out. Sometimes it is easier to quote one price and not get into all the details. Other times you want to break it down, but we'll talk about that when we come back. It's break time, everybody. Wow, I was just trying to see where I was on this thing here. Okay. There we go. How are you? Good to see you. Let me turn this off here. So no, so we're not all listening to everything we talk about. Yeah. Coming back now, okay. Thank you all for allowing us to have a little bit longer break than we planned. We're going to go until noon, and then at noon everybody gets to go to lunch. I don't know what you guys at home are going to have. I think we're having, what, chicken what? Oh, ooh, nice. Okay, Huey Magoo's chicken. Okay. And I have to get my computer back up here again. I was showing some beautiful things. And we were talking about rates for everybody. And Mark, can you bring down Nat King Cole? Thank you very much. Are we okay? Oh, we got to get this reset? I had to turn my computer off to get something else. So we're going to get our little monitor up here for everybody. Ding. There we go. Good. Okay. So again, we were talking about rates for everybody, and we had some questions about the rates and doing things. And again, we talked about Mrs. Claus and her value and all those little things. One of the questions we had was, what do you do about mileage or distance or things like that, where you have an extra amount of time that really throws the whole profitability of the visit off because you got so much driving time or so much dead time that they're not paying you for. You know, because you're only paid for the hour you're on stage, right, or the hour you're performing. And a lot of times, when you have to drive the extra distance and the mileage and things like that, do you add it on at the end as a bottom line item, say, because I'm having to travel 100 miles, there's an additional charge of this, plus, you know, the hourly fee, or do you come up with that figure and add it into the price that you're going to quote the customer? So you have to decide how you want to do it. I recommend you try to do it as a quote. And in the contracts I'm going to show you in a few minutes, I usually mention in the contract that it includes travel and transportation. Sometimes I'll say travel and transportation within a 50-mile radius. And sometimes I will add it as an add-on line item. But what if they ask you, okay, we're going to have you on at 5 o'clock, but we'd like you to come at 3 o'clock to do a run-through with the chairman of the board. Okay? Well, that's coming in 2 hours early. That's called rehearsal time. And rehearsal time should be billed at about 50% of what your regular on-stage time would be. So if you're getting $150 an hour, and they want you for 2 hours early, then you charge them an extra $75 for each of those hours, just to sit on your keister. Everybody understand how that works? That's standard in the business and in the production business. When somebody hires you for a stage performance or something like that, a lot of times they will charge a 50% rehearsal time. Rehearsal time, 50%. Yes? Rehearsal time is rehearsal time. Okay, period. It is not, example, for the last couple of years, I have been doing the tree lighting at Fox. Okay, I do that because the Marines are involved and I get to do it. And I would show up, it's at 5 o'clock, I would show up at like 4 o'clock. Now they've asked me to come at 3 o'clock, and I get there at 3 o'clock, and what do they have? They've got a chair set up for me. And here's all of the talent from all their shows and their kids to visit with Santa. And so they get to have a little Christmas party with Santa, and there's no fee. And I have actually mentioned to the girl, you know, that's supposed to be a paid gig. I still do it because I want to be the Santa in the tree lighting. I want to be with the Marines and everything else that we're doing. But it kind of gets you sometimes that they do that. And you got to watch out when you're doing stuff, because people will try to take advantage of you. Oh yeah, you could word it. In other words, this is rehearsal time. This is not perfect. Should you decide to make this performance or appearance time, then you would be billed at the regular rate. You could put that kind of wording in your contract. And I'll show you the contracts in a minute. The contracts I use are very simple. They're one page, and you can change them any way you want. You can delete stuff, add stuff, whatever you want. By the way, I know some entertainment contracts for some of the agencies. They're 3 and 4 and 5 pages. They got so many clauses in there. I try to keep mine very, very simple. Okay? I think I've got enough lines and words in them that you're covered for most of the stuff. Okay, let's move on and talk about the calendar or appointment book real quick. You need a good appointment book or calendar. I recommend you use your computer if you can, because you can use Google Calendar and keep track of all kinds of little things on it. But that's just the calendar. That's not your rates and all the other details that you might have, because Google Calendar doesn't give you the room to put all the contact information on it. So I recommend also a spreadsheet. I use a spreadsheet where I have the day, the date, the time, the event. Then I have the name of the event coordinator, the phone number of the event coordinator, the email of the event coordinator. How much are they paying me? Okay. If I'm hiring another Santa, how much am I paying him? Okay, because I book other Santas sometimes for some things. So I have all of that worked on one big spreadsheet, and I can look at the whole spreadsheet, see all 60-some events that I've got set up for the entire season, what time you arrive, what time it's over. I have that. Beyond that, I also do a booking agreement for every one of those events. The booking agreement has more details. It has the address of where I'm going. And we'll show you when I get the contract and stuff. But you want a good calendar or appointment book to start with. Could be a simple calendar with the 2-inch squares. It could be your computer. It could be a doctor's appointments book, any type of thing. But it's where you put in the basic details. The event you're going to, probably the contact and the phone number. You want that? You want those things all together in one place. Yes? Google Drive? Very good to know. Okay. The comment was being made by one of our Santas. You could use Google Drive. You could put in the name, the address, the phone number, the dollar amount, and all that stuff, and it will drop into the calendar when you click on it. So, in other words, does it open as a separate screen? Okay. So you put the contract into Google Drive, so when you click on the link, the whole contract would open up. Wonderful. Guess what I'm doing when I get home? Okay. Hey, I'm 78. I've been doing the school now since '03. I learned something at every school. You guys out there are wonderful educators. You teach us all different things. I'm always kidding around. Usually it's a 12-year-old that teaches me. So again, that's great. Okay, professional appointment book. Again, a computer date book calendar. But one of these calendars has to be your Bible. Okay, it has to be the Bible to everything. My Bible I use is my spreadsheet because I have so many little things on it. So many little bits and pieces in all the little windows. And I can search it. I like that spreadsheet because I can search it for all kinds of things, Anyway, all others refer back to the master calendar. Make a printed copy of your calendar for your red file. Anybody know what a red file is? Okay, we've been talking about red files in the Santa community for a couple years now. A red file is a file that you have on your desk or someplace. Heaven forbid something happens to you. Heaven forbid something happens to me, and my wife or my daughter has to kind of follow up and take care of things. I mentioned the other day about a Santa having a stroke and having to get other Santas to help him out. Well, guess what? One of our Santas had a stroke. He couldn't do anything. His son took the red file, and with the information in the red file, contacted the Santa community and was able to cover all of his dad's jobs because everything was in the red file. That's what your red file is. Heaven forbid that it's your final day. The red file is also where the family finds all information that you need to have. What do you do when you finally leave us? The good Lord calls you. Okay, where does your Santa suit go? Where does all the collectibles you have? You know, do you leave it upon the shoulders of your wife or your daughter or a family member to decide what to do? Do you have an idea where it can go? Do you have a contact within the Santa Association where they could contact to help liquidate those things or move those things or donate those things, whatever? You know. So again, this is the idea. It's your future planning. How many of you have got a plot? How many of you, I'm a veteran, so I've already set up my stuff for the VA, having my, funeral stuff set up and everything like that, and I've got different things lined up. Those are all in the files. So when something does happen, they'll go there. Hopefully it's going to be a long, long time till they get to it, but it's there. It's there, okay? So that's what the red file is for. Okay, booking agreement. This is the handy tool that is great for all of the things you're doing. The booking agreement is an understanding between you and the client, okay? It contains all the contact information you need for the event. It also details the payment amounts, when the payments are due, okay? It answers questions, and hopefully it eliminates any disputes because it's in black and white. When you do an agreement and you send it off to the client, if there is an error, they're probably going to tell you, and you will correct it and you get it to where it is an agreement you both agree on. So it starts out as a mutual type understanding, and then you finalize it as the final agreement that you both can sign. But in the meantime, you want to answer all the questions and eliminate disputes. It shows you're a professional. That's the other thing. Many Santas in our community aren't really regular business people. This is a new thing for them. So having an agreement like this makes it easier for them to understand what they have to give a customer, and when they send it to the customer understands what the Santa is going to do and everything, okay? And keep a copy in a binder somewhere, and maybe one for that red file I told you about, okay? With Santa referrals. You could actually put down there, it's your party, hey, if something happens to me, call Bill, here's his number. Because Bill knows this client, or he lives near this client, or something like that. We had a Santa out in California who had a stroke, and after his stroke, he was like Tim Conway's old man, the little shuffle. He couldn't do all of his gigs. He could do photo work. He had a couple clients like In and Out and stuff like that, where he could get into the venue, into the chair, and do the event. But he had to get in before the kids got there, and then he didn't leave until the kids were all gone. But he could still be Santa in the chair, but he couldn't get from that door to the chair without being shuffle, 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 shuffle. So he could still do little things like that, and he did some magazine ad layouts and stuff like that. But a lot of the bigger events that he did in the country clubs and stuff like that, where he had to work a room or get around or something like that, he had to give those off to other Santas. But he was able to do all of that and continue working, So he worked out something. Okay, here is the agreement, 1 page. Okay, and I'm going to show you the top half of the page right now. The top half here is very simple. It is the date of the event, what time the event's going to be, who's the client, ABC company, whatever. Sometimes I'll put the client, and I might even put a slash and put the name of the person that called me. So it could be ABC company, Susie Jones. I have an email for Susie Jones. So this is where I'm going to contact her with everything. This is where I'm going to email a copy of this when I'm done. So I've got that in there. Now I put up here sales rep Tim C. You don't need that. You can delete that from your agreement, okay? Then we have the billing address. This is the address for the company. And if you had to mail anything to them, that's where you would mail it. The main phone number is the phone number of the person that called you. So I want Susie's number and her extension. So I want it there. If she has a cell phone, I want the cell phone. If there's a fax one. Don't use faxes that much anymore, so don't worry about it. Event contact. Is Susie the contact at the event, or is she having me see her boss or somebody else? So I want the event contact. I've had events where companies have sent me to an event, and my contact was the maitre d' at the restaurant. That type of thing. So I've got that, and this is the phone number I have to call to get a hold of that person. Okay? And I definitely want a phone number for the facility or where the event is. Because if it were Susie and I had her cell phone number, I could call her, but maybe she's not even going to hear her phone ring. She can't even feel it vibrate. There's so much going on. So I definitely need to call the event location and get a hold of somebody to say, find me Susie. That type. So I want that event phone number. And then the event. Where are you going to show up? The address. The physical address of where you're going to perform or appear. You want that in there. Okay? So that's the first section. The next section is Santa, that's you. You're going to appear at such and such a time for so many hours, and your rate is, and you put down your rate. And then, of course, what I do is the fee is for the first hour is blank, and each additional 30 minutes. I bill in 30-minute increments as my additionals. So remember earlier I said that if you were 150 for your first hour and 100 for your second hour, so my 30-minute would be $50. Okay? Again, that's just to work with. I'm hoping all of you are much higher than that. Okay? But you would put it here. So I'm doing a 2-hour party, 250, so I had 2 hours and I put $250. If Mrs. Claus were getting paid to be there, I could put her here. Anybody here own a Santa chair? You do rent your chair? You get a fee for it? Okay. I would take and put a fee on it to rent it and deliver it and put that in here. You can always make it 0 over here, but you want them to know the value of you bringing that chair. Why just have them think that you're getting $250 to show up and you're bringing a chair with you? Well, if I had to bring the chair, it's an additional $150 for that chair. It's $50 for the chair for the appearance, but it's $50 for a delivery and a $50 for a pickup. You know, if I have to have somebody else do it for me. If I bring it with me, I don't charge you any extra. But I've had people say, oh yeah, we want you to do the party from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, but we need you to come to the hotel early and put the chair in the ballroom at 11 a.m. when they're setting the room. That's 2 hours earlier. There's a delivery fee on that. But believe me, there are companies in LA and they think nothing of it, that they want you to bring the chair in early. The big problem is getting the chair back after you're done. You're done with the party, you're waiting to go, and you're waiting for the wait staff to get that chair down into an elevator and down to the loading dock and to be able to put it in your vehicle. It's crazy. But anyway, you can charge for those things, okay? So you put all these different things in here. Now, this also has fine print. For a home or a private visit, performers are arriving plus or minus 15 minutes. That's for home or private party, not for a corporate party. When you're booking a corporate party or a special event with a city or something like that, that's an appointment performance time. You got to be on time for those. You can't be late for those because everybody else is scheduled for that thing to get off on time. But if you're going to Mrs. Jones and she's having a dinner party or a party with the kids at her house and you're due there at 6 o'clock, you could call her and say, I'm going to be 15 minutes late. Okay. Or you're going to be a little bit early. The thing is that'll work out usually. Sometimes arriving early they don't like, but they'll always be patient about arriving a little late. But if you put it in the contract, they know that also. Okay? And this is because of traffic. By the way, we make these bookings a month ahead, and then all of a sudden you got rain, you got lousy weather. You know, you booked it, and you didn't realize that on that particular time, on that particular day, son of a gun, they're doing something on the freeway, or there's an accident in the freeway. But you can call the client and tell them you're late. They understand. A break of 10 minutes after each full hour. I put this in here on all my contracts. It's usually not needed for home visits, but when you're doing corporate parties or events where they got you for a few hours, you need a break every so often. And if you're a senior citizen, you need a break because nature calls. I can have my Depends and have it hold it for a long time, but I don't want to. Okay, so again, you want a break of 10 minutes after each full hour is appropriate. And a little cool water is always welcome. And I put in the line, gratuities not included. Okay, gratuities not included. That's a wonderful thing. People are people are usually pretty generous at Christmas, so it does make it nice. So I've got all that information there. The third section down here is the payment. A retainer. The word is retainer. It is not deposit. It is not down payment. Forget those words. Do not use them. If somebody gives you a deposit, if somebody gives you a down payment, and then a couple days before the event they cancel, they can demand and you are required by law to return the deposit or the down payment. However, if it's a retainer is being paid to you to hold the day and the time. You're retaining the day and the time, and it is not refundable. So I recommend a retainer of 50% at least. So if they end up canceling on you, you at least have half your money. Okay? And then that is received by, and you give them a deadline. That deadline, you put a note somewhere, and if you haven't received that retainer by that deadline, you give a chance to call them and follow up on it. But where is it? You know, oh, it's over in the accounts payable or whatever. You know, things like that. Heaven forbid you call them and say, "Oh, we changed our mind." You know, the thing is, you need to, and this should only be a week or so. You don't want too much time on a retainer. I have a few contracts I do of companies that I've been working with for years. And they contact me in January and say, "We want to book you for next year." So I will redo the new contract, and the retainer is due by May. I don't, you know, I actually, what I do is I spread them out, so I get a retainer this month, and I get a retainer from somebody this month. So there's little trickles that come in. By the way, those don't come to me. They go to the MC fund, Mrs. Claus fund. You know, so she's always wondering, just, what do you got coming in this month? Okay, because the MC fund, by the way, is also the grandkids fund. We buy stuff for them, yes. Deposit and down payment under court laws. If they cancel an hour before the event you're having, they could take you to court and demand you give it back to them. Or deposit. If the word is retainer, you keep it. So get rid of down payment, get rid of deposit. Everybody at home hear that? Okay. And I used to use down payment, and I used to use deposit. It's other Santas in the class that have told me from their own experiences, their lawyers have told them, change it to retainer. You know? It's sad that, but if you get a big booking, you know, one Santa had a booking. I think he was going to work 4 weekends at some store or something like that. And he got a retainer of like $2,000 or $3,000 for those 4 weekends. And then all of a sudden the company went belly up. They took him to court and demanded he send the $3,000 back, even though they canceled just a week before he was supposed to start work. Well, that's all right here. That's all right here. Okay. So in other words, if this total here is $2,000, retainer of $1,000, balance, retainer's not received within 5 days of the deadline, blah 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 blah, and then I say the balance of $1,000 is due upon arrival at the event. So I do put the balance in there, but the thing is it doesn't say anything about that refund. Now, there are refund clauses you can give them. If they cancel, if you want to use them, I've created some here on the booking agreement. I'll show them to you. But you can delete them. You don't have to use them, okay? But they are available to you. So, example, if I have a good client and they book me and then they cancel 6 months out, because something changed. Example, last year I do corporate party for American Express. And that's a big event in New York. It's an all-day event, and it's, you know, myself and another Santa, we work all day. And we each do 2 hours on, 2 hours off. We rotate because we're actually going to go through about 15,000 people that day. It's stand-up photos. You just stand there, people come and take a picture and move on. It's an assembly line. It's their headquarters. It's a beautiful event. And when they're not getting pictures with us, they're off eating and going to craft rooms and all kinds of things all throughout the corporate headquarters. Last year they were doing remodeling in the building, so they canceled the event. Okay, so we were out. So we refunded the whole thing. But because they're a good client, and they did it early enough, we knew we could rebook the time, you know. Plus, the person that puts the whole thing together, they also do other major corporations besides American Express that I want. So I want to keep that client happy. Oh, very good puppy. When you make half of your season's money off one entertainment company, if they have some changes to one of their clients' bookings, you kind of work with them. Yes? Oh, okay. No problem. Okay, well, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, okay? I'm going to go on to the next section, which is this part here. See where it says your company? And where it had your company up here? This is a Word document. You can search the Word document with, put in find and replace your company with, what do you call yourself? So you could change this. You could say, find your company and substitute Santa Claus Ron. And all through the entire contract, it will change everything to say Santa Claus Ron. Okay, second item. You don't have to have an LLC or proprietorship or any other type of thing on here. If you have a business license, you want to put that number down, you can do those. You don't have to. Most of the Santas out there are really mama papa businesses, so they don't have all the fancy corporate bells and whistles that you might have from your plumber and, you know, people like that.
The problem I have is whenever I do a business with a company, they write me a check saying Santa Claus Ron. I cannot cash that check or put it into my bank account, Ronald John's bank account.
Okay.
I have to go and have them change the check.
No, what you do then is you put Ronald Johns. You don't put Santa Claus Ron. Or you put Ronald Johns and then put a little parentheses, AKA Santa Ron. But the thing is, and then down here when you say payment due must be received by payable to Santa Ron. No, Ronald John. So in other words, down here where it says payable to your company, it should have your name. So you make sure you have that. I've had that problem too. I've had people send me stuff to the Kringle Group and other stuff like that, you know. I'm National Santa, right? I get stuff addressed to National Santa. I don't have a DBA as National Santa. I am trademarked as National Santa, but, you know, I'm just Tim Conahan, you know. So anyway, I do have the Kringle Group, though, and Real Santas, but that's for all the bookings I do with other Santas. That's a business account. Okay. And I have a DBA on that and everything. But you can also do a search on the address that's here that says Twinkle Lane and all that. Put in your address, your phone number, your email. If you had a logo or a picture of your face, you put it. You can put the picture there. Okay. So you can do that on this. Okay. Let's go down to the contract again. Guaranteed rates in terms of this contract is signed and returned to, and it would probably then say Ron Johnson, Ron Johns, right? Okay. So you've changed your company to whatever you want there. Okay. Now refund policy. This refund policy I put in. Okay. I use this on my contracts. Okay. You don't have to use it. You can get rid of parts of it, whatever you want. But it says, should it become necessary for the client to cancel this booking, a cancellation fee will be charged. For cancellations more than 90 days, a refund of the retainer less 25% of the total booking fee. So I do keep some of the money, okay? For cancellation between 61 and 90 days, the cancellation is 50% of the total booking. Basically, I keep the retainer, okay? So 61 to 90 days out, okay? during that 61 to 90 days, I probably have the opportunity to rebook that slot, that time period. So I'm comfortable enough to tell them I will just take the retainer and let it go. Now, if they cancel less than 60 days, 14 to 60 days, they owe me 75% of the booking. So that's the retainer plus another 25% of the booking fee. I generally don't bug them for it, okay? It's not worth the hassle. But I put it in there anyway. I'm businesslike. And then the last item is, okay, for bookings canceled less than 14 days, it's the full amount. Now you may think, okay, go ahead and try to get it. I have had companies who canceled at the last minute and they send me the full check. Because they had a contract, they agreed to pay me the full amount, it was not my fault, you know, and they went ahead. At one company, basically the CEO passed away, and they were in memoriam, and, they sent me a full check for my appearance, even though I wasn't there, you know. I've also had companies where they've had to cancel, and they've paid me the whole amount in advance. Sometimes I have people, I call them, and I book them, and, you know, 3 months out, 4 months out, they pay the whole thing up front, and then they cancel. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll actually tell them that I'll credit 50% for next year or something like that. You know, I try to work with people a little bit. I want to keep them as customers. I don't want to scare them away. Okay, bookings less than 30 minutes are limited to private home visits. I don't do anything. I actually only have one 30-minute visit, and it usually ends up being an hour because it's friends. I go to their home and do something, and it's out in Long Island. Other corporate or private residents in-home parties are minimum 1 hour, okay? My personal contracts I send out say minimum 2 hour. I don't do anything less than a 2-hour booking. I'm working in New York City, I'm working parts of New York. I don't go anywhere for less than 2 hours, even if it's an hour party, okay? If everything that we're gonna do ends up being less than an hour, guess what? I come out ahead, but minimum is 2 hour because of the fee that I charge, okay? Special events are minimum 2-hour call. So if they want me for a tree lighting, a parade, or anything like that, minimum 2 hour. Minimum 2 hour. Exceptions are at the discretion of Ron Johns, okay? For special events, performance will arrive 15 minutes prior to appearance, okay, unless otherwise stipulated. For requests more than 15 minutes for walkthroughs or rehearsals, will be billed at 50% of the applicable rate. So the overtime that we've been talking about, because they want you to come early, or you got to drive the extra distance or something like that, there's something in there that kind of covers that. All rates quoted above include mileage. So I've included mileage in here whenever I've quoted the rate up above. So if I knew that my rate was going to be $200 and I was going to have to drive an hour both ways to do that event, I'm probably going to charge an additional $150 at least, just for my driving. And I'll add that to the $200 and just say my fee is $350. I won't go into lining out the mileage and distance and stuff. And then down below it says that it includes mileage, okay? All costumes, standard holiday dress, special entertainment or costume requests at the client's cost should be made in advance, okay, to Ron Johns, okay, the company. The Santa that wears the wizard outfit, okay, he has his own Santa suit, but they wanted to wear a special event. It's at their cost. They had to have the suit made, you know. There's nowhere they're going to call and say, we're looking for a Santa who's got a green suit. You know, I've had calls where people wanted, this was like 10 years ago, someone wanted a Santa with a green suit in New York. They were doing a whole thing on recycling. They wanted a Santa to be dressed in a green suit. Nobody's got a green suit. You'll have to have one made, okay? And the only other thing you have close to that is there are some people that have Santa suits in blue. You can buy those, and basically it's Harry Hanukkah or Hanukkah Harry. In other words, because, you know, it's a blue Hanukkah suit. Okay, let's go on again. Let's see what else I got in here. We reserve the right to substitute performers. So I have the right to substitute myself if I get sick. Okay, once in a while I've gotten a better deal. And then but then I have to call the client and talk to the client. Okay, I had that happen to me one time. I did the Hollywood Parade. I got home, the first year, I got home from the Hollywood Parade. I'm hitting the button on my answering machine. You know, back in the days before we had cell phones and everything. And there's a message from a lady, and she says, we need Santa on Saturday in Beverly Hills. We have a celebrity who's having a party, and we need Santa from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till at least 9 or 10 p.m. And we were looking for Santa to donate his time. And I'm going, this sounds kind of crazy, you know. It's for a Hollywood celebrity, and they want Santa for a party. And I think they did mention it was going to be for children whose parents were at Desert Storm or something like that. So, okay. Then the next call was from the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce that says, we just booked you for a party on Saturday with a celebrity to volunteer and be the Santa for this party for the children. The Chamber has no control over me. They're not my agent. They don't book me. I was already booked that day. So I had to call. I ended up calling the lady. It's Dr. Phil. And they wanted Santa to do a party at his house. And they were doing it for the TV show. So that all of a sudden changed everything. You know, I told the girl, I said, that sounds like a paid gig, but I'm already booked. Let me see if I can find maybe one of the other Santas out there, maybe one of the Santas that are retired that could do the party, you know, that is not already booked, because this was like a week before the party. Most of the Santas in LA are already booked. Nobody's got time. Anyway, we ended up working it out because the client that I had that was going to book me on Saturday wasn't available. The evening party I had, I'd never done before. It was for a union. I called the union and said, you know, I've got this opportunity to Dr. Phil. What if I sent you the Santa that does the Disney commercials? And I called that Santa, and he found out he was available. So I gave him the job with the union, and I ended up going to Dr. Phil, and they paid me. They said they'd pay me, and then they actually hired me to do 2 more days in studio. So I ended up every 2 years I did that. So it was a great gig. But sometimes you get crazy stuff like that, and you have to be able to try to juggle a little bit. But you have to be open with the client. Now, if the client that I had on Saturday had come through with the money, I probably would have had to tell Dr. Phil, can't do it. I'm not going to walk away from somebody who's already paid me. I will ask them if I can change. If I can't change, I'm stuck. That's it, you know. So anyway, back to this. Due to the nature of the outfits, it's necessary to have periodic breaks and be cold. We recommend 65 to 70 degrees. A break of 10 minutes after every full hour for all of our entertainers, okay? In no instance shall any performer be required to work longer than 90 minutes without a break. If some of these entertainment planners think that you're going to sit in a chair for 5 hours with no breaks, they're just totally oblivious to work ethics and labor laws and stuff like that. Indoors or outdoors in a warm environment, a fan will be put nearby to keep Santa cool, and appropriate breaks as per health and safety regulations. I do not know what those are, but every state has them, every county, and they all have it. So again, there are regulations to protect you. So you need to have a fan, and you need to be kept cool, and you need breaks, by law. And so you can just say by law, and they need to know that. That's there. Okay. It's assumed that all events will be indoors or that arrangements have been made to take care of the area so you can be outdoors, and therefore cancellations due to inclement weather are not allowed. People make these arrangements months ahead, and then all of a sudden a storm comes, bad weather, whatever. Okay. We're telling them that you need to make arrangements. So you can't cancel it saying, oh, we're going to cancel it because there's a tornado coming. Or we're going to, well, maybe a tornado. But if it's just rainy weather, like New York, rain and snow, nothing stops us there. We keep going on. Okay? And then the last item I have in here, which is very important, all photos taken of the performers, whether by individuals or professional photographers, are assumed for private use, and that's of the clients and their guests, and may not be used for commercial or promotional use without written permission of the performer and the company or whatever. Now, this basically is a clause that says you're at an event. It's a company event. It could be a private event at somebody's home, whatever. A picture of you is taken, and somebody takes and photoshops that picture into an advertisement, okay, without your permission, okay? You are entitled to get compensation for your photo, for modeling, okay? And if you can't get the compensation, you're entitled to sue, okay? Because they cannot use your likeness unless you signed a release. And we talk about photos this afternoon. Again, watch out on release. Make sure you don't sign a release unless you know what's in it, okay? But you don't want people. I've done company parties where somebody wants me to hold up the product, because it's for something that I will do something like that. But I'll say, let's get all the employees together and we'll do it. So it's a picture for their website. Then it's not bad. And I get them to hold the product and I'm in the picture. But the thing is, I'm not going to sit there and hold up the can of Coca-Cola and end up being on the billboard. Now here's the funny part. My sister had me hold up a product. I was in her home. She was talking to me about a dietary aid. And so here I am. I'm holding the product. Takes a picture of me. She sends it to her boss. Here's Santa Claus. Now I'm in civilian clothes, and I'm holding up this supplement, okay? He sends it to corporate. Corporate puts it on the Jumbotron in Times Square without any release or permission. So we had to do some talking there, I didn't get any money. But my sister got about $6,000 in product that she could sell to other people. So she came out well on it, and I didn't worry too much about it. And they pulled it down. I've also had my picture taken at events. I was photoshopped into the Lazy Boy ad, where I'm sitting in a Lazy Boy. I've been at a community event, sitting in my chair with my feet up on a crate. It was a Christmas in July to help raise money for restoring all of the life-size nativities that they had in the city. They have a parkway in Ontario, California, where they have a pageant with all the nativity sets, and they needed to refurbish all of them. So they had a Christmas in July event to raise money for them. So I volunteered to be Santa. And a newspaper reporter took a picture of me sitting in my chair with my feet up on a crate. He posted it to Getty Images or something like that, and they ended up buying it and using it for a Lazy Boy ad with me sitting in the Lazy Boy. But the thing was, he lied to Getty and everybody else. He didn't have my permission. I never signed a release, and Lazy Boy ended up running that in about 100 newspapers around the country. So I ended up getting a very nice check. I also had a radio station in Chicago. I did the Hollywood Parade. I'm with Hayden Panettiere. We're doing a cute little thing together on the red carpet, right? And that picture shows up in the media. Lots of my pictures of me with celebrities. I think you saw the pictures of me with the girls kissing me, right? Those things happen at the events. That's just all news media. That can show up anywhere. You don't get any payment for it. It's news publicity. But if they take and cut me out and put me into an ad with a product without my permission, and a radio station in Chicago did that. They cut me out of the picture with Hayden Panettiere and put it on their billboard in Chicago to say, from December 10th to December 25th, Santa's giving away $1,000 a day. And they had, maybe Santa will give you $1,000. And I was on the billboard, and I was on their website. So I had to get their radio station to pay me. So it does happen, Other times, my likeness has been used, and I have no control over it. If you go to Alibaba to buy a beard or a wig, one of the companies that's on the Alibaba website uses my face to advertise their beards and wigs. In other words, buy our beard and wig and look like this. So it's, and that's, of course, a Chinese-based company, and trying to get them to pull it down has been impossible. Okay. Any questions about the booking agreement? Yes.
Is this on the website?
Yes. It's a free download for anybody at home. You can download this contract. and use it. I'm not asking any copyrights on it. Add to it what you want, take away what you want. It's a Word document. You can search it and remove the words your company, put in your name, put in your address, your phone number, any things that you want on it. If you don't like the cancellation clauses and the amounts of money and things like that, you can change it. Do what you want with it. Yes, question back here. Okay, on parades, we'll talk a little bit about that, but yes, you can get paid for parades. Example, I did the Hollywood Parade for 20 years. I did not get paid for it. The Hollywood Parade is such a prestigious event that if I were to walk away, there would be a line of Santas in Southern California wanting that job, okay? Because, you know, it looks good on the resume. I mean, example, that first year I did it, I got the Dr. Phil show. By the way, that first year, because I was also an intern at NBC when I was at college, I ended up being the Santa for the Tonight Show. I ended up doing other little things. So some of the work I had in my life, I don't know why God put me on that path to the different jobs I had and internships and things like that, but all of those have kind of dovetailed into some of what I'm doing nowadays with Santa Claus and all that. So I'm very blessed on that. But the Hollywood Parade is free. But I've met a lot of Santas who are paid to do their community parades, you know? So I do the Hollywood Parade. But example, the Huntington Park Parade, the Linwood Parade, other parades that are done around LA, those Santas and those parades are all paid. You know, they all pay, they pay the Santas to be there. So, you know, it's a nice gig, you know, for all of them. Tree lightings, most of the people for tree lightings get paid. So again, that's other income. We'll talk about it in entertainment today. After lunch, we're going to talk about other things you can do to make money as Santa and Mrs. Claus. Okay? So, any other questions on contracts? If any of you at home are watching and you have a question on contracts, remember you can email me, santa@nationalsanta.com, with your question, and I'd be glad to answer it for you. I am not a lawyer, so again, my advice to you is just really my personal advice, not legal advice, you know. But the thing is I've, you know, been around the block enough times. I'm sure I can give you some decent advice. If you have other problems and I can't answer it, I would probably tell you to contact a lawyer or somebody to review what you have. And by the way, there are also some nonprofit legal foundations out there that sometimes offer free services for senior citizens. So maybe, you know, you can find things like that to help you out. Any other questions on contracts? Calendars, your booking agreements, any of the stuff we talked about this morning? Yes, go ahead. It's the same thing. It's a booking agreement contract because you are going to sign it, they are going to sign it. So it is a contractual agreement. But this is all designed as one page. It's also designed as a document that you can send as on an email as an attachment, you know. And now, when I send this off to my clients with this contract, I also attach one of the handy hint sheets, depending on the event. If it's a home visit, I attach the fact sheet that says how to set up for the home visit. If it's a corporate party, I send a fact sheet for setting up for a corporate party. I try to give them some things that make me look professional. And all of those things are downloadable from the website so that you can do it. You know, you can send the handy hint with the booking agreement. And it makes it great. Some Santas have told me that they only use the top half of the booking agreement. They don't even do this part because they're really just sending them the details. Now, one of the things I didn't do, and I want to do real quick is to talk to you about nonprofit events where you're donating your time to a charity. I think you need to send them this agreement anyway. So what you do is you do everything on this agreement, all the information in here, that you would do for a regular paid client. The name of the person, the time you're going to be there, what you're going to do. In other words, if you're agreeing to be there for 2 hours, you put in you're going to be there for 2 hours. Don't leave it an open thing that you're going to show up at 8 in the morning and they think you're going to be there all day. You tell them you're going to be there from 8 to 10 or from 10 to noon, or whatever you're going to. In other words, make sure you finite the things that you're doing to make it special, but send them an agreement. If they want to change it or they would like to adapt it a little bit, they will tell you. You know, I've had a client I've been working with, they wanted me for a Sunday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. But then they said, gee, we'd love to have you on Saturday. I couldn't do Saturday, and then I'm sorry, it was 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And anyway, but they wanted me Saturday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. But I had another booking from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., something like that. So, but I talked to the 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., found out I could do it from 8 to 10. Then I could quickly get over to the other one and start at 11. So I contacted the company and said, okay, I can do 11 to 3 on the one day, and I'll do the 10 to 3 on the other day. And they came back and said, what we're going to do is we're just do 10 to 3 both days. So that's what they're going to do. So at least I got all of it fine. But we had to negotiate it all out. So now, but it's nice because last year I only did 1 day with them. Now I'm doing 2 days with them. So it's a nice booking too. And they feed me lunch. That's it. Anyway, but anyway, nonprofits do the same thing. Put in how many hours and put in your rate. Okay? Put in your highest rate, your weekend rate, you can put in your Christmas Eve rate if you want. Usually Christmas Eve is also a little higher for a lot of Santas. That's prime time. If somebody wants you on Christmas Eve, and a lot of Santas I know, Christmas Eve is like double time. Okay? It's not time and a half, it's double time. Okay? But you put in your amount there, and then over here you put, and the next line you put donation, and then you put the same amount, subtraction, and it comes out 0 down here. Okay? But they know that your fee for that many hours is this much money. They know you're worth this much money. You're not worth a goose egg. And I think clients need to know that. Your time is just as valuable as some attorney or some high-priced accountant, you know, that type of thing. Everybody agree with that? Okay. I hope you guys at home agree with that too. You want to make sure, again, you're donating your time. Now, here's another thing. You can't deduct that from your taxes, okay? Your time, your service, what you do donated to a charity is not tax deductible. However, your mileage and gas, your insurance, your dry cleaning, if you gave away some trinkets and things at the event, all of those are tax deductible. Okay? So you could add those in there. So if you were doing a party for a charity and you donated your time and your time was worth a couple $100, you could actually say, okay, well, if I wanted to write off on the taxes, I could write off, you know, $50 for my gas and mileage and $35 for my dry cleaning, and you know, you can put these things, insurance, background check, so you can come up with that. Another thing to remember with charities like this, sometimes you're donating it, but they will give you a stipend. They will sometimes reimburse you for your mileage or your gas or your dry cleaning or things like that. Some charities will do that. Also remember there are charities that have working budgets. And we'll talk about a few of those again. Everything seems to be, like I said yesterday, you remember how everything seems to be a little later? We're going to get to a little piece in a bit about the nonprofits and what nonprofits might have monies to pay you. Yes? Your charitable work. Now, whether and again, the reason I do this is if you're doing a pancake breakfast, isn't it neat to have the note and it says you're going to be there from 8 to 10 a.m. Okay, and of course now you know you got to be there 8 to 10 a.m. They're expecting you at 8 to 10 a.m. and you've got the price and everything like that. Okay, they're not expecting you from 9 to 11. They're expecting you from 8 to 10. So they have it in black and white. And that's the key thing with a lot of this. And it may be all you're doing is emailing this top half of the contract to them, you know. Now, you may want to give them the whole contract with all the fine print, with the break times and costumes and wardrobes and keeping the place cool. That doesn't hurt. Because again, maybe you're doing a pancake breakfast, so you might want them to have a fan nearby your set. Because I've done a pancake breakfast today, Chili's one time, special fundraising event for St. Jude's, and I got there in the morning. That place was as hot as an oven. There were just so many people in there. It was, 9 in the morning, and I needed a fan to keep cool. I was just, roasting in there. Okay, that's on the fine print. That's the fine print of the handy hints. And I don't know if I talked about that yet or not. But yes, you want to. We're going to talk about the handy hints. But again, the handy hint sheet, number one item is, of course, have your cameras and everything ready. Number two, have a parking space for Santa. Santa doesn't park down the street and hike up the street and everything. Have a parking space. I recommend that you maybe take a car in the driveway, back one out a little bit, leave a space. When Santa arrives, Daddy or somebody comes out to meet Santa, pulls up their car, and Santa parks behind them. You work it all out. Or mark a place in the street. Give the kids a project. Have them go out and put some sawhorses up and a sign saying reserved for Santa. Have some fun doing it. But the thing, have a parking space for Santa. If you're doing a corporate event, you want the corporation to have a place for you. Now, if you're parking in a parking garage, okay, now I've had events where I've had to go to a parking garage. Now, I usually take care of my parking fees and stuff like that. But again, I would go to an event and park in the parking garage. I want one of the event people to meet me in the parking garage and walk me to the venue. Walk me past the quad where all the people are walking around. Walk me into the office building past everybody else who's coming and going, and take me up to the party. Because, as I mentioned yesterday with the escort, having an escort with you, you don't need people stopping you. You also probably don't know your way around there. And it's nice to have an escort because that's a little extra bit of security. And again, it depends on where you're at. Now, in New York City, I actually Google map bookings to know where they're at. And I have actually turned down bookings when I Googled them and saw where the building was and everything. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not available. I don't tell them it's because the neighborhood is in. But there are people that will make nice requests. They give you an address, and you think, oh, that's great. I got a gig salad booking, and it's, they want me 2 hours for a party, and I quoted them a price, and they said, yes, they like the price. Well, the thing is, before I quoted them the price, I try to find the address. Because if it's one of the housing projects or a neighborhood where it's a lot of warehouses and things like that, I'll stay away from it. I have to know the neighborhood, I have to be safe. And, particularly, I've gone into neighborhoods where, in a 1 mile radius, I'm the only Caucasian. You got to watch out because, again, it's not so much the customers I'm going to go see, it's the other people in the neighborhood. And the other thing is in New York, we had a Santa that he drove his own car and everything. He drove it to one of the events. He got out of the car, went into the event. A bunch of guys in the neighborhood saw Santa get out of that car. So what did they do? They busted into the car figuring it's filled with presents. So you have to be very, very careful. Very, very careful wherever you go. Hopefully none of you have that problem in Florida. Okay? Some of you people at home, hopefully you don't have it. But again, you have to protect yourself. You got to look out for yourself. My wife is always advising me about this. I'm too generous. I'm too Charlie Brown. I'll take a booking and I have to check things out. And she's worked the cities and worked different places, and so I have to respect that. She has that street smart sometimes that I don't have. So, again, maybe that's an important thing. Get someone on your team that's got some street smart to help you keep yourself safe, okay? Any other questions on the booking agreement? Uh-huh. Okay, so you have your own booking form on your website, and they fill in the information on it, and you know where they're going. Okay. Oh yeah, if you're talented, you know, and of course you're very talented, I guess. So, oh, you did, okay. But the thing is, having a good form to get that information to them is good. I've had forms like that. I usually do most of mine by hand, because I get people that send me an email and I just call them back and start filling it in by hand. But Gig Salad is one of those things that has a form, and the people filled it out with all of their information, and generally you get that information. Depending on your membership in Gig Salad, you get more information. And sometimes they will give you maybe not the exact address, but you get the geographic location. You know, and then sometimes you can actually send a note back to the client and say, what is the address? And they'll send you their address, and then you kind of know whether or not you want to go there, you know. And there are areas in New York where it is a questionable neighborhood, but if I can get an Uber and have the guest meet me there, you know, security, to take me in and out and something like that, that's great, you know. I've also had clients who wanted me to go to a warehouse area, and they sent a car from a corporate car to take me to their location and everything like that. So I've had different things like that, but you just have to work it all out, you know. Okay, I'm going to move on to from the contract. Insurance and background checks. You want to have a good insurance policy. The nice thing is we have insurance through almost every Santa association out there. All of them seem to have insurance. When I was the executive for the original AORBS back in 02 and 03, 04, 05, we started having a little bit of insurance available for Santas, and we worked with a couple different companies and things like that. And then we incorporated, and we've got a nice agreement with Karcher Campbell out of Las Vegas, and they became Alera Group, and they're the largest policy program for most of the Santa associations. What Alera Group did is they sat down and they analyzed the average Santa who worked 40 to 50 days a year. And that was their actuary. In other words, we're only going to have to cover his liability insurance for 50 days, maybe 60, okay, 2 months. So the policy really is for that 60 days when he's in the suit, okay? Because he's not working the other 10 months, we're not worried about the liability in those 10 months. However, it's only when he's Santa. Now, what they did is they came up with a policy, and it's a nice rate, and it was based on that level. Then they actually created a little bump to that, which was if he was another character, like Salty Santa, okay, or other characters, then they had a fee that covered you for all those other months you're working as a character. And it's the same thing with, we had some Mrs. Claus. They'd be covered to be Mrs. Claus, but what if she was also Mother Nature and, you know, different characters like that, you know, or fairy godmother and doing other party entertainment. So the policy covered that added on entertainment. And then the other thing they did is if it was just Santa only, or a holiday, or Mrs. Claus, they basically also said, this doesn't, you're covered no matter when you appear in the red suit or in the Christmas outfit. So if you do Christmas in July, you're covered. If you're doing a parade, or if you're doing advertising work, you know, in August or something like that, as long as it's a Santa or Mrs. Claus or a holiday character, you're covered. So that's basically what the Alera policy is. And now they also have included in their policy coverage for your wardrobe. So if you have an accident and something happens, if it's stolen, you know, whatever, your wardrobe, your equipment is insured also. So they have that in the policy. And they've increased it, it goes as high as $4 million. You know, and the only reason it's going high as $4 million is because the clients want liability coverage that goes up as high as $4 million. It used to be it was like $1.2 million, something like that. Then all of a sudden it was $1.3 million, then it was $2 million. It's because of the lawsuits the clients have had against them. That, in other words, they want to make sure you got enough in the insurance pool to cover the liability. There were Santas and entertainers that were covered by Entertainers USA and a couple other groups where the policy was like $1.2 million. But that was a total coverage, 1 million, 2 million, and it covered all 150, 200, 300 members of the Shriners Association. If there was one lawsuit for $2 million, it wiped the fund out. When you go with the Lara Group or some of the other insurance companies now, you have your own $1.2 million or $1.3 million or $2.4 million, whatever. Question?
Yeah, I used to do arts and crafts shows.
Yes.
Like Dogwood Festival.
Uh-huh.
And utilizing rubber band paddle wheel boats.
Yeah.
Hanging in the birdhouse and stuff. I used to have to carry insurance. It was like $1 million umbrella policy.
Yeah.
Like $200 a year or something.
Yeah. Yep. Same thing. Same thing. And it covers you. Example, you got a trash can next to you and somebody throws a cigarette button and starts a fire, it covers that, you know. Little things like that. But again, Alara Group is the larger company. K&K Insurance also supplies insurance. They also cover Renaissance Fair entertainers and rock concerts and all kinds of stuff. So they're much bigger. Oh, the other thing is they're now covering Canadian. So for Santas who work, you know, we have some of our Canadian artists are covered by some of these insurance policies and stuff. And again, they're generally through the Santa associations. Now, you're not required to have insurance through your associations, but some of the associations do require you to have background checks, okay? But you may get your insurance from Cherry Hill. You may not have to have an Alara policy of your own because Cherry Hill is covering you through their insurance program. Or maybe Cherry Hill asks you to go get a policy through your association, so you're covered. They do different things. It just depends. Yes? Well, you can, but number one, are you saying you're going to do that and you're not going to buy one of these? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, that's okay. When you're working an event where somebody else and they say you're covering, you just ask for a COI or a certificate of insurance. Okay. You also, because you're with Alara, you can have a COI made out to the charity. And the neat thing about Alara is they will make a certificate for every booking you've got. No charge. Some of the insurance companies have a $10, $15, or even $25 fee for each COI they have to make out. But Alara will make them instantly. You can send an email to Jackie, who's the lady that coordinates all the Santas and everything, and tell her that you need a COI, and you give them the information that you wanted to list Sears and the name of the shopping center and the name of the restaurant you're going to be in and the name of the charity you're working for, and they'll make COIs for all of them. I mean, it's that good, a policy and coverage. So it makes it really great. Rarely do I get my clients asking for a COI, but I always let them know a COI is available. You know, and you know, so that they know that I have insurance and I've had a background check. Yes. I check my baggage. Oh, yep. Huh? I've lost my clothes going to Europe, but I didn't have a Santa suit in there. You know, no, I actually have air tags and everything, so I watch my bags. I can see when they're loaded on the plane. You know, so I'm pretty close to. Knock on wood, wherever the wood is around here. You know, but you know that is a worry. That is a worry. When I travel, I generally split my suits up. I'm not going to put all my suits in one suitcase. But when I travel, move up to New York for a month and everything like that, I take 3 suitcases. I got a suit and a robe in one. I've got a suit and boots and everything in another. I've got all the different shirts I'm going to wear, vests, and then I have one suitcase that's just all my street clothes, you know, toiletries and all that type of stuff. So, you know, that's how I have to travel. But again, and I have to commend Delta, has been good to me everywhere I've gone. I've never had a problem. Air France, however, I went to Malta, and we flew from here, from Delta. Delta flew us to Boston, and of course we went with Air France to Paris. From Paris we were to fly to Malta, but we were delayed leaving out of Boston. Oops. We were delayed leaving out of Boston, so we missed the connection in Paris. So they said, okay, we're going to fly you over to Rome where you'll catch a flight to Malta. Well, by the time we got to Malta, there was no baggage for me. My wife had her suitcase, okay, and we had one of the suitcases. We had my wife's scooter, okay, had all that stuff, but no clothes for Santa, okay. I had no swimming clothes, and you know, a couple little things at all. Now they tell you when you're traveling, like going on a cruise or whatever, split your clothes up. You know, you and your wife, half the suitcase is yours, half is your wife's. Half suitcase is yours, half your wife. Split your stuff up that way, okay? So that you don't have all your stuff in one suitcase. So if you lose the suitcase, at least you have a few things to wear, and she has a few things to wear, whatever. Didn't do that, forgot to, okay? So I'm without clothes. Okay, I'm trying to find clothes. I'm in Malta for 5 days, or 4 days. And I can see on my air tags that my luggage is sitting on this street next to the airport in Paris. You know, Air France, it's still sitting. And, you know, and I actually did the Google map and pulled up the building and everything. And gee, that shows, and now the picture I had, of course, was probably taken months ago, but it shows a row of vans parked in front of this building. And that's where my luggage is, supposedly. So apparently it got transferred somewhere, but it didn't get to the plane. So anyway, so I said, here it is, this is the address it's at and everything like that. They said, yes, we know, we found it, we know where it is, we'll get it to you. So the next day, still no luggage, it's still in Paris. Finally, the next day I get up and it's in Rome. So at least it's in Rome. I finally got my luggage the day before I had to get on the ship. Okay, just in time, just in time. But the fun thing was, they'll buy you clothes. They'll give you compensation, the airline will, to go buy clothes. If you've ever been to Malta, you'll find out there is nobody there that is a large or extra large or 2X. You know, a large is about the biggest you can find. I went to the mall, I couldn't find anything that was a 2X or even an extra large. I mean, there were, you know, Gap stores and other stores like that. Everything there is for skinny people. Luckily, my wife had a bathing suit that had a black nylon bottom shorts, so I could wear that in the pool and when we went to the beach, you know. And I had a couple T-shirts, and that was it. You know, that's what I had. But if you ever get a chance, Malta is beautiful. Okay. My daughter told us about it, so we decided to go there. Okay, cost on your insurance ranges between $150 to $275, depending on the policies you get, okay, annually. But again, you can go as high as $4 million. I go the high end because I work in New York and I know all those people up there. There's too many lawyers in New York, you know, that kind of ranges. Okay, and then of course, this coverage here is generally $1 million to $4 million coverage that you can get. And again, the associations all have connections on this. Some of them do it through IBERBs or Forbes. Some of the associations have it themselves direct. I don't know. I think Palm Tree goes through IBERBs. Lone Star Santas, Texas, okay, they are not affiliated with IBERBs or Forbes or any other group. So they have their own policy, their own program with ALARA. By the way, when you ask the Lone Star Santas, how come you're not associated with IBERBs or Forbes or anything like that, they say, what don't you understand about the word loan? They like to be independent. Okay, background checks. Background checks are very important to your work as Santa or Mrs. Claus because it's peace of mind for your customer. Okay, also this year we had this little situation here in Florida with this one Santa. You're going to get probably some people wanting to know how safe are you. So having a current background check is very important. Most often these are always done in September, and you do them annually. The reason you do them annually, some people slip through the cracks. You get a background check, and 5 years from now you get in trouble, and say, oh, I got a background check, here's a copy of it. It's from 5 years ago. We don't want that. We want a current one. Okay? And the current background checks through the associations include a background check against the National Sex Offender Registry. In other words, you're going to be checked in all areas. This is not a gun permit. This is not a business license. This is not something from your county sheriff. This is a national background check. And you want a quality background check, and they'll check you out. Okay? And so your association, some of the associations now, by the way, require that their members have a background check annually. In other words, they're trying to uphold the standard of the membership in the association by stating that all of their members have been certified background check. Question back here? Yes. Uh-huh. That may cover what you're talking about. But the thing is, you want to make sure that it does say in there. Now, the background checks are also not linked to, but they are affiliated with the insurance. If you have a recognized background check, ALARA will also add a bonus coverage. Should you get accused of any impropriety, you automatically have extra money for a lawyer and not have to go get a loan against your house. Because they have funds in there. I think it's only $50,000, but it's nice to know that you can have that. But you have to have a current background check. And they're not requiring you to send them a copy right now. In other words, it's after the fact. So if you get accused and all of a sudden it's going against your insurance or something like that, you can immediately send ALARA a copy of your background check, which is current, and now it's retroactive to when you got your insurance. So it is good to have that, okay? But again, background checks are very important. Usually through the Santa associations. Sometimes the mall or photo company will do a background check on you, so you may have that. But again, a lot of times when you get a background check or you get insurance through the mall or photo company, it does not protect you or help you with outside bookings. Example, the Santa that has actually got a deal where he works with another Santa and they switch off and do half shifts at the mall. So he decides to go do some private parties. His mall insurance and his mall background check do not cover him on those parties. The photo companies only cover you when working for them. They're not covering you for outside work, outside jobs. They won't stop you from doing the outside jobs, but they don't cover you. Okay? Must be annual and include the cross-check against the National Sex Offender Registries. Okay? And a lot of booking agencies are now requiring them too. Now here's a fun thing for you. California passes a law for party entertainers, okay? They called it the Mickey Mouse bill at one time, but all the party entertainers have to have background checks. And all the Santas have to have background checks. Guess what group they eliminated from the background check laws? Carnival workers. Yes. The guys that run the rides at Carnival, they're not covered under the entertainers and background checks. The Carnival companies have a good lobby. At least that was the way it was about 5 years ago. It may have changed since then, but that's the way it was then. There were some situations under the laws regarding Uber drivers and part-time workers and things like that, who was a contractor and who is an employee. And what they wanted is because they were, Uber drivers said, well, we're contractors. And the state said, no, 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 you're employees. Because the state also wants to collect state taxes and, workman's comp and all those other things that they add on. So they basically, they've been passing laws, not just California, a lot of states have passed it, to where certain people, because their job is the same basic thing all the time and they're working for somebody else, they're not contractors. A contractor is a plumber. A contractor is someone comes in because he has the talent and the knowledge to do a job, but the customer's not telling him what to do. The customer's just saying, I got a problem, now you got to fix the problem, So the contractor then figures out how to unplug the drain or how to replace the pipe or whatever. So he can be a contractor and charge a flat fee for what he's doing. Excuse me. Okay, so that's that way. So some of the people say, well, because the Santa is working for a photo company, and the photo company is giving him instructions on what to do every day, and he sits in the job and he works so many days in a row, he's not a contractor, he's an employee. So they have to collect taxes on him. Okay, there was a period when the photo companies could hire the Santas as contractors, and they pay the Santa a flat fee. The Santa takes care of his taxes and everything else. But under these certain states now, they want the Santas to be hired as employees, and they want the photo companies to collect taxes, state, federal, workman's comp, unemployment, everything. So that's what we're talking about in that area. Now, when you are an independent Santa, and you're doing independent parties all over the place, okay? That's that way. Now, I don't know how it would be with your daughter and her photo company, but the thing is doing something different every day, or it's only a piecemeal thing. You're doing so many days with her, and you're doing something else or something else. But it also depends on how watchful the state is. Are they going to dig into it? And so you have to just how it is. Again, if you do a contractor and you contract and you say, I'm so much an hour and this is my fee for what I'm doing, and she's not telling you exactly what to do each day. She's just giving you a chair and you've got to handle everything from there. That's what they do. But the big problem is like I said, when you're working a mall or a Bass Pro Shop or someplace like that, where you are basically scheduled for so many hours and they give you instructions of what you're going to do for all those hours, you're an employee, Huh? They're responsible for the insurance, the liability, and everything. You're an employee. You're an employee. You don't have to worry about it. But if you are contracting and you're doing other events from other people and other companies and stuff like that, you may want to get liability. Every Santa's little business is different in regards to what they're doing. Nowadays, we have a lot of Santas who are basically independent contractors, and they do private parties and special events, and they have to handle everything. But give you an example, in Beverly Hills, they wanted the piano player at one of the big fancy hotels to become an employee. But he said, I'm a contractor. I come in and play the piano, but they don't tell me what songs I can play and what songs I sing. I get to decide what I'm going to do and how I'm going to entertain the audience. But the thing is somebody said, yeah, but you're here 5 days a week and you're doing this, so you need to be an employee. And that's where the big fight comes in with some people. It's the same thing with some Santas. You're the talented. You know how to work with the children, how to work with the families. And maybe what you do with this family is different from what you do with that family. But sometimes they try to homogenize it all down to the basic thing. You're sitting there, you're old, you're wearing a red suit, you talk to the kids, and you do it every day for 40 days, you're an employee. Boom, that's it. They don't get into all the other things. A what? A class? A client. Oh, well, that's a private event. They want a certificate of insurance. When the client is asking you for a certificate of insurance, you're a contractor. Okay, that's it. I mean, let's use that as a rule, okay? Because if you're an employee, you don't have to supply insurance. But if it's a client and they're asking for the insurance, okay? So I think we got enough there. Give me a ho. Ho. Give me a ho ho. Ho, ho. Give me a ho ho ho. Ho, ho, ho. What does it mean?
Merry Christmas.
Well, guess what time it is?
Lunchtime.
Lunchtime, yes. For all of you at home, we're going to go to lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. And I hope you have a good lunch yourself. Turn the volume down a little bit on that. Thank you all. If you have questions, remember, you can go online to send me an email to santa@nationalsanta.com, or you can text me at 631-871-4901, okay? And I'll try to answer them. I'm even going to try to check the website now and see if I have any questions on that. Bless you all, and we'll see you again at 1 o'clock Eastern Time.
Ding, 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 jingle bell, jingle bell. Just saying it's 1 o'clock. Yeah. I don't? Okay. What are you doing up there, Lauren? Didn't you tell Mark? Right now? Not the beginning from what I'm going to say, probably, but. Are we starting, Santa Tim? I'm in position. I'm ready to go. I know. It's time to work. I'm an elf.
Are we on, Mark? Mark, are we on? We're looking for, we need a cameraman. Okay.
It's hard to find good help.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. One of the things I wanted to do, and of course I've mentioned this a couple times throughout the weekend, is we are broadcasting this, the live stream, and it's of course live. I hope you're viewing it. We're sorry that some of you missed this morning, okay? And we had a little technical glitch, and the first hour almost was lost. But we were recording. So we're going to take that and repost it in a special link. So you will be able to watch a video on how to style a beard and a mustache and all those things in this very special link. There's also a little bit of information about getting a head start on the holidays, basically Santa's tips to surviving the holidays. So we have that out there for you. So again, we'll get out that email probably later tonight or tomorrow sometime so that you can watch that extra 1 hour that you missed this morning. And we apologize that we had that little technical glitch, but please don't complain because guess what? It was free, wasn't it? Okay? It was free, okay? Anyway, it was free because the people here at Christmas Dreams gave us the use of the facility and they put all the streaming together. They actually, this is part of a church, and they basically live stream their services. So they made arrangements for me to have my school here, teach on Friday and Saturday, and live stream it to all of you. So again, thank you very much. And I would like to introduce to you a lovely lady who is, what is your title for Christmas Dreams?
I'm president and founder.
President. Oh my goodness. This is the president of Christmas Dreams, Leanne Stair, and she is going to tell you all about Christmas Dreams because for all of you out there, you know our work is children. You know, that's our number one mission. And that's what their number one mission is at Christmas Dreams, is to take care of some very special children. So Leanne, take it away.
Thank you so much. And it's been an honor to host Santa School and work with Santa Tim once again this year. So we are Christmas Dreams. We are a 501c3 based in Winter Springs, Florida, and we provide Christmas experiences every day of the year for children battling life-threatening illnesses. So a lot of you got to tour our mobile experience yesterday. It's a 40-foot trailer. It's kind of like, we call it Santa's mobile home. If you haven't gotten a chance to see it, see me or Lauren and we'll give you a tour. But our big dream is what you see in these renderings around the room. We want to build a North Pole themed resort where kids would come and have the most magical Christmas Eve and Christmas morning with us at no expense to them. And so we are in process. If you guys are praying people, we have put an offer on some property, and so we think this is going to be happening pretty quick. By the end of the year, we are hoping to have that property, and then we can start really going out for big money. Once you own property, that's a little easier to do. So we do a variety of things. You also have pictures on your table that kind of give you snapshots into some of what we do. But, you know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, I have a video that you're going to have to turn around because we've covered up the screens up here. But if you'll turn around and take a look on this back wall, we've got a video where you can actually see some of the kiddos enjoying the Christmas is Coming, which is our mobile experience.
And of course, all of you at home can just watch your monitor.
Right. You don't have to turn around.
In a world where Christmas comes just once a year, Christmas dreams brings joy, making memories clear. With reindeer games outside, laughter fills the air, children's hearts alight, joy beyond compare. Christmas dreams all year through, bringing hope and cheer to dreams so true. From reindeer games to cookies sweet, creating moments where hearts meet. Inside the cozy kitchen, Mrs. Claus awaits, freshly baked cookies, love on every plate. Little hands decorate, each one with care, smiles so radiant, spreading love everywhere. Christmas dreams all year through, bringing hope and cheer to dreams so true. From reindeer games to cookies sweet, creating moments where hearts meet. In the tinker shop, imagination soars, crafting toys with joy, hearts open doors. Every child a creator, making dreams come alive in this magical place where spirits thrive. Christmas dreams all year through, bringing hope and cheer to dreams so true. From reindeer games to cookies sweet, creating moments where hearts meet. The final stop, Santa's man cave aglow with laughter and joy. The magic starts to flow. A special visit with Santa, stories shared with cheer. In his gentle presence, every child's dreams appear. Christmas dreams all year through, bringing hope and cheer to dreams so true. From reindeer games to cookies sweet, creating moments where hearts.
For myself, it was Santa. Okay. Aww. But also, I love that. I'm a Santa girl.
So we take that trailer down to Advent Health here in Central Florida for a week in December, but we also take it to Kentucky. We'll be leaving in just a few weeks. We go up to Louisville, and we spend a week there for Christmas in July, and then we go over to Lexington. And so all of you are candidates if you would like to join our team. You're here at Santa School getting trained, so we love that. But we also have training that we call ELF University that we put online that we require any volunteer with us to go through. And so we're looking, as we look to buy property, to expand our team because we want to be hosting families all the time. And the goal is to bring them here, not to have that on the road 52 weeks a year, because I don't want that. So if that's something you're interested in, we are actually having auditions today after school ends. I have my team coming in, and so we can do a group audition and just kind of see if we think you're a good candidate and match for us, and there'll be more training that you go through. And it may mean that you sit for 4 months and you don't do anything, because if we don't have children asking for an experience, so I can't tell you how busy you'll be or what kind of commitment we're looking at. Like we did have a request 2 weekends ago. We hosted a little family that came so sweet, but he's got to be in Texas for brain surgery in December, so they needed to celebrate, so they reached out and we did that. So besides working with some of these other entities, we do get calls from families. And I'm also not afraid to just plug, if you enjoyed the coffee, we do have our own coffee. It's on our website if you're interested in it. It's a Kristen Streams blend. And then we also have some shirts if you're interested. It's like one of my favorites is the one Lauren's wearing. And if she turns around, it says, "I celebrate every day. Ask me why." It's amazing when you wear that out. Somebody goes, "Okay, I'll bite. Why do you celebrate every day?" And it's a great opportunity to tell them about Christmas dreams and what we do. And yes, help support, share the message, share us on all your Instagram and Facebook. The more people that know about us, I believe God will bring together so that we can build this multi-million-dollar themed resort and just love on as many families as He entrusts to us. So thank you so much for being here. If you have any questions, see myself or Lauren or Mark or Jeff, and we can tell you more than you probably ever want to know. Thank you, Santa Tim.
Three. One. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It would help if I read it. I had the switch on off. So, okay, I had it backwards. Okay, great. Again, the crew here, Leanne and Lauren and Mark and Mr. Pastor. Everybody has been so great to host us here and help us out every year. And I keep telling him, by the way, he has white hair and a little white beard, and I keep telling him to stop shaving, you know, so because he can catch up with us real quick like and look great for everything that he does for Christmas this year. So I hope all of you at home are ready to get the last quarter of what we do for our training and everything. As I mentioned in the agenda, and as you've read the agenda on the website, we have 2 different days. The first day is the basics of working with the families and the children. The second day is about maybe starting your own business or being in business or working with families and things like that. But it's the nuts and bolts type stuff that we have. So again, this morning we talked about the contracts, and we talked about insurance and all those little things. But I want to talk about this afternoon is more about the marketing and promotion, and maybe even a little bit about things that you can do to enhance and go beyond the regular work of Santa or Mrs. Claus. Because sometimes Santas are saying, okay, I do the basic work of Santa, but what else can I do? Could I add something to what I'm doing? So we'll talk about that today too. So anyway, we're going to start off in marketing. And again, once you've got down pat what you can do, you have to let the world know what you're doing, okay? Mel Blanc did a funny comedy one time for a bunch of advertising people. And he, you know, everybody remember Mel Blanc? He was Barney Rubble, and he was all the Warner Brothers characters. Well, he had this funny thing, and you heard the sound effects of somebody running, and it was a caveman running. And the caveman started yelling out, it says, I want a woman. I gotta have a woman. And he said, that was the first form of advertising. And it was a funny thing, but it was true. You've got to yell. You've got to put some sort of voice out there or image out there to get people's attention, to get them to turn around and come back the other way. It's two-way communication. Get the word out, get them to respond. So you have to do your own marketing. So how do you make Santa's phone ring? Easy, like I just said. Marketing, marketing, marketing. It's putting out the information. Now, how many of you in the room here are not salespeople? You've never done sales, you don't want to do sales. Okay, how many of you are people? Okay, we got people, okay. How many of you at home aren't marketing or sales? Okay, you're not. But sometimes you meet with other people, and can you talk a friend into something? Can you ask somebody to do something? One of the wonderful things about being Santa is that people open up to you. You can approach them. You're not an insurance salesman. You're not an Amway salesman. You know, you're just a friend. And you can give them some advertising and marketing. So we're going to talk about that marketing. There are 2 important marketing tools that every Santa and Mrs. Claus need. 2 important things. Number 1, you need to have your business card. It's a very simple business card that has your information on it. That business card is viable to everything that you do. It should have your contact information on it, a good picture on it, and the thing is, you can get them very cheap, and when you get them, order a lot of them. Flood the market with them. It's really great. Your second marketing tool is your elevator speech. Yes, an elevator speech. Does anybody in the room know what an elevator speech is? What is it?
It's a short
Okay? Basically, a short speech that you can present real quick, like when you're going between floors on an elevator. But guess what? You can also do it when you're not on an elevator. You could do it when you're standing in line at the supermarket, you know, or at the DMV or wherever. If somebody asks you, are you a Santa? You can immediately say, yes, I am, and start talking about it. So let's talk about this a little bit. Your elevator speech, okay? It's the time between floors in an elevator, but it doesn't have to be. It's 10 to 15 seconds long, okay? And it tells who you are and what you do, very simply. You know, it may be just as simple as, yes, I'm a private party Santa. I do home visits and corporate parties, you know, thing. Or I'm a special event Santa. Or I'm a Santa. I do home visits, corporate parties, and special events. Whatever you want. But you do it in 10 to 15 seconds. Okay? And you very, very simple. It tells who you are and what you do while you hand them 2 business cards. Always give them 2 business cards. Why do you give them 2 business cards? One for them and one to make them a sales representative for you. Get them to give a card to somebody else. Invite them to take and give it to the HR director at the company they work for. Different things like that. When you give out a nice business card with Santa's face on it or Santa and Mrs. Claus, most people will not lose that card. It's a cute card that they can put in their Rolodex, pin on the wall, whatever, and it's a lot of fun. It amazes me. I went into a company one time, my card was up on the edge of the wall, and he says, oh, I have that up there. He says, anytime someone comes through with their kids and stuff like that, I tell the kids, he says, oh, it's great having you here. By the way, you guys got to be good because I'm a good friend of Santa. Okay? So the fellow that was putting himself in a position of being one of the naughty nice patrol. So it was kind of fun. But he remembered that card and he used it. So again, you hand out a couple business cards, you get other people to do it. By the way, you can go to your next door neighbor, you can go to anybody that you know, your personal friends, people at church, people at your job, whatever, and you can give them cards. You can ask them to contact people. You know, if you know somebody, you've got a neighbor and he works for a company or corporation, give him a couple cards. Say, hey, Bill, I know you work over at ABC Company, and I don't know if they have a Christmas party or anything like that, but could you take one of my cards to your HR department? You know, and just let them know if they need a Santa, I would love to, you know, apply and be considered. You know, guess what? Your friend will do that for you. Yeah, like I said, it's not like selling insurance or Amway. You know, that was one of the things they always had. You had to go get neighbors and friends to sell for you to build your pyramid, you know, of people. It's hard to do that. But guess what? People will go sell you as Santa. So much fun. You can imagine your best friend or your buddy or your neighbor going into that office of the HR director or something and say, hi, Susie, you know, you won't believe this, but my next door neighbor is Santa Claus. And he wanted me to give you his card, and if you ever need a Santa Claus for the company or something like that, he'd like to be, you know, be able to bid on it or be part of it, you know. They'll do it. People will do that. And you constantly have to do that. Always have cards with you, you know. Gary Casey used to say that he always had, whether he was wearing a T-shirt or a golf shirt or whatever, he always had somewhere on him in his pocket some of his cards, so he could always give them out. So if somebody runs into you at Home Depot and they ask you, boom, there's a card. Who bought the card caddy for their truck or car? You bought it? Again, having a way to give out cards, you know, having you know, on your truck, your car. In California, one Santa was really smart one year. He got every Michael's store in Southern California to have a plastic card stand on every cash register with his cards in it. Yeah. Unfortunately, that didn't last long because the other companies and other people wanted to have cards there. But the Michael's regional guy thought it was a great idea at Christmas, because they sell so much Christmas decorating items, to have Santa's business card or, you know, at all the cash registers and stuff. But so again, you can be talented in doing things like that. You can get other people to promote you. If you have a favorite restaurant you go to, sometimes your restaurants, you know, you see them have cards out for mechanics and other people. Put your cards in there. Get your card in there too. You never know. It only takes one phone call to make it worthwhile. One phone call, one job will pay for all the business cards that you get. They're inexpensive. So again, remember also in the elevator speech, it's not restricted to elevators. You can use it anytime. So it is. Now, Santa's business cards. Here's some key things to think about with business cards. Now, I passed out my card to all of you. My card has a nice picture of me. And I met another gentleman at Disneyland one time. He had a fake Santa business card. We had a cartoon on it of a face of Santa and had these little jokes on it. And you see the little jokes that are on there now. Little jokes like restricted, 9 reindeer, blue eyes, weight, jolly, things like that. Now maybe you don't have blue eyes. You could put eyes twinkly. You could have fun with this. I gave that card out for a couple years, and then somebody said, "What's your real name?" So on the side of it, you'll notice it has my real name. Okay, and my real name is there, and it says that I'm the Commissioner of Celestial Aviation, DMV, Department of Many Visits. By the way, it's not trademarked, it's not copyrighted or whatever. If you want to copy it, you're most welcome to come up with your own thing. I would recommend to try to make it look like your state driver's license. I went to international because I was bi-coastal and doing stuff all over the place. Originally, it looked like a California license. The coloring on that and the layout on it is basically similar to California. But instead of an organ donor, I'm a toy donor. Again, fun type things you can have on there. I went to a meeting one time with the SCORE, Service Corps of Retired Executives. Sometimes they have workshops on marketing. And a couple gentlemen on marketing were there. One of them was with Sunkist, and I think the other was with a big realtor company. And they looked at the card, and at first glance, they looked at it and said, "Oh, gosh, it's too busy. There's too much stuff on it." And the second gentleman looked at it and said, "It is busy, but guess what? It works. It works because it looks like a driver's license. People are going to find that in their Rolodex. It's not going to get lost like a regular business card." And that's the neat thing. Especially if it's got a picture of your face as Santa on it, it's not going to get lost. Okay? Now, the other thing is they turned it over and saw the back of it, and they really did complain because I got too much stuff on the back. What? Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff on the back. But it works for what I'm doing. Of course, now that I'm 78, I can't read it anymore. So I really need to redo it to where it's more readable to what I've got. But again, the card works. So Santa's business card should be, have a great photo, a decent photo of you. If you work with your wife and you're a pair and you go everywhere together, you probably want that picture to be the two of you. If not, Santa's face on one side, on the flip side is the picture of the two of you. You do that type of thing. Okay, so must have a great photo. And I'm not talking about something you took yourself. Okay, and I'm not talking about something that ChatGPT or GPT puts together. You want a really good photo of you, what you look like today, now. Okay, it should have your email address. Okay, the number 2 item, email address. Now, some people may think, well, why not the phone number? Well, you put your phone number on it, number 1. If they try to call you and you're not available, it goes to dead mail, and maybe they're calling a couple people for a job. So you want them to be able to have that email immediately. Then you maybe want to have that phone number or phone numbers, okay? And whatever phone number you've got there probably should have some sort of Santa message, okay? And even if you are not always Santa, you might want to say, well, thank you for calling Santa's Workshop. This is Jerry. In other words, he says, I'm here to take messages for him right now. So if you leave the message, Santa or I will get back to you. So in other words, you could still, so if your friends call and they know you're Jerry, then, they get that type of thing. So you can do it different ways and have a lot of fun with it. I've done somewhere I was like, somebody did one time, it was like doing like a DJ with stacks of wax and all that, fun stuff. But I've done stuff where, oh, thanks for calling Santa. I'm here at the North Pole. Sorry I can't be here right now, but, I'm either out in the barn feeding the reindeer, or maybe I'm with the elves checking on the inventory for this year's Christmas deliveries. In the meantime, leave your name and phone number, and as soon as I get available, I'll give you a call back, So I do something like that. I also try to do the phone call in an area where I don't have a lot of weird noises going around me, or it sounds like I'm in my car. Okay, so I try to do my message in a nice area so the quality sounds good. And again, that's a bit more being professional when you do your message. But you want your phone numbers on there. Now, okay, one of the things you could do also is you could get a Google number or one of these special service numbers, which is your own private number, which is just a, in other words, and it bounces over to your system, okay? But I'm trying to think of the services that have it. Some of the Santas have told me about it. I haven't done it myself. But you get a separate number, and you can have messages on that number, okay? In other words, so it's separate from your regular phone, but it's all digital. So you could have something like that too, and completely isolate from being you. But again, like I said, you could do it where it's just, thank you for calling. This is Susan, assistant to St. Pete Santa. And do you have another business? What's your other business? What? Construction company. Okay. So now, do you have cell phones? You have a personal cell phone. Okay. You may want to take the personal cell phone and make it the Santa phone. Keep it separate from the construction phone. But you each have phones, right? Yeah. So you have to figure out what you want. Okay. But you may also be able to do one of these. Check online for a Google phone number, because sometimes you can get these services, which are an internet-based service, with a phone number that also will take messages. And you don't even have a phone line. It's just it's like an answering service, yes. So you may want to get something like that. And that way you can keep it separate from your construction business and your personal life. Okay? So there are different things you can do. The wonderful thing is that every year there's new stuff that comes out. Technology is wonderful about all the things they've got. And now, of course, you can get it where you can type in your message and they'll create an AI answering. Somebody actually doing it for you. And it sounds real, You can, and there's actually some of the services that have been doing it, people have been trying to sue them because the people doing the voices on AI are copies of celebrities. You could actually, one time, there was a service where they actually had hired celebrities. So you could call and you would get Chris Rock answering your phone. And Chris Rock would record the message for you, So it's kind of fun stuff. Anyway, if you have a website or a Facebook page, you could put that link on your card. So they could go look for you on Facebook, okay? Or Instagram, or whatever you have. So you have different options there. But again, if it's on your business card, it's not something they click on. So it has to be something that is large enough they can read it and just type it in and go to that website or that web page. The address is optional. Your city is optional. And you may want to put the city you're in. You may not want to put the city if you think that's going to restrict you. Maybe you want the county. Maybe you want a region. I think there's a Santa that works up here in the Panhandle, and he's got he just Florida Panhandle he puts, so that he works that whole area. He'll go anywhere in that area within reason. It's still a little bit of a haul sometimes, but he covers all that area. But he doesn't do Orlando, or St. Pete and stuff like that. So again, you have to kind of figure out what works good for you. Find out what nicknames there are for your region also. Sometimes you have a region, what is the one for Canaveral? What do they call that? Yeah, in other words, so somebody could say that, and that covers, Canaveral and parts of Orlando and everything, so you could have something like that if you want, different type of stuff. But again, you want something that keys to what you are and where you are and what you're willing to travel. but you don't want to restrict it just by putting a city. An example, my brother's got a house and it's in Fruitland Park. I would never put in Fruitland Park, but I could definitely easily say the villages, villages area or villages region, because I could cover that whole area from Fruitland Park. And that would be probably the market I would want too, because there are lots of people in the villages and usually they have pretty good income. So, I don't know who the Santa is in that area. That must be a good gig though. Huh? Oh yeah, how many of those people there have their grandkids come and visit them? And they want Santa to be at the house when the grandkids show up. Give me a good gig. Okay, the county and regional area are good, and sometimes you could do from location to location. You could give 2 different cities that you work in between 2 locations and things like that, So you make your business card, but try to make it as simple as you can. Now on mine, I put an address. You'll notice on mine, I have an address there, and it says 1 Workshop Place, North Pole, and then I have a zip code, zip +4. That zip +4, if you just put that on the envelope, comes to my house. Zip +4 is an identity to your house. So if you get mail and you have a zip +4, if the envelope only had that number on it, that mail will come to you. It doesn't have to have the name or the street or the city. The zip +4 is your GPS coordinate, if you want to call it that. It's not a GPS coordinate, but it's basically what the government created to get mail to every location. That's why everything gets automated nowadays. Those little barcodes down at the bottom basically are not your name, address, and phone number. It's that 9 digits put into a digital bar, and they know how to get the mail to that location. And the computers automatically sort it that way, just using that little bar they put at the bottom. Okay, moving on in marketing. Okay, how about adding one more line? Background checked and insured. I added this last year when one of the Santas mentioned to me that's one of the things he put on the bottom of his card, little fine print line. But again, that shows how professional you are. Peace of mind to the customer. They don't know you. They've never met you. You got a nice picture and everything. You give them all this information down at the bottom. It says background checked and insured. That might give them a little bit of a comfort that you're legit. You're someone they want to have at their house, Santa's business cards, a couple more things here for you. QR code. You might want to put a QR code on it. Some of the Santas are doing this now, either on the front or the back. It's very easy to do. It's very easy to get them. There are different types of QR codes. We were talking about earlier, I have a QR code on the back of some of my trading cards. My QR codes are with, what is it, True? I forget the name of the company now. I'll find it though real quick, because when I scan the card, I get the name of the QR company. So I'm going to scan it here real quick. Linktree, LINKTR.EE. Now, you guys would like Linktree because you can actually have 3 different email or websites on one QR code. Okay, in my case, on these cards, here's a card with myself and the Marine Corps Toys for Tots car, Richard Childress Racing. So my links on this card and the QR in the back are Marine Corps Toys for Tots, Richard Childress Racing, which is the race car, and me. So when you type in or you scan that card, my face actually pops up, a little bit about me, and then there's a link to my website and a link to the race car and a link to making a donation for Toys for Tots. And I have that on all of my cards, different QR codes. On the cards I have for my work with the Marriott hotels, on that card, I have the Marriott link, Toys for Tots link, and myself. So I have different things on different QR codes, but they're really nice to have a good, clean QR code. And so I have that. I don't have my phone number on these trading cards I give out. they'll find my phone number and my contact information when they get to the website. I can give the cards to children. The children aren't taking my phone number and calling me at 8 o'clock at night wanting to talk to Santa, you know, which is the problem you have sometimes when you give them a card with your phone number on it. So the trading cards work out real well on that. But again, a nice QR code is very, very simple. So again, if you scan this QR code right now, like I said, you would get the Linktree location. And Linktree is a company that allows you to put multiple links to a QR code. You can also get just a single QR code too. And sometimes you can get them for free. There are companies you can get them for free. You don't have to pay a fee or anything. And the QR code will be linked to your website or your Facebook page, whatever you decide. Okay, moving on. Okay, the next thing on the business card, I mentioned you need to have a good photo. Having the right photos is very important. Good quality photos, photos that show your personality. A good photographer can get that picture. You don't want that picture that you took with your phone and a selfie or something like that. You want something that really shows you off, you know, and a good photographer can usually capture the perfect you. So you want to, you know, get a good picture. So having the right photo is important. Forget the personal photos, okay? Make sure that it's really you and it's current. You don't want a picture from 10 years ago, okay? Professional photographers know how to catch the real you. They will get the best shot for you. Now, how do you get free photos? Well, you work with your daughter, so you get all the pictures you want, right? Okay. Well, what if you're, now again, you can't call his daughter, but you could go online to where you live, search a photographer in your area. Once you find a photography area and you like their samples on their webpage, call that photographer. Tell them, hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm a professional Santa. I work in this market along with you and a lot of other people. And I was wondering, how would you like to have me come to your studio on a Saturday, let's say, in early November or maybe even the end of October, and be there all day so that your clients could come and get pictures with the real Santa. And instead of having to go to a mall, they could actually have a 10 or 15-minute appointment with Santa and get all their pictures taken for the holidays, you know? And you book them all. And I won't charge you anything for Saturday. You have me free of charge. But what I do want is I want to be able to come and visit you before that for an hour or two, and you take all of my professional photos, my headshots, full wardrobe pictures, things like that. And some of these pictures you can use to show your clients so they know who they're going to get their picture with. And I can use them on my business card and my website. And we just do a trade out. Most photographers would agree that that would be a good deal. And a lot of Santas have done this. It's worked out fantastic for them. They've gotten beautiful pictures for their website, for their business card, for all the little things that they do. And that photographer was able to book a whole bunch of their clients, about 20 different families to come in that day and get their pictures with Santa. Now, guess what happened? When your daughter started, how many days did you work for her? Just one day. How many days do you work now? 18 different photographers you work for, okay? So again, that's neat. But a lot of times you get started with a photographer, they get 20 families. Maybe they get more families that want to come in, but they couldn't. She filled her calendar up. So then she's got to go to the Santa and say, can you do another day? Because I have more people wanting getting pictures. What does that mean to the Santa? She's got to hire him for a day. So you end up getting a paid day. So that works out good for you. But again, even if you just do the one-day trade and get all of your professional pictures, it's a good deal. You know, I started working with Donna Reinbold in Orange County, California, almost 20 years ago. And I think for 12 years before she retired, I did all of the pictures for her. And we basically did one Saturday, sometimes a Saturday and a Sunday. But all the families that came in, and we had the same families every year. They all wanted to come back and see Santa and get these special pictures with Santa. And it was just a really great, great, great time. And I got some fantastic portfolio pictures. You know, the cover of that little book of me at the fireplace, that was from Donna. That's one of the pictures that she took. So she took all of my pictures over the years, and I'm very happy with everything that she did. And of course, she did well too. She had all these families, booking stuff. Yes. I didn't get into numbers with her. I just traded one day. You would have to work something out on what you want to charge. Again, you remember it's November. It's before the season begins, so you want to be reasonable, you know. Huh? Oh yeah. Well, it depends on what would you charge for a day. Oh well, I'm not talking about the photographer. I'm talking about you. Okay. You know, yeah. No, it is fun. And again, there are different price ranges for different things. You know, I have certain clients that I've been with for many, many years, and I book an all-day rate with them, and an all-day rate may only be about $1,000 in New York. But I have other clients in New York, and the all-day rate is $1,800. You know, it just depends on the situation. But they look at an all-day rate like a TV or film company. All day is all day. The all day is like 8 a.m. to 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. You know, when I book it, I put it as hours. And I've actually created matrix charts where I have a Santa for 1 hour on one day is this much. And for 2 hours, he's this much, or for 3 hours, he's this much, or 4 hours is this much. And if it's 2 days, it has different figures. If it's 3 days, it's different figures. And it goes all the way out to 30 days. But what happens is, as we get further out, or as we go further up, the hourlies change, the dailies change, because you're booking the whole season. So it's a little different. You know, so a Santa that might work the whole season might get, in New York City, might get 30,000. Okay, but that's the whole season. But if he was only working 1 hour in New York City, he would probably get 350. You see where I'm talking? But the full season may be an 8-hour day for 30 or 40 days, 30,000. So the matrix is a unique thing to put together. Yes.
I can give you an experience.
Yes.
I was contacted by the North Carolina Photographers Association.
Yes.
They wanted me to come in. They were doing an event kind of like this for photographers. I had AI tell me what the number went to. Then I was able to figure out on the date they were on and what they were doing. And they were doing a seminar for photographers to learn how to do pet photos, kid photos, all this stuff. So then I got in my stupid head, well, let's negotiate this thing. So I was going for, let me sit in on the other thing so I could learn what they're learning. So I pushed for that, and I ended up losing the entire thing to somebody that did it for free just for headshots. And I lost probably a score of business because I found out that the head guy was like a huge person in photography.
Uh-huh.
And I apologized and told the lady I went too far. I understand that, and she understands, but again, I heard no.
Yeah. No, it gets to be fun like that. We actually had a photographer who did a trade out with a Santa, and she was a member of a photography association. So she went to one of their regional meetings, and she told them that she got a photographer for free for one day by trading out and doing headshots. And you might be able to do the same thing in your own area. So she told the photographers, contact your local Santas and see if one of them would like to trade. And so they did it the other way, you know. But yeah, sometimes you have to watch out. If somebody's having you come in for a work session or something like that, again, you got to feel it out, you know. You know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, it is that way. Yeah, sometimes you never know what door is gonna open up. I did a thing with a lady 15 years ago and helped her out on something. I forget what it was. And, you know, it was just one-time thing, you know, and we had a great time. We did the event and all that. And 10 years later, she's working for an ad agency, and they needed a Santa for something, and she called me. And she says, "Do you ride roller coasters?" And I said, "Yes, you remember." And she says, "Yes, I remember." He says, "We need a Santa to ride a roller coaster at Knott's Berry Farm." All of our Santas that work at the theme park, the gold miners and stuff like that dress up as Santas sometimes at Christmas, they won't ride the roller coasters, okay? And I ride roller coasters because she knew that I would go to the park and take my daughter. So I was hired to be the roller coaster riding Santa at Knott's Berry Farm in California. And I did their ads and did their TV specials, and they had me come in at 5 o'clock on a Friday morning and start riding the roller coaster. That's 8 a.m. New York time, with all kinds of TV cameras all around the roller coaster, TV camera mounted on the roller coaster facing me, TV camera on the other side facing up, and so 5 a.m. they did a run where without anybody in the roller coaster just to get what they call a B-roll, what it looked like. And this was the longest, highest, fastest roller coaster in California at the time. It went up the highest. It was hanging down, okay? So it was the longest, highest, fastest hanging roller coaster. And then it went around, and then it did the loops. It did corkscrews. It did spins. It did all kinds of stuff. And I rode it 17 times that morning. And every time I rode it, I was live with a TV station around the United States. So, you know, but it was because I had helped her out in something else years earlier. And she was an intern with the Chamber of Commerce. But over the years, she progressed and became one of the public relations people at Knott's Berry Farm. You know? Yes? Yeah. One of the things you do, you have a website? Okay, on your website you can put a calendar. You can list. Here's, and you know, and people say, so you know, if you'd like to get pictures with me, you contact one of these studios. You know. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I have a lot of people that ask me, where can I see you? And again, I do a lot of company parties, a lot of private parties. So I have a few events I do that are public. So I make sure that they know where I'm going to be out in the public. I'm going to be doing this over at Fox News and Times Square. You can see me there. Or you can see me at the New York Stock Exchange on this day. Because in the New York Stock Exchange, it's a lot of pressing the flesh, working the crowds, you know. But my brother gets to go with me. In fact, I have two brothers, both live in Pennsylvania. They come up and they're like my bodyguards. And they love it because part of what goes on there is we got the Rockettes there, we got all kinds of stuff, and we all get to hang out inside the building before we come out, so they get to meet the Rockettes, and it's a lot of fun for them. But I have fun doing it, and it's with the Marines and everything else. So anyway, how do you get free photos? Again, simple things on getting free photos: contact a professional photographer, offer to trade your services. The photographer doesn't. The photographer does a private photo session with you for your professional photos, okay? You give 1 day of your time posing for the photos, headshots, full-length shots, maybe Santa and Mrs. Claus together, maybe different wardrobe, whatever you need to have for your collection. Maybe you have a Christmas in July wardrobe. You want a picture of that in addition to your regular Santa suit. So you get all the pictures that you need for the year taken at one time, and it works out really good on that. Okay, now working with your photographer, there's things you need to remember about working with a photographer. Remember, photographers own the copyright. They own that picture. You don't own it, they own it, okay? They can give you a license to use your likeness. How's that? In other words, they own the likeness in the picture, but they can give you a license that allows you to use it for your website, your business card, and personal promotion. But they're not giving you a copyright release to sell the picture to somebody else. So in other words, if you have a really great picture, you can't sell it to a car dealer to put on his ads. That's the right of the photographer. But guess what? The photographer can't sell your likeness unless you sign a model's release. The minute you sign a model's release, you're giving the photographer use of your likeness forever length of that contract. They can sell it, market it, whatever. That's why I got the money back on Lazy Boy and the Chicago radio station that used my likeness, because there was no model's release. I never signed anything. They had assumed, because of the photographer they were working with, the photographer had gotten those things. Because they didn't have it, they had to pay me. And then they went back and sued the photographers, because the photographers were bad boys. Okay? Photographer owns the copyright. Photographer, the mall or photo company, may be the photographer. In other words, you're working for Cherry Hill, even though it's a photographer taking the picture, that photographer is an employee of Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill owns the pictures. That photographer doesn't own the copyright. Cherry Hill owns the copyright. Or if the mall owned the photography operation, they would own the copyright. It's that type of thing. But so basically, somebody owns the copyright, and it's not you. Okay? Don't sign a model's release. It's my main advice, okay? If they demand that you sign a model's release, please read it over. Make sure that it's, you know, again, the reason I say don't sign it, what do they need it for? They need it to sell your likeness is what they need it for. Don't sign it. Because when they ask you, we need you to sign the model's release, okay? When I see a model's release and I'm going to sign it, it better be where they've already paid me to be or in the ad or something like that, okay? If they haven't paid me any money, if it's not a paid event, and they're asking me to sign a model's release, I'm going to ask them, okay, where in this release does it say how much you're paying me? And immediately they're going to probably back off because they're not paying you, okay? You don't want to sign a model's release. Now, there are situations where you may get a job where someone wants you to take, they take a bunch of pictures of you and they pay you $500 for the day for all the pictures they've taken. And they load those pictures onto Getty Services and try to sell them. I remember my second or third year as a Real Bearded Santa, a lady up in Van Nuys, California, was doing a photo shoot. Something she came up with as an idea. She got a Celery Cobra Mustang, brand new, 14 miles on the speedometer, and basically set it up to have pictures of Santa washing the car, doing all kinds of things with the car. And then the next day, we went to a studio where they had the car with special lighting and everything. I'm in my full suit, and they had me doing all kinds of things around the car, stuffing packages in the car, sitting in the driver's seat where I'm eating a cookie, and I've got a little desk with a laptop on it and a naughty nice list, and the whole back of the car is loaded with toys, and then another picture with the whole car loaded with toys, and I'm trying to push it up a chimney with, I'm on the back, putting my back against it, trying to push the car up the chimney, things like that. She shot a whole bunch of those. She paid me $1,000, and then she put it on to Getty Services, and it was they were set up so that Ford dealers could take these pictures, any of them, and put them in their ads. So it was and she shot it in like July. I never really saw any of the ads, but I got some great pictures of me flying over the San Fernando Valley and things like that in this beautiful Shelby Cobra Mustang. Okay, don't sign a model's release unless you know you're getting some money somewhere. The release, a photographer, if you sign the release, the photographer can get photos. You do need a license, a note, a permission slip, something from the photographer that says you can use these pictures for your business card and your personal marketing, website, things like that, and that is it. Okay, it's not a copyright, it's a license. a license to use the pictures for your personal use. Okay? Any questions on this? If any of you at home have questions on this, again, send me an email, Santa@realsantas, or Santa@nationalsanta.com. Santa@nationalsanta.com, okay? Remember, you cannot sell your likeness to anyone else without the photographer's permission. And as I mentioned earlier, remember you go to, in the contract, if people at parties take pictures of you, people at the party can't take those pictures and use them for advertising or marketing either without your permission. Now, your host at a party could maybe take a picture of a party with all the employees and you together and put it on their website to say Santa was at our company party. That's kind of like news, but they can't use it and say that you're endorsing the product, okay, or do any type of marketing. Okay. Yesterday, I talked about being careful with the media, and we want to make sure that the media is not taking advantage of Santa. And sometimes reporters come up and they want to interview Santa, and it's not really about you. It's about some crazy news story, and they just want to get a Santa angle on it or something like that. You don't want to be part of that story. But you can take advantage of the media that's out there. Local newspapers, local radio, even local TV, local cable TV also. You can sometimes get somebody to do a story about you and your work. Wouldn't it be neat as if, you know, come along in October and all of a sudden your local cable news channel or your local news in town does a story about you getting ready for the Christmas season, you know? Or maybe you just retired from another job, you know? Or maybe you just bought a new truck and had it wrapped. You've probably seen this car running around town. Well, guess who's driving it, you know? Kind of a fun story. You can create all kinds of angles to get stories. But first thing, know your local media. Whoever you contact, whoever you approach to do a news story, make sure that they do the fun news stories, the human interest news stories, the family news stories. You don't want the guy that handles the police beat to be doing a news story about you, because he may want to check you out. He may want to check out a whole bunch of Santas. Maybe he gets a different perspective. Because again, his job is looking for the darker side of life. You want someone that covers a story about rescuing cats and trees and things like that. So you want that type of thing. Or maybe you want to get someone in the business news who talks about entrepreneurs, the new businesses, the small businesses, you know, because again, that's an angle for a news story. So know your local media. What do they write about? What do they report about? Okay? And you've got to have something to tell them. Now, maybe it's just the fact that you have made this, starting to make this career change, you know? You know, for years I've been doing this because we all had a previous life, some type of work that we did. Now we're making this transition. You know, you were a teacher, you know, you were a counselor, you were a truck driver, you did something else, and now all of a sudden you're Santa Claus. And you're making this transition. So again, that could create an angle on the story. You know, maybe you just wrote a book. Maybe you came up with something, you created a new game. You know, there's angles that you can come up with. So just come up with something, put it in your story, okay? I have on the website for you to download a sample media release. And it's very easy. It basically is an announcement that you went to this school. That could be the news story. I've actually had Santas send out this news release in the middle of the summer that they went to this school. The reporter got it. The reporter called them and talked to them and says, you know, right now this isn't the time for the story, but I'd like to do a story about you this fall when we get closer to Christmas. And bingo, they said, well, it'd be nice if we could do something like, you know, early, you know, like right at the beginning of November, something like that. So if somebody does see this story, they might give me a call. You know, that type of thing. And guess what? That reporter called them in October. They did the story. It showed up the first week in November. Gave them almost 60 days of time after that story broke for people to call that Santa and book him. And he got a couple jobs from it, too. So it was good. But the sample media release, by the way, it also mentions that I'm the instructor, and I've been teaching for many years and all that good stuff. So, but you can edit it any way you like. Okay, you can chop it up, you take what you want, add to it. But again, the idea is to come up with a little news release with the who, what, where, why, and how, that the reporter can take and then develop it more. And you need a hook of some sort. And that hook could be that you're new as Santa, you know, you're one of the youngest Santas on the East Coast, you know, youngest professional Santas on the East Coast, things like that, you know, different things. But you also have to remember, now this is another thing, Angel, when you do something like this, they're going to want to meet you, and they're going to want to meet the real Santa. So all of a sudden, you got to be ready to be full makeup, everything, for the interview, okay? Because they're not going to want to see, you know, a young guy with a black beard and all that. Can you put your theatrical over that? No, okay, Chris up in New England has a little bit of a beard and a mustache. He has a theater and everything else, and he puts his stuff on over his beard and his mustache. Yes, okay, Parada. So again, you can sometimes, but I don't think his beard is much thinner than yours. It's just a little, like a half-inch of beard all the way around. It's just you know, like he hasn't shaved in 2 weeks. You know, that type of thing. So it is that way. But again, you want to be able to do these news stories. So you also have to be ready for an interview, okay? And again, I'm lucky. I can do the interviews and not worry about anything, because drop a nickel and I keep talking. Okay. The press release is on the website on the support materials and documents. Just look for media release, okay? Any questions on that? Has anybody here had a news story about their work at Santa or Mrs. Claus? So you're all candidates for getting some publicity. Oh, that's kind of neat, you know? And I can see each of you may have different little things you want to talk about. I mean, you know, transitioning from a background where you were a counselor and doing other things like that could be an angle of how things have changed. What was your previous employment? Electrical engineering. Have you retired yet? Yes. Okay, so you retired, you're transitioning, you know, new career, new life. How many of you are retired and going into a new life? See, so you've got that going, you know? So there's always different little angles on it, you know? My wife keeps wondering why I haven't done it where I'm at now, because we've been in South Carolina 5 years. But I do so many other things. I let all the other Santas in South Carolina get all the other jobs. I don't really go looking for them, because all the leads come in, and everybody wants the Santas in November and December, and I'm not there. So I kind of give up on it, you know. And so I don't really do a news release or anything about myself. But if I were, I probably would. And maybe I need to do the news release for New York. You know, tell them I'm in New York City for the month. Okay, moving on. Give me a ho. Ho. Give me a ho ho. Ho, ho. Give me a ho ho ho. Ho, ho, ho. What does it mean? Merry Christmas. Yes, okay. So now we've got some marketing cards. How many of you have business cards already? Okay. Now, by the way, I did pass out business cards, so you all have a copy of my card. Before I go on to the next section, I do want to mention I have trading cards. Now, I have used the famous candy canes for the children, but I think the second or third year I started using this, somebody in my insurance company told me that these are dangerous, kids choke on them, don't give them away. So I stopped, okay? And so what I'm going to do, and then I went to some stickers, okay? Now, my stickers were not like this. They were stickers that were little Santa faces, you know, just cute little things I got from Oriental Trading, you know, just off of a roll and, you know, put the stickers on the kids. It wasn't really a marketing tool. And I did have my business cards, but giving the business cards to children is a mistake if it's got your phone number on it. Because there's nothing worse than 8 o'clock at night getting that, hello, Santa? Yeah. Yeah. Can I speak to Santa? Yeah. And you hear the big brother in the background. Tell Santa we've been good. Tell him we want the PlayStation 3. You know, the big brother is egging on the little one to talk to Santa. I've also had people have told me, he says, yeah, thank you for the card. I gave it to my kids, and when I was busy doing the dishes, I told them to give you a call. Yeah, get out of my hair. Go call Santa. So that's a business card good. But one of the things I had done, I was working the Hollywood Parade, and I was I went to the Hollywood High, which is right near the parade route, and that was where the Tactical Operations Center for the parade is. LAPD sets up the big mobile trailers and stuff like that. We've got the LAPD, the county sheriffs, the highway patrol, fire department. They're all there for this big parade because we have about 1 million people along the boulevards in those days. And so I was out there and visiting all of the guys in the LAPD just to say hi to them and thank them for being there, and all the sheriffs and the highway patrol taking pictures. And I met some of the PD that were canine, and they had trading cards. And I thought, what a great idea. So that year I decided to make trading cards for kids. Now my first trading cards I made, on the back of the cards, I decided to put the Character Counts Pledge, which is a pledge that says, I promise to be a kid of character, I will be worthy of trust, I will be respectful and responsible doing what I must. I will always act with fairness, I will show that I care, I will be a good citizen, and always do my share. So it's a pledge for the kids, and the kids sign it and everything like that. And I did that for a while and everything. But then as the QR codes came along and things like that, I made some changes. So now my cards have the QR code on the back. So I basically have, again, like I passed out to all of you, one of my Marine Corps Toys for Tots card, and on the back is that QR code. But I can give these cards out to everybody. And I have, last year I did 6,000 of these, just the Toys for Tots cards. Because in New York, I'll give away 10, 15,000 cards in December, all the work I do. Now, I give out Toys for Tots cards. I work at the Marriott Marquis in Times Square. So when I'm in the hotel, the cards that I have in the hotel are the Marriott Marquis cards. And it's myself with the Rockettes. So I have these cards, and fortunately I've run out of these. For some reason, more people want this card for some reason. Anyway, but it has a QR on the back of it. And the QR actually is also attached to the hotel, to Toys for Tots, so you can make a donation, or you get me. So I have that for that. And then I also have, I have done the Mariah Carey concerts, so I have a Mariah Carey card, and I have a headshot. And then for some of the ladies that, yeah, I've had these Mariah Carey pictures and the Rockette pictures, and all the guys are going, yeah, give me one, I'll take one of those. And the ladies are kind of upset, and so what are you doing for the ladies? And finally, my wife said one day, well, you know, you do have a picture that the ladies might like. And so I have one of a picture of me with the Chippendales. And I was very fortunate to do the Ricky Lake show a few years back. And they were going to have elves help Santa distribute toys to all the ladies in the audience. They're not toys, but cosmetics and other ladies type gifts and stuff. But they found out that if they hired a group of little people, actors, to dress as elves and hand out stuff, they're very tiny, so they can only carry 1 or 2 presents each. But one of their staff members said, you know, if we hire a Chippendale, he can carry a great big basket of gifts into the ladies. And it's the same price as a little person. So immediately, Ricky Lake's staff said, yes, we're going to go with Chippendales. So they brought 4 Chippendales, and I shared a dressing room with them. So I got a picture with the guys. They're beautiful guys, you know. They got nice 6-packs, right? I stood there with my keg, my red suit and everything. But it was really neat to be with them. So I have that picture to give out. But again, I have different trading cards, and it makes fun for people. No phone number on them, but they can go to my website and call me. 90% of the cards I give out are given to people who I probably will never see again. I'm on airlines and fly around the country and stuff like that. Once in a while, I get somebody that, you know, might develop some business out of it or some sort of relation out of it. But like I said, flight attendants and airline crews and hotel employees and people I meet in the hotels at Christmas time that are visiting New York City, things like that, they're never going to hire me. Right here now, when I'm visiting here in Florida, you know, if we were to go to a restaurant or something like that, I can give out my cards, but the thing is they're not going to hire me to come and be their Santa. This is where you guys need to get your cards out, because your phone numbers and because they're going to hire you. They're not going to hire me. So most of my cards that I give out nowadays are really just, you know, kind of my ego, I guess you might say. It's just to let people know what I do and where I go. Yes? Well, if you did a picture with your local police department, you probably want a QR code on the back with your link and a link to the PD. You know, now if that police department had a youth group, or like a PALS group, Police Activity League, or something, you might want to add that link in there too. There are different things you can do. Or maybe if it's the city, a small community, small city, maybe a city link. There's different things you can put in there other than you've got it. I have some pictures with the New York pipe and drums, with the NYPD pipe and drums. So I have pictures with all the guys, and I wish I'd known I was going to do the picture because I have my own kilt. I could have had my Santa kilt that day, But anyway, the thing is I got a picture with all of the guys like that. I have a fantastic picture, which I was thinking of doing a card this year. I am standing on the hood of a Hummer, okay? And I'll tell you, and here, this was 2 years ago. I'm 76 then. And I just basically climbed up on the Hummer, and the Marines were kind of going, wow, okay. I have all the Marines lined up in front of me in dress blues. We're on Fifth Avenue. Somebody went out in the traffic island and took a picture back in front of Five Below, because we were doing an event at Five Below. But I'm sitting there on top, in my big robe up on top like this, and the Marines are all lined up below, and I'm on a Hummer. So it's kind of a neat thing. Then I was at Darlington Raceway and did another one like that, where I'm standing on top of not a howitzer, but one of the big Marine 3-ton vehicles or something like that. So it's kind of fun things to do like that. But I have so many pictures like that, I don't know which ones to do for trading cards, So I kind of stick to the race car one, because that's a big marketing thing for Toys for Tots, is tying in with Nice Car and all the things we're doing. But I also have another one with the Blue Angels, too. And that's a really, really nice one I always love, because that was on a Hurricane Sandy and Hurricane Matthew and Katrina. We've done airlifts of toys. We also did airlifts down to Puerto Rico, because, again, Toys for Tots has expanded. It's no longer just the Christmas toys. We have programs after national disasters where we can get toys and games and books to the children who've been affected by these big disasters. Because when a flood or a hurricane comes through, they lose everything they owned. All their toys are gone. All the toys back to when they were babies, everything is gone. They need to be resupplied, restocked. And the parents are busy worrying about FEMA and getting a roof over their head, getting rebuilt or getting relocated, and the children need something to keep their minds occupied. So we want to get games and books and things like that in their hand to keep them active. So we started doing that. When COVID hit, same situation, not disaster, but children were stuck at home, and a lot of them didn't have computers. They didn't have internet, so they couldn't go online for school. What do you do? How do you keep them from bouncing off the walls? We got them games. We got them books. Again, working with Good 360 and some other organizations and a whole bunch of churches, we got books and games to millions of kids out there. We have a program with foster children now, where we get games and books and toys to children who are pulled out of homes. When they get pulled out of a home, all their personal belongings are thrown in a trash bag, and they're put in the back of a patrol car, or a social service worker puts them in a car and takes them to a halfway house or a foster home. Okay, isn't it nice if they get a little backpack or something, and in there's some toys and some gifts? So we work on stuff like that. And then we've got a program with our Native American Indians, helping them out on stuff. I mean, it's more year-round with Toys for Tots than ever before. General Laster, James Laster, is our CEO, and he's the one that's really pushed to expand things with the foster care programs in the Native American Indians and things like that. His predecessor, General Pete Osmond, helped put together some of the literacy programs and the books and the things like that. So again, it's branched out our program. By the way, Toys for Tots also is, we have a large cadre of general public that are volunteers to run our campaigns. We don't have Marines in every campaign. Some campaigns are run by Marine Corps League and other volunteers in the community. But we still have I think about 800 campaigns around the country, and like I said earlier, 11 million children last year. So that's a remarkable thing. Anyway, that was my commercial. I'm done with that part, done with the marketing cards. If you have questions about this stuff, again, like I said, anybody, send me an email, santa@nationalsanta.com, okay? So we got that part taken care of. Did we do this? Okay, good. We got that part out of the way. So we did talked the marketing stuff. But now that you got the business cards and the tools and stuff, you got to circulate stuff. So how do you find work? Where do you go? What opportunities are out there? What businesses? How do you reach the families that want to have you come to their home and things like that? So how do you find work? Okay. Number one, we always like to say, start by knowing what you have, okay? And then once you know that, then you start looking for maybe volunteer and charity work. A lot of Santas, this is where they began. They had their arm twisted to go to a daycare center and visit some children or something like that, or do some sort of charity work. You know, they weren't planning on being Santa all the time, but they went in, and those children are so magical. The children, they create in their mind the fantasy they create, and that you become the real Santa. It doesn't matter if you're worried about this is an old ratty suit, or I'm not totally white like, you know, the guy in the commercials and stuff like that. But guess what? You walk into that room and the children see you, it disappears. They create the magic. You are Santa, and they believe everything that you tell them. Okay, you're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. And when you get done, you want to do it again. It's euphoric. You get a high, and it doesn't cost you anything. It's very addictive, but it doesn't cost you anything. It's not damaging, you know. So, best drug there is, you know, euphoria. Okay. Anyway, beyond that, then you've got malls and shopping centers. What surprises a lot of people is malls and shopping centers are only about maybe 10% of the business that we have as Santas. Everybody thinks all the Santas are in malls and shopping centers. No, they're not. The majority are the ones that do the private parties and the home visits. Okay? So the majority work for themselves, doing private parties, special events, and home visits. Okay? That's the big thing. Special events, too. Tree lightings, parades, ribbon cuttings. And then, of course, some of the Santas working for themselves also work through booking services or booking agencies. You might have an agent in your local community that's a party planner, event planner, that supplies other costume characters for birthday parties and stuff, and they'll help you find work as a real bearded Santa. Or you go with Gig Salad or one of those companies to try to get stuff. We have Santas out there that also do internet videos. It started when they had the Skype calls. Then, of course, we had the Zoom calls. God, Zoom came along at the right time, didn't they? Zoom came along, and all of a sudden we had COVID. And Zoom went through the roof because it was the only way a lot of people could communicate and talk. But internet videos became one of the things that some of the Santas started doing. Plus, now we have FaceTime. You can do it just simply on a phone. You don't need a Zoom. You can do a FaceTime call, you know. So you can do all kinds of little things out there. Okay, and then some Santas get into modeling and commercials. Now, I don't know how many of you have thought about modeling or commercials, but anyone here? Anyone done any print work? Anybody do a commercial or film? Okay, we'll talk a little bit about that because there are sometimes opportunities. How many of you have a cable TV in the area, and you've seen a commercial about a local car dealership, a local tire dealership, a local patio company, or something like that? I mean, I'm talking a local company, and their commercial is right there in the middle of Fox News or MSNBC or CNN or whatever, right? Somebody produces those commercials. Now, if you could get a hold of that person and let them know that you're a Santa, and you might be available if they want to do a Christmas commercial, you might find some work. So you contact your local cable company, find out who does their commercials. Because every local cable company has somebody on a sales team whose job is to sell local commercials. That person's probably a salesman, director, and producer. Does everything, okay? But if he knows, if he's got your business card in his Rolodex, and he's trying to talk people into buying time on the cable, buy 15 commercials during the daytime news or the evening news or whatever, and the guy doesn't want to buy the commercials. He says, what if we got Santa to come in and tell people how that right now during November and December they can get a discount on having a patio put on their house, and Santa and the elves will come help deliver it. Kind of a joke, right? But the thing is maybe he talks the guy into doing the commercial and having Santa in the commercial, and Santa gets paid. Same thing, yes, Okay. Yes, and you were an electrician, you said? So you worked on roofs? A little, yeah. But again, hey, I'm an expert on roofs. By the way, I did a commercial in Mexico, and it was for Dannon Water, and they had all these beautiful homes with tile roofs and everything, and it was a sweeping area outside Mexico City. But they had all these houses in this big housing tract, and it was like rolling hills and these beautiful houses. So part of the scene was I have to walk across the roof and then jump down the chimney. So what they did is they built basically a 20 by 40 rooftop with a chimney, all the tiles, and I had to walk across it. They forgot the fact that I'm 200 pounds, and they didn't have the tiles really supported well. So it was basically crunch, crunch, crunch. So, we actually basically figured, okay, we can shoot it. The cracks aren't showing, so just go ahead and walk. We'll shoot the footage as you walk across the roof, and then we'll just edit out the crunch sounds. And then I had to jump down the chimney. And at that time, I was pretty limber, so I could actually kind of hike myself up and jump down the chimney. But I had to pretend that I got stuck. But they built this whole rooftop in between two houses, but where they had it located, it looked like it was part of the housing tract because of all the other houses going down and everything. So it's kind of a fun thing to do on top of a roof. Okay, but anyway, you can get different commercial jobs and things like that. So again, contact your local cable company, check and see what they've got. You can also, for modeling, you can contact your state film commission, find out if there's a casting agency that has central casting, where you could be listed, your photo and your likeness. So if somebody was looking to hire people with beards, or people, your different looks and things like that, they would do that. And again, sometimes you get hired to be an extra, a background person. In Virginia and Delaware and the Washington, D.C. area, when Spielberg was doing Lincoln, he did that movie on Lincoln, okay, they hired about 20 Santas to be congressmen, because in the 1860s, everybody had beards. And some of the Santas came in, they looked like me, and they said, you need to be, but your beard's too long. So they would just take a rubber band, and all of a sudden the Santa had a short beard, and they give him an 1860s type wardrobe to wear, and he'd be the congressman or a senator or whoever from whatever state, So they had all these guys as extras in the background when they did the different scenes and stuff like that. It was cheaper to hire guys that already had beards than to hire actors and put beards on them, where you have to hire hair specialists and stuff like that. Hire Ron Wolak to come in and put beards on everybody, which they've done sometimes. Anyway, volunteer and charity work. Let's talk about that. Volunteer nonprofit work. It's very similar to working for yourself, okay? Local community events is where you can get most of your work in doing volunteer things like that. Okay, schools, sometimes schools will have Santa. Okay, most of the schools that have Santa, though, are private schools. Private schools, daycare centers, parochial schools. Very few public institutions have Santa Claus. They play down Christmas a little bit. Not to say they're woke, but the thing is, sometimes they just don't want to have too much push to have Santa Claus there. But parochial, daycare centers and things like that, they love having Santa. And even some regular schools, sometimes the kindergarten, they'll do it for the little kids or something like that. And schools sometimes have PTA or PTO money. So in other words, they have money to pay for entertainment or to pay Santa or something like that. So even though it might be a nonprofit, you might be able to get a little bit of money or a stipend. Excuse me, my phone went off there. Okay, so you have those things. The schools, okay. How about churches? Sometimes churches want to have Santa there. Okay, again, sometimes churches have events where they may have a budget. Not always, but sometimes. I know out in California, there was a church that had a big art show. And for the art show and crafts fair and tree lighting they had at their church, which was in Malibu, they wanted to have Santa there for the whole day. So they hired a Santa to come in. Down in Texas, we had a church wanting to have Santa. They wanted, though, was kind of unique. How many of you have seen the praying Santa? The kneeling Santa, okay? They wanted Santa to arrive at their church for midnight mass on Christmas Eve. So about 11:45, Santa arrives. By then, everybody's in the church. The church is usually packed because, you know, Christmas Eve is a time when everybody wants to go to church, okay, for the special Christmas observance. And so what they did is about 11:45, the music changes a little, and here comes down the aisle is Santa Claus in the full red suit, okay? He's got a little bag over his shoulder. He comes all the way to the front. They have that little nativity up near the altar. He comes up to the kneelers. He takes his hat off. He kneels down. He does this sign of the cross. He says a few prayers. And then he gets up, and he reaches into his bag, and he pulls out a little blanket. And he walks around, and he goes up to the nativity and puts the blanket on the baby Jesus. And then he goes back and does the sign of the cross, exit stage left. Yeah. But the 500 or so children that were in that audience, plus all of their parents, they all saw Santa Claus paying respect to Jesus. Very, very moving. And they wanted to have this special, and they wanted to pay the Santa to do this. And they still do it to this day. I think the Santa, he's been doing it now for like 12 years. It's a very, very special thing. Very moving, too. Very, very moving. So again, sometimes churches do things like this, okay? By the way, that church, the church out in Malibu, it's called Our Lady of Malibu. It's a Catholic church. And it's the church where Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez and Cindy Crawford and all those people that live in Malibu, who probably all lost their homes, but that's where that church is located. Okay, hospitals. Hospitals often will have Santa come and visit the children in the children's ward. Some hospitals will also hire Santas to come in and do an employee event. So again, you want to contact them. I know some Catholic churches around the country. One of the things they have in their program for these Catholic churches is they hire Santas to come into the hospitals that they have and be Santa for the employee lunches and dinners. And what's unique about it is sometimes Santa has to be there 3 times that day. Or they break up his schedule where he comes in and he does noon to 2, takes a little break, and then he's back for the afternoon. The people, because those are the people that were early this morning, came in and they get lunch. Then he does a midday group, and then Santa comes back at 10 o'clock at night and does 10 to midnight with the night crew, all the nurses and doctors at night. But this one group of nuns, this is one of the things they do. They pay Santa to come to all the hospitals, the Catholic hospitals, and visit with all the employees. Oh, plus, by the way, it's always fun because there's always a few nuns around. And it's a real kick to be there as Santa Claus and have a nun sitting on your lap. Yeah, great thing. But again, it's wonderful to see people do things like this. And so again, you can do things at hospitals. They'll also have Santa, of course, visit children. A lot of the visits with children at the hospitals are generally donated time. They want you to come in and donate your time. But there's sometimes our hospitals will turn around and say, no, we want to schedule a busy schedule. We want Santa to visit all the kids. It's a lot of work. Okay, I started doing some visits for Loganfield Children's Hospital in New York. It's a wonderful children's hospital, part of NYU. And they basically decided they wanted to have Santa visit all the children in the hospital in every single suite on every floor in the hospital. It's a couple days to do it all. So again, but they set the whole thing up. They also have a closed circuit camera system, so we can actually do things on the closed circuit camera with the events coordinator instructor, because all the kids that are stuck in the hospital, some of them have to go to class, they have to go to school even though they're in the hospital. So we would do a broadcast to all of them and have fun with them. Teach them how to make snow. Making, in a bucket, with the fake crystals in the water, and they'd all get a little packet of crystals in the water. So sitting in their hospital bed with the little tray, they could make snowballs or make snow in their rooms and stuff like that. So we did lots of fun things with them and everything like that. So it was quite unique. And then of course, like you said, there was Ronald McDonald House. You do that? You've done Ronald McDonald? Okay, Ronald McDonald House is wonderful. Again, you're talking about families who are being helped while a loved one is usually in the hospital. Sometimes the patient may be at the Ronald McDonald House, but they're what they call outpatient treatment. Every day they're having treatments at the hospital, or they've had a surgery and they have to wait 3 days to see the doctor to do a follow-up, so they stay at the Ronald McDonald House until they go back for the follow-up. So again, you see all of these kids there, and it is a great thing to do with the Ronald McDonald House. But generally, a lot of the visits with the children and with the patients are generally donated time. By the way, Loganfield Children's Hospital, one of the neat things they did during COVID, we couldn't visit the kids. I was way out on Long Island sitting at the house and everything, and they said, we want you to visit the kids. We've got about 80 children we want you to visit. We're going to set it up to do it as a Zoom. And they basically had all of the kids fill out forms with background information, what they want for Christmas, and have they been good, and what's their favorite, book or things like that. And they basically then emailed me all of these worksheets, which I printed out at home. I set up a green screen with a fake toy shop look in the background on the green screen, and from my house, I did the rounds. They just carried the laptop from room to room with the children. But one of the neat things was, whatever the children was asking for as a gift, the hospital went out and bought those toys. So when we finished the interview with the child or their family, there's a little gift, and they had a bag for the child, and there would be one of the toys that they'd asked for. I mean, it was really just really moving, wonderful thing. The other thing they've done at Children's Hospital, and they've done it at about 10 hospitals around the U.S., they have me do visits with children with the green screen. We carry the green screen into the room. It's a pop-up, one of those big wire frames, and we put it behind the bed, and I sit there with the children and take a picture, and then they take that picture, it's sent out, and a group of graphic artists create magic. A little boy is standing next to me showing me his letter. The next picture, he and I are standing in the snow in front of the house at the North Pole. Okay? A little baby, I'm holding him in his arm. He's had some surgery and everything, and I'm just holding him there. And again, they do some magic, and now we're behind a frosted window, old-fashioned window. A baby with all the wires and tubes and monitors and feeding tubes too, not just oxygen. And I'm holding this baby, and in the picture, when it comes out, the graphic artists have removed all the medical equipment, taken the tubes away. So now this mother has a picture of her 2-month-old baby with no medical gear attached to the baby. Perfect picture. And we're just really neat things like that. So again, hospitals can do some neat stuff. Okay, moving on. Senior centers, special care and retirement centers. A lot of times your senior centers, your retirement homes, convalescent homes, have entertainment budgets. They have some members of their home that may be ambulatory or people that can get around. Maybe they play bridge, they go to the day room and they have lunch and stuff like that. And sometimes they even have vans where they take members out and go shopping and stuff like that. And then you get to the more advanced people that are stuck in wheelchairs. And then you get to the extreme situations where people are confined to hospital beds. But they'll have you come in and visit, and guess what? They have budgets. because they charge families money to take care of their loved ones. So part of that money goes into a budget to maybe hire a piano player to come in on Fridays and play live music for everybody in the lunchroom. Or they give a donation to the local high school choir, and the madrigals come in and do a little concert for all the members. They do things like that. And they'll have Santa come in. And Santa can make the rounds and visit with all the patients and things like that. Of course, there are also some of them like that that have no budget. They're low-income areas, and maybe they just want a Santa to volunteer. But it's very unique. By the way, on some of these special cares, visiting some of these Alzheimer's patients is really an emotional thing to go into a room. I think I mentioned yesterday about the fact I've gone into rooms. Santas have told me about going into rooms where you go in and all of a sudden they know you're Santa. They become cognizant of what's going on where they've been dormant for so long. It's really something. Did you have a hand up?
Last Christmas, I went into a local nursing home in Myrtle Beach, and some of them, I minister there every Sunday, or once a month. And but some of the old crotchety ones, when they saw Santa come in, they changed.
Boy, yeah, they straighten. So they straighten up, okay? He was talking about he visited some of these seniors, and sometimes they're a little crotchety, but when Santa came in the room, they straightened up and were all joyful. And one over here.
I managed units in a hospital that had Alzheimer's and dementia patients.
Uh-huh.
And there's two people that they would recognize, Jesus Christ and Santa Claus.
Wow. That's an amazing thing to know. It is, yeah. It is very, very special. And the really unique thing is when it happens, it affects everybody who's in the room. The nurses, the family that's with them, everybody. It's amazing to watch everybody crying. Because by the way, usually when you get to homes like this, most of the staff that takes care of these families become very close. Because they're with these patients every day, 365 days a year. I mean, it's just very, very, very special. And, It's a calling, yes, okay. One thing I missed here was military units, VA or rehab facilities. Most often, these are free visits. Should you get a request from somebody, again, maybe you get a call and someone says, hey, Susie and her mom, her dad is on deployment. He's over there and sitting outside Iran on one of those ships, and he's not going to be here for Christmas, and can we do something for her? Okay, we've had Santas volunteer to do things like that, but here's the key thing I want to let you know. Whenever somebody in the military asks about a visit for a child whose family is deployed, before you agree to do that party for them, ask them, is that father or mother part of a larger unit that's deployed? Are there more families in the area that have the same problem? What if I could volunteer one night and visit 20 families? And all of a sudden, in other words, why just spend it on one family when you could do 20 families or 30 families or whatever it is? It is very, very unique. I did an event in Virginia at Bolling Air Force Base. Okay, and at Bolling Air Force Base we had 200 families, and the one member of the family, mother or father, was deployed. Okay, and it was really unique. And they were brought in from all around, from Quantico and other military bases around Washington, D.C., because it was a combined forces. We had Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, everything in there. But wasn't it unique to be able to be Santa for all those kids? I was there for 3 hours. But again, it just so moving, so wonderful, And again, it was something that was set up. And of course, the nice thing was the Toys for Tots had all the toys for all the kids too. So we had a great time doing that. So I get to go to Washington in mid-November. Before I go to New York, I do Toys for Tots campaign work. Some of it's collecting, some of it is sorting different things that we do. And we do it right there, either at Bolling Air Force Base or Quantico. And then I also go to the Pentagon, and I visit different departments of the Pentagon and invite all the employees in the Pentagon to donate to the barrels the Marines have set all through the building. So we collect toys all over the Pentagon, too. So it's a great thing to do. Anyway, rehab facilities and VA hospitals are also fun to do. If you get a chance and you've got a VA hospital in your area, contact their community service office. Offer to maybe make a visit. Generally, they would like to have Santa visit a week or two before Christmas, because they try to get as many people out of the hospital before Christmas. Get them home with family, whatever. So the few people that are unfortunately stuck in the hospital are those that can't, either don't have families to take care of them, or they can't get them, or they can't leave the hospital because of their medical condition. But if they can get them home or get them somewhere else, they try to get them out. But a couple weeks before, it's wonderful to do it. Plus, all the nurses and doctors love seeing Santa too, so it's a fun thing. So if you could give a day of your time and go around a VA hospital, that's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to do. Okay. Again, this is volunteer nonprofit work. Let's talk about, by the way, a reminder, put a booking agreement out when you do that. By the way, these booking agreements, as someone said earlier, are good for the Heart Awards that you do with iBurbs or one of the groups where they give out awards or acknowledgments to the Santas who do volunteer work. Okay, nonprofits may pay you. As I said, convalescent homes have entertainment funds. Schools, PTAs, PTOs have social event funds. Churches may have fundraisers where they want you to be part of the fundraiser. So if money's to be made, talent gets paid, okay? Hospitals may have social event funds. Senior centers have social and entertainment funds. Sometimes Santa is paid as part of marketing and as a draw to get customers and audience in. So you know, different things that they do. By the way, sometimes they don't have a lot of money. So maybe you're willing to volunteer, but you ask for a stipend. You know, say, you know, I'd be glad to do it. I could come for a couple hours. Do you have any budget? You know, because I sometimes like it's nice if I can get a stipend to cover my gas, my mileage, and my dry cleaning. And sometimes they'll say, yeah, we've got a little budget. We can do something, you know. And maybe you're going to be there for a couple hours, and they can give you $75 or $100 to cover those extra costs that you had. It makes your life a little bit easier. We have some Santas that don't care about, you know, getting stipends or anything like that. They're financially comfortable. But some Santas, they're on a pretty fixed income, but having that little bit of money just to cover the free visits they're giving or the volunteer visit helps out a whole lot. Helps make it a lot easier, okay? Last item here, sometimes it may only be a stipend to cover the travel, dry cleaning, and insurance, okay? Malls and photo companies are the next area. I'm going through more water today than yesterday. It's amazing. And I'm usually one of those persons that I budget myself because I talk so much. That, by the way, when you talk, the hot air takes moisture out. So you get dehydrated. You have to watch out. Okay, malls and photo companies. Here's a neat thing to know. There are 49,219 malls and shopping and retail centers in the United States. That's all, 49,000. Of this, of course, there are different types and shapes and sizes. 41,000 of that 49,000 are the smaller convenience centers. Definitely centers that are too small to afford to have a Santa or any type of Santa operation. You know, probably don't even have a Christmas tree. Okay, they might have some Christmas decorations or lights, but the thing is more the convenience centers and things like that, okay? 8,200 are the larger malls and retail centers. So again, looking at the country, only 8,200 larger malls and retail centers in the United States, okay? But here's, it gets even smaller on some things. Of this, 8,200, 6,800 are what we call lifestyle community centers. These are centers that generally maybe have a TJ Maxx, a Kohl's, a Marshall's, maybe a restaurant or two, you know, some other little shops in there, maybe a movie complex sometimes. But again, never big enough to really generate the traffic that would support a photo operation for Santa. They might have Santa come for a tree lighting, one-day visit. I know in Washington, D.C., we have Federal Realty owns a bunch of little centers, and they have events usually the weekend before Thanksgiving or the weekend after Thanksgiving, where Santa will arrive in a carriage or in a convertible or something like that, and they have a one day where Santa sits in a chair and poses for pictures just to kick off the Christmas season. There's no Santa the full time because there's just not the revenue to sustain a Santa operation for marketing and advertising. So we subtract the two, and you can see we're getting down to smaller numbers, okay? By the way, there's only 170 factory outlet malls listed in America. Tanger owns about half of them, okay? The National Marketing, Mall Marketing Association says that there are 992 malls and shopping centers, or malls in America, larger city malls. That's where the Santas, 992 that are big enough to have a photo operation, to have a Santa working on the set. So that means, maybe 1,100 at the most. But see, that's how many Santas might be working there. And we know that there's probably 8,000 to 10,000 Santas around the country. I've got over 6,000 graduates from my school. Of that, if I trim down the people who have been here twice or been on a cruise and in school and stuff like that, it cuts down further and further. So I've got about actually 4,000 distinct separate emails of people that have been to my school. And you've got Lone Star Santas with a couple hundred, and North Star Santas and Longleaf Pine Santas and all these other groups. You start adding the numbers up, and so there is a large number of Santas. But again, only 992 malls. So maybe, at the most, 1,400 Santas working for the malls and shopping centers. That's all there is. 30 of those are mega or metropolitan malls. By example, Mall of America up in Minneapolis, they have 3 different Santa sets. One is inside Nickelodeon Land, okay, that they have there, and that is actually a Cherry Hill photo operation, okay. One of them is the antique photo shop, where they take antique period piece photos. They have a Santa on set that they do in that store at Christmas. And then there's one more Santa, and that Santa is Santa Sid Fletcher. And Sid Fletcher was their Santa with Cherry Hill, or one of the other photo companies before Cherry Hill, in the mall almost 30 years ago. Okay, he started there 30 years ago. For over 20 years, he was the Santa in that mall. He would do the morning news on Black Friday to announce his arrival in the mall and things like that. Did all kinds of, he was on the billboards. He was the same Santa all the time. He also owned the photo operation, okay? So he had the mailing list of all the people who had been to see him over 20-some years. The mall changed ownership. The new mall management decided to hire Cherry Hill, okay? Nothing against Cherry Hill, just business. The mall management company had about 30 other malls around the country, and they all were Cherry Hill. They were just going to have Cherry Hill take over the operation there in the mall. So they said, thank you very much, Sid. Bye-bye. Sid sent emails out to everybody and said, I'm not going to be at Mall of America anymore. Well, some of those people that had visited him were from the TV stations. And all of a sudden, the TV station says, Santa got fired. And bad PR for the people at Cherry Hill, for Diane Plover, who was the lady at that time that handled a lot of the Santas and everything. It was one of those PR things that you don't want to handle it, but you got to, And Cherry Hill did nothing wrong. They just changed the photo operation and brought in their own Santa, because they were going to run, because they owned the cameras and equipment, and they were going to do their own photo thing. But Sid had his own. So Sid, what the mall did is they turned around and gave Sid his own storefront and let him run his own. He did it 1 year free, and then after that he rented it for years. But he had his own photo operation. But Sid does what they call the natural Santa. He has the overalls. He has the big shirts and stuff. He puts the jacket on when he needs to. And he still crawls around on the floor with the babies, does all kinds of pictures and stuff like that. But again, 3 different Santas there. South Coast Plaza, as I mentioned earlier, 12 Santas working at South Coast Plaza. If you go to Los Angeles, to the Grove, they have 2 Santas. The Americana has 2 Santas. And now they do a different type of operation. Their Santa works 3 hours on, 3 hours off, 4 hours on, 4 hours off. They rotate their Santas. And when the Santa is not working on the set, they have a condo up above. They have condos up above the shopping center. They have a condo up there where the Santa gets to sit in a lazy boy and watch TV in between his shifts. So if you do the three hours in the morning, you get in a 3-hour break, you go sit and relax, have lunch, and then you come back and do a 4-hour shift, and you're done for the day. The second Santa, he shows up at the end of the 3-hour shift in the morning, does 3 hours. He goes and takes a 4-hour break and comes back and does 4 hours at the end of the night. So they do that type of thing with their Santas there. And they have a couple other Santas who can fill in. They also have a Mrs. Claus at that mall, that shopping center, who does American Sign. And they advertise, and they actually have 4 different shopping centers. So on Monday, she's doing American Sign at one center. On Tuesday, she's doing American Sign at the other center. And Wednesday, she's doing another center. And Thursday, she does another center. So they advertise this at their 4 different centers. And it's just in the evening from 6 to 9, she's there to do American Sign. But that's their way of marketing to the deaf community, you know? And also because it's hard to find a Santa who's really fluent at American Sign. There are a few guys out there that are really good, but again, when you want to do it at 4 shopping centers all in the same area of Los Angeles at the same time, it's hard to find 4 in that market instantly or immediately. Okay, any questions about malls and shopping centers? How do you find a job at a mall and a shopping center, okay? Well, number one, malls and shopping centers originally were for, they weren't looking, Santa was originally not for marketing. Santa was originally for marketing and not for photos. In 1880, James Edgar in Boston dressed up as Santa and put out a note that Santa was going to be at his department store. He was the Santa. And the crowd started coming in to see him. They said they actually took trains from Rhode Island and came up to Brockton, Massachusetts to see Santa. And that was 1890. What happened in 1891 and 1892? Different department stores around the East Coast all had Santas. Macy's had a Santa, you know, Gimbel's had Santas. Other department stores decided to add Santa, just like he had done. So the customers would come in. Because when you've got Santa in the store, and the family comes in and brings their children to visit with Santa, what are the parents going to do? They're going to buy, they're going to shop. And so that's what Santa was. He was a marketing tool. By the way, if we go back 400 years to a medieval period when they had market outside the castle, they would set up market. You know the old story, to market, to buy a fat pig? Well, guess what? Market was when everybody in the region came together to barter their surplus crops, surplus animals. Maybe you are a craftsman, you made things during the summer months and now you want to sell these items, but you're trying to get together all your stuff, bartering and trading to get ready to go through the winter. Well, that was always started on November 1. Now, St. Nicholas' feast day was December 6, only a month away. So maybe sometimes the actors and the musicians and the people that entertained at market, you know, they would do that and they put their hat out to get a couple shekels or coins or something like that. They started adding St. Nicholas' arrival to make the markets more fun. So when kids would come, they wouldn't just see a juggler or a mime or something like that. St. Nicholas was here. And people had already started about the fact that St. Nicholas was giving gifts on December 6th, and St. Nicholas knew who was naughty or nice and things like that. So it became part of the fun of market, okay? Again, St. Nicholas was a marketing tool to get the parents to bring their kids to market, because when they came to market, what would they do? They'd go shopping just like they did in 1890. So what we're doing nowadays is really no different than what we did hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So anyway, James Brockton did this. Photography was added in the 1930s to add to the fun of getting a visit with Santa. This photography, though, was different than what we know today. This is where they would take your picture, and maybe a week later you would come back and look at a sample of the picture, pick out the best one you liked, and then come back another week later and pick up the finished picture in a folder, you know, all touched up and looking beautiful. Okay, well, what did that do? That meant you had to visit the store 3 times to get the picture, check the proof, and then pick up your finished product. So they were getting people to come back 3 times. And the photographer made a little money too. Okay, probably not a profit center yet for the mall or the department store, but it was something they added. Okay, now we move forward to the 1950s. After World War II, they had during the war they had developed these cameras to take pictures of every GI and sailor and anybody in the military that joined or went in the service. Their picture was taken to go in their file. Okay, pictures were taken at graduation from basic training and other trainings they would have. So lots of pictures were taken. They were big box cameras. Each camera had a roll of film that could take 200 photos. Okay, so they took those cameras after the war, repurposed them, and put them into department stores. So now that camera is sitting there. A family could sit down on a set with Santa, and they could have a picture taken. And 200 families could come in on one roll of film and get their pictures taken. Okay? So that's how they did the pictures in that period. And it became a profit center. The malls and the shop and the department stores found out that they could make a profit. They could make enough money off all of the pictures they were taking to pay for the camera, to pay for all the pictures, to pay for the Santa Claus, to pay for the manufacturing and building of the set. All of those things were all covered by setting up a photo operation. So it became a pay-for-itself type of addition to marketing and bringing customers into the department store or the mall. So they had that going on in the 50s. In the 80s and 90s, they moved to real bearded Santas because now we have malls and shopping centers. Santa was being moved out of a little house or a little cubbyhole in the department store. He was being moved out to an open area in the food court or near the food court where the people could see him all day long. Children could be standing in line for 45 minutes and see Santa. Before, when a child saw Santa inside the house at the department store, he would visit Santa for 1 or 2 minutes, get a picture taken, and be gone. Not much time to really investigate Santa. Now that he's sitting out in the mall and you're standing in line for 20 minutes watching him, if he's got a fake beard, you can see a little gap on the edge of his beard, or maybe he doesn't have real boots, he's wearing tennis shoes with some sort of plastic covers over him, all of a sudden the magic disappears. And the photo companies realized they had to have the most realistic looking thing for these kids because they were there too long to see Santa. Then they didn't want to break the magic. So they started hiring real bearded Santas and making sure that they had real boots and real belts. Everything had to be realistic looking. Okay? And guess what they found the most real bearded Santas? In the South. In fact, the largest group is coming from Georgia. But the real bearded Santas from the South also had great personalities. They were easygoing. They didn't stress out on the set. If you got a real bearded Santa from New England, he was probably pretty tight, pretty wound up, you know. So they loved the South, the Santas. But anyway, they started adding real bearded Santas in the 80s and 90s. In 2000 to the present day, there are enhanced experiences. There's been tie-ins with movie promotions and marketing. You had Polar Express, you had the Lion, the Witch, and the Cabinet, and all kinds of things like that. But again, tie-ins. There were even malls trying to do tie-ins with Frozen, even though they weren't working with Disney. That was where some of them got a problem. They changed their entire set to be Frozen and got rid of their Christmas trees. And some people thought they were getting rid of Christmas. Okay? So, it was, you know, it was a little woke type thing. So the malls had to bring the trees back and put them around the Frozen sets and stuff. But again, they come up with different promotions all the time. They're always trying to be creativity, okay? Anybody here know what the one other thing they've done to the Santa set that is kind of unique? some of them decided they needed to add Mrs. Claus. In other words, the mall down the road has Santa, but we've got the real Santa because Mrs. Claus is with him. And it wasn't just Mrs. Claus as a photo manager or a helper. She was on the set with him in the photos. They do that in a few markets around the country. I know in Las Vegas they do it. I know down in Texas and a couple other areas. One of the first couples that I knew did it were the Feltons. Bonnie Felton and her husband Dan did it together. They did Vegas, they did Texas, they've done things up in Chicago area and stuff like that. The wonderful thing is Dan is a wonderful, warm, loving Santa. What makes the package go together, Bonnie is a ventriloquist and puppeteer. So she has all of the other reindeer, the little dog. She's got a little girl puppet, and she does ventriloquism. So that makes their visit with Santa and Mrs. Claus a whole different experience for the children and the families. But again, sometimes you have a special gimmick. We had some Santas that were singers, played the guitar, played the piano, and they actually worked with the mall where they brought a piano in. So Santa could actually, every time he came back from lunch or a break, would do a little song before he sat in the chair. It was, kind of a fun thing to do, Bob Girardi, out in California at the Glendale Galleria. Bob did karaoke type singing. He was actually a gospel singer and sang with a gospel quartet and stuff like that, but he could do all kinds of karaoke singing. He had his own karaoke box, and every time he arrived in the morning or came back from a break or came back from lunch, he would do a song. So very popular with all the people and all the things that he did. Okay. This is James Edgar, Boston Stores in Brockton, Massachusetts. We don't have a picture of him as Santa, but he would dress as different characters during the year. So he would do a Mardi Gras, or he would do a cricket player, or he'd dress up as George Washington. Different things for different promotions for his department store. And if you do see a picture of him as Santa Claus, somebody's taken his face and photoshopped it and put a Santa hat on it, because they do not have a photo of him as Santa. Here's Edmund Gwynn in 1930s, 1940s. Again, at that time, they really didn't have photos at Macy's, but they had a basic chair and they had a visit and everything. By the way, to let you see his suit. His suit was made like a business suit. It actually had the nice cut in the shoulder, the shaper, the length and everything, and then they added the fur to the end of the suit. In other words, it is a regular suit. I actually have some pictures where I got to, Debbie Reynolds had one of them. And she had an auction, and I got to go to the auction and stand next to the suit and get a picture taken when she was auctioning it off and everything. But again, it was a nice suit and everything. Okay. And this is a picture of yours truly, 1972. I'm holding my brother. But again, this is done with that bulk camera. That bulk camera, by the way, that had the 200 pictures in it, it could only take one set picture. The camera is bolted down. We can't shoot anything beyond the edges. So if we want to put mom and dad in the picture, we could maybe sit somebody on the edge of this seat here a little. I would have to probably move over a bit. Have daddy stand behind over here, and then I could put two children on my lap. But not much you can do. Got to keep it all within that. That's where the chair is angled, by the way. The chair is angled to give us more of an opportunity to get more people into the picture. This is one of the mall pictures, and it shows you the big setup, Santa's chair. Again, you imagine this, Santa's sitting here, and the kids' playland is right here. So for hours, the kids could see Santa over here, and if he didn't look real and didn't have everything real going, some of those older kids probably could catch on that he might have on fake boots or something wrong. So again, that's why they needed to have the real stuff added to it. What does a mall position pay? Well, often the mall positions have season contracts, set fees, okay, with set hours. Sometimes they'll contract you with an hourly rate, but it is a locked contract for the whole season, and they're telling you you're going to pay you this much per hour, but you're going to be working 42 days and 10 or 12 hours a day. They'll tell you what it's going to be. Santa Day is usually hired as an employee, not as a contractor. Preferences are for Santas that are local because they don't have to pay for hotels or anything else for them, the transportation and such. But if they can't find a Santa, they'll bring a Santa in, get them a hotel, put them up, and take care of them. 20 years ago, they generally had all of their Santas come from different areas. So Santa from here in Florida would be working in California, the guy in California would be working in New York, the guy in New York would be working in Georgia, the guy in Georgia would be working in Minnesota, and the guy in Minnesota would be working in Texas, the guy in Texas would be working here in Florida. Because they wanted Santas working in a community where they didn't have any honeydew. They don't have anybody to go home to. They're company men. You're just going to work your 12 hours as Santa, go back to the hotel and sleep, show up again tomorrow. That was it. But over the years, they've changed on that a little bit. Local Santas are very popular, okay? Particularly if there's a team, a couple Santas. Again, local Santas work really good on that. But Santas still are booked out of state. And depending on the location, there may be 2 or more Santas working as a team, okay? If you're talking with a photo company, there is a chart on my website where you can figure out how much they're offering per hour. So if a Santa is being offered $5,000 salary for the season with 10 hours a day, and he started on November 16th, he'd be making $12.50 an hour. By the way, you change this and you change this, this line automatically changes, okay? This is a low ball figure, by the way. This is probably somebody in El Paso, or where the income level is very low, where the pictures packages are usually sold at $12.95 or something like that. It's, you know, it's not really a great thing. Sometimes I like to say this is the Walmart Santa. In other words, it's not a department store, it's not a mall or anything like that. But what if they bumped it to $8,000? Again, then that $12.50 becomes more like $19.51, okay? And if it goes to $10,000, the $19.51 becomes $24.39. So again, you can get different things. What if they change it to 12 hours, though? Then it drops down again. This is a working sheet. You can have this in front of you while you're on the phone negotiating. And if they give you a dollar figure and how many hours, you put those 2 in, it automatically tells you how much you get an hour. So you might say, well, $19 an hour, I really need to make $25 an hour, you know, or whatever. We have some Santas working for the photo companies now that are making upwards of $50 an hour, depending on where they're working. Again, it all depends on what city you're in and how much the packages are. You know, the guys working at the Grove and the Americana in LaVey, you know what the packages are? Packages start at $75, okay? And you have to make an appointment. Yeah, it's that type of photo operation. So it's very, very unique. Very, very unique. Okay. Going to take a break right now. It's 3:08. I would like to have all of you back here in probably about, it's not lunchtime, okay? I got the wrong slide in there. Anyway, we're going to take a break here and have you come back in about 10 minutes. So let's have everybody back here about, let's see, 3:20. 3:20. There you go. Good.
Savannah Claus calls in the big leagues.
One second. All my stuff is going automatic on me. I don't know why. Okay, go ahead. Discuss trade outs. Let me turn my mic off here. I'm going to go get some water. Let's walk. Test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone. Okay, back to the magic of the internet and everything that we're doing
Savannah
here.
Claus calls in the big leagues.
I've taught her a few of my secrets.
All right, guys, I've been preparing for literally months, and now it's time that Savannah Claus calls in an expert.
How are you?
Santa's here.
Yes.
What is the very first thing I need to know about being Santa?
Let me relax.
All right,
Listen
all
up
right,
a bit.
all right. What's the secret to the best Santa selfie?
One, two, three.
Yeah. I think one thing I've got to learn is, what do the kids want? What am I going to bring them on Christmas?
I think we need to look right behind you.
Is your workshop stocked with these? You have Ken with a man bun at the North Pole.
Yes. We have some elves with the man bun.
You're not telling me the rule. That's pretty good.
Do you think she's doing a good job?
Yay! 11 p.m. Christmas Eve. I'll see you there.
Okay.
I'm hopping on the sleigh.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Savannah.
Christmas. Thanks, Santa. All right, so this is just day one of our 12 Days of Christmas series, so stay tuned and Merry Christmas.
Ho, 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 ho.
Have you been naughty or nice? If you've been nice, swipe up to subscribe.
Those were little interstitials we did for the Today Show, working with the other Samantha that worked for them, and she does a lot of the early morning stuff on the Today Show, and she does a lot of the internet items they have, because all of the TV shows and TV stations now also all have internet feeds and internet channels and interviews and things like that. They've expanded their operations and things like that. So we had a lot of fun doing that. We actually did that right in front of the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. And about halfway through doing all of that, the uniforms came and said, "You have to leave." Now we're sitting at 30 Rock, right? And they just did the Today Show. But the thing is the permit for the filming with the Today Show ends at 9 o'clock. So we didn't have permission to film there. So we ended up quickly doing what we had, and we went around the corner and did a couple things on the public sidewalk with the tree in the background. So in other words, they couldn't chase us off the public sidewalk, but we had to get off the property at 30 Rock. So it's crazy, isn't it? Anyway, moving on. Give me a ho. Ho. Give me a ho ho. Ho, ho. Give me a ho ho ho. Ho, ho, ho. What's it mean? Merry Christmas. Okay, we got maybe an hour. We're going to try to run through the rest of the items we have here today and get you out of here. We're going to have graduation in a little bit. Some of these lucky people here, if they pass the exam, are going to get their diplomas. Yes, Okay. We were talking about the mall. How do you find a mall position? Okay, number one, contact your local mall. Easy to go in, knock on the door, find the marketing office, ask them if they need a Santa. They may not need a Santa. They may already have a Santa. The photo company's already taking care of it. But you never know when they say, "Oh, we're always looking for someone to be a replacement if the Santa gets sick. Could we have your card? Can we have your number?" Because that happens sometimes. We have a lot of Santas working out there. Remember, the average age is 63. The odds are that, somebody's going to get a tummy ache. I've had guys get food poisoning. We've also had Santas have to leave the job because of a family member having an illness, and the Santa had to go home to be the caregiver and take care of the home fort and all that stuff. And the photo companies actually have Santas on standby. Have suitcase will travel. And these are usually gentlemen who are nice Santas. They can't work the whole season, but they've got enough vacation days sitting on the side that if they got a call from Cherry Hill, they could work for 5 days somewhere while Cherry Hill found somebody else to come in to fill in, full-time type of thing. So have suitcase will travel is what there is. So you have that option too, of contacting Cherry Hill or one of the other photo companies and seeing if they need a Santa somewhere, or maybe even just a backup Santa. But again, you go into the local mall, and I hate to say this. Now, where do you work in the mall? What? You work right here, locally, okay? Do you have a hotel or you stay home? You stay at home, okay, so you're fine. But what if the Santa walks into a mall and he's talking to the mall management, and the Santa they have to bring in from California? All of a sudden, maybe they're seeing a Santa that looks just as good as the guy that's been working there, and they find out he lives local, and now we don't have to pay for a hotel. And that's, $3,000-4,000 or more, okay, that they're saving. So they may want to have a local guy. You never know. Sometimes they don't need anybody, but they will refer you to their photo company or to a sister mall or a sister shopping center, things like that. So you never know. Never get discouraged about going somewhere and being told they don't have a place for you. Get your card out there. You never know when somebody else is going to open the door for you to a nice job somewhere else, okay? Start by contacting your local mall. Also contact the major photo companies. And you have Cherry Hill and CP. Let me see, I got a couple names here for you. Cherry Hill, IPCA, AmuseMat. These are all great companies. By the way, Cherry Hill is probably the largest. They actually, over the last 10, 12 years, a lot of the major U.S. photo companies merged into Cherry Hill, and then Cherry Hill was sold, purchased by somebody else. And the people who own Cherry Hill also have a division which does theme parks and amusements. It's a separate operation completely, where they do year-round photo work at theme parks and special attractions and such. So it's a well-established company. It's no longer based in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's based in Denver, Colorado. But again, it's a nice company, and they've tried to do more things with their Santas. They have competition, not competitions per se, but they reward their Santas for their quality work and service and things like that. They pick out the best Santas. Now you're an ambassador, right? An ambassador. How many ambassadors are there? 12 what? 12 Santas and 1 Mrs. Claus, ambassadors for all of the Santas that work for the Cherry Hill organization. And I don't know it's hundreds. I don't know how many malls and shopping centers they have, but it's a large number. They are the largest of all the companies out there with Santas. AmuseMat is a company that had contracts. They actually had they own a couple of the patents on green screen. They are and they have the contracts to do photos at NBA and golf tournaments and things like NASCAR, where you get a picture and you're sitting in the car, or you get a picture that, you're on the cover of Time Magazine or Sports Illustrated. They do stuff like that year-round, and then they also do Christmas work. And they have a whole bunch of malls that they do, but they're specialists with green screen. So they're a good company. And IPCA, I don't know that much about them, but I understand they've got about 50 malls or shopping centers. Okay. Booking agencies and services, again, you can find those in your local area. You might find a talent company, party services, things like that. These are the people that generally will supply party characters. Everything from the Power Rangers and Barney to the storybook characters, Cinderella, the princesses, all those types of things. And they will supply Santas at the holidays. And you may want to be on the Rolodex of that company. Maybe they don't have a really good-looking Santa. Maybe their own employees are all too young, and the kids don't believe that they're Santa. Because a lot of times they use college kids for some of these entertainers. And maybe the kids are too skinny, maybe too young, and they really want to have someone who has a little more gravitas. Get one of you guys out there with a real beard. Somebody who, like I said, isn't a skinny 19-year-old. Sorry. Sorry, Angel. Anyway, so booking agencies and services may need you, okay? Now, if you're working for yourself, you also have to remember you have a lot of things you are responsible for, okay? Working for yourself means that you have pluses. The pluses to working for yourself are, number one, you have more flexibility. That's flexibility to work around a regular job, around a regular schedule, something that's your own thing. Whereas if you worked in a mall, you wouldn't be able to work around that schedule. You can work selected days and hours that you want to work. There are a lot of Santas who have regular 9-to-5s. They'll work evenings and weekends. That's when they do their Santa work. The rest of the time they do their 9-to-5 job, okay? You have more time to be with your family. Do you really want to? No. You have more time to be with your family. You have more time for yourself. Remember that Santa I mentioned that liked to play golf every day? okay? He had more time to do what he wanted to do with his time, okay? So maybe he wants to work for himself and do private parties and event. There are also minuses to working for yourself. Those minuses are, number one, you handle all the paperwork, okay? You have to supply all of the wardrobe, everything that you wear and everything that you do, okay? You have to deal with people, your clients, okay? So again, it becomes a completely different world. You know, there are minuses to everything. How about the fact that you have to handle all the problems? That means if your suit is dirty or if something happens to your suit and it rips out, your truck breaks down, your car breaks down, you know, anything happens. You know, the storm of the century comes in, whatever. You've got to handle all your problems and take care of them. You've got to be prepared for it, okay? Okay, there we go. Has anyone here gone through Dale Carnegie or Dale Carnegie type training? Okay. Part of Dale Carnegie's training was to think ahead on an event. And we kind of call it sometimes negative brainstorming. Think of the worst things that could happen for something you're planning. And then, write them down, think of how you would handle it. How would you rectify it, fix it, repair it? Get rid of it, whatever. But the thing is, how do you address it? And by doing that, even though the problem has never come up, now you know how you will handle it if it happens, and you file it away. The idea of doing this is that it lightens your worry, because you're not going to worry about that problem anymore, because if it does happen, you know what you're going to do. So if your example, your car breaks down, what do? Call Uber, okay? What else could you do? AAA Uber. What else? What? Call your mechanic, okay? Call Mrs. Claus, okay? What if it breaks down at 5 p.m. on Christmas Eve? Call a taxi, okay? Call an Uber, okay? I have had 5 p.m. Christmas Eve, Beach Boulevard in La Mirada, California. My serpentine belt broke on my F-150. Okay? I mean, this is only a 4-year-old truck. I mean, really good running shape. I've got the whole back seat. I got my extra suits. I got all my supplies. Christmas Eve. And I do 8 or 9 parties on Christmas Eve. I start at 3 in the afternoon. Do a couple of afternoon visits, you know. Then I do a couple 5, 6 o'clock visits. And then I do the late night visits, you know. So it's really great. So now it's 5 o'clock. And boom, I am sitting in the middle of the intersection, literally, or right at the, I shouldn't say middle of the intersection, stopped at the signal. Just, it had broken, and I'd been driving on my battery. And my battery now is completely dead, and the engine just goes, no, nothing. So again, got on the, luckily we have cell phones now. I was able to call my brother. He wasn't available, but I got my sister-in-law. She said, oh, he was up all night, but I've just had a chai tea. I'll come and get you. She drives over in her SUV. We move all, and I call the auto club. Auto club tows me from the intersection into the CVS parking lot because there's no place to tow my truck. The mechanics are all closed. The Ford dealer is closed. Nobody's available at 5 o'clock on Christmas Eve. So tow it into CVS, go in, talk to the manager, tell him I'll pick it up on the 26th. He says, okay. Okay. My sister-in-law shows up. We move all the stuff in her car, and we take off. I get on the phone. I call my little brother, the youngest one, the one you saw me holding in my arms. And I say, hey, Marcus, I need a rental car. Where do you get a rental car on Christmas Eve? The airport. Yes, he calls the airport. He finds me a rental car, and at midnight, I picked up a rental car. So, again, but think of all these things now, or a little bit of it. How you might handle it. There's no problem you can't really overcome. You're going to worry about stuff, but there's no problem you really can't overcome too much. Have some people you know you can call on. You know, in other words, think in your mind, what neighbor, best friend, what person could you call that might be able to come and pick you up and drive you around for your visits? Because believe me, a taxi or an Uber is going to eat up all the profit for Christmas Eve and all the money that you'll need to fix the car. So it's better to get a family member or someone else to drive you around, okay? So you want to try to do that, okay? Another item. What if you have to go to the bathroom on Christmas Eve? Where do you go? No. Hotel. Hotels always have decent bathrooms. So you can stop at a hotel anywhere and go in and use the restroom. Front desk will love seeing Santa go through the lobby and say, hi. That type of thing. But again, you know, you have to think all these things in advance. Of course, I've been doing this now for how many years? 50 years almost. Professionally, since 2000. I've been doing this, you know, with the real beard and everything. So I've gone through all of these little things. So I've learned things. But as you network with the other Santas, you're going to find out their problems. You know, that's a fun thing to do sometimes when you sit down with some other Santas. Ask each guy to go around and just tell me your worst case situation that ever happened to you as a Santa. And you will get some fantastic stories. And again, guess what? They're probably going to tell a story, somebody will, that's going to happen to you one day. Because it does, things repeat. You know, situations repeat. But anyway, you have to handle all the problems for everything that goes on. So you want to make sure you've got yourself covered. How do you find this other work? Number one, start by knowing what you have. We talked about all the things you could do, the entertainment. Some of you may just be a nice grandfather that does Santa, you know, for the kids and family. Some of you may have a little more talent. You could do storytelling or something like that. But know what you have. And that's what you market. That's what you promote on that business card. That you do Santa visits, that you do tree lightings, that you do parades. You can put whatever you want on there. If you do parades already, tell them what parade that you are in. That enhances your prestige of who you are. Someone asks you who you are and says, oh, you know, I'm the Santa in the Villages parade. Ooh, that's special. You know, whatever area you've got, that's kind of neat. What makes you different from other Santas? You know, now if I have to ask everybody that in the room, what makes each of you different than a normal Santa? What makes you different than what the public thinks? What does the public think most Santas come from? No. Public perception of the public. Public perception of Santa. Where do they find Santa? If you were doing Steve Harvey on Family Feud and he says, where do you find a Santa? Mall would be the answer. Most people think mall. Okay? The thing is that makes you different. You're not the mall Santa. The mall Santa you go visit. I come to you. I spend time with you and your family and your loved ones. It's not a 2-minute visit. It's a really nice, warm home visit. That's a great marketing angle right there. And you don't, and by the way, I bring in your presence and I take pictures with your kids, but you get the whole visit, and I can be there for a half hour to an hour and bring joy to everybody. You don't get that at the mall. And that's the number one selling point you have, even if you only sit and take pictures. Yes? Yes. So in other words, you come up with another sales point other than the fact that you take pictures. I'm giving you a memory, a special moment in your life that's going to be a benchmark that you will remember forever when Santa walks through your door into your living room. You know, that sounds like a movie. He came into your living room. What? I'm a former broadcaster, so I also do Mickey's voice too. So what makes you different from other Santas? Can you enhance or add to what you have? Some Santas do. Sometimes they dress up their suit a bit. I threw a little sparkly stuff on my suit, okay? Plus, again, like I said, I can talk forever, okay? Do some personal marketing. You know, and that personal marketing is getting those business cards out there, going into things. I've had some Santas tell me they knew a company had company parties, and they knew sometimes they would have Santa at the company party. So what they did, they went and walked into the company, okay, we had a Santa and Mrs. Claus go to the Chamber of Commerce, to the city where they lived. Okay, they were kind of new to the neighborhood, but they both dressed up, full regalia, and walked into the Chamber of Commerce and said, "Hi, we're Joe and Mary, and we just moved here." You know, and the Chamber of Commerce went, "Wow." And they became the official Santas for that city. You know, I mean, just, you know, magical things happen. So sometimes it's just what you can do. And again, nothing special. No storytelling, no magic, no music, no singing, just their physical image walking into the office. So what if you walked into the corporate offices? You know, I can imagine. I just realized Advent Health's got a great big office down here. Can you imagine somebody walking into the lobby of a gigantic corporation dressed as Santa and said, "I'd like to speak to the HR manager." And guess what? There may be a gatekeeper there, and that gatekeeper is going to try to say, "Well, you know, you have to have an appointment or whatever." But you never know. They might be so overwhelmed with the look that they'll say, "Can you hold a minute?" And ding, 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 ding. "Gloria, you won't realize this, but Santa Claus is in the lobby." You know, yes. And I've done this, okay? I did this at the Wall Street Journal office out in California. And a minute after that call, the door opened over here and about 6 heads popped. All the ladies working in the back were all in circulation, were all popping out to look and see Santa. Now, I wasn't there to get a work as Santa. I had been featured on the front page of the Wall Street Journal the day before, and I wanted to see if I could get some copies. But the thing is they called, and everybody came out. You know, so you never know when you get little things like that. And it was a great thing. I offered to come and visit them or do something for them and everything. They ended up getting me actually the metal plates from the printing press, from the pages. I've been featured twice in the Wall Street Journal. One time on the front page, that little itchy sketch they make of you. So that one there. So I have been immortalized in a little pen and ink sketch as Santa on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. And then on a separate section further back, full color picture of me in full Santa gear in a feature story all about Santas and entrepreneurial work. And myself and Dick Christie and one other Santa, 3 of us were all featured in color on the front page. And I had the plates from those printings. So it's kind of neat. I don't think my kids will care about it. My grandkids maybe, I don't know. But anyway, but I've got them somewhere in that garage behind the 80 bins of other Christmas stuff. They're getting used to the idea. They've been on the cruises with the 140 Santas. Yeah, they've been on that. And I always tell them, well, you know, one of them is the real Santa. I'm just a helper. But the thing is they, you know, my daughter, they went down the road and my daughter sees a billboard up there and she says, "Is that Grandpa?" You know, and things like that. And the funny thing is they've been into my office, and on the wall behind my desk, there are pictures of me with the reindeer and with the Marines and doing different things in my full Santa gear and everything. But sometimes you wonder if they put 2 and 2 together. Sometimes I think it's just right over their head. But it's getting there. It's getting there, you know. I try to want to be more just grandpa, you know, get down on the floor, play with the grandkids, that type of thing, and not worry about the stuff. And I don't give them gifts. Yaya, my wife, gives them the gifts. So they're not getting stuff. If I give them gifts, it's going to be like the golf game gift or something like that. It's just something little simple things that I'm going to give kids and stuff like that. Okay, I got to move on here. Okay, do some personal marketing. Now, the types of visits you're going to get personal home visits. Personal home visits are what most of the Santas do private party work. Okay, you're going to usually at someone's home. It's usually just a family. It could be the party though. It could be some neighbors. Could be some relatives. Maybe a couple families. You know, 2 sisters and a brother and the grandkids. You know, all the kids together. Maybe grandma and grandpa there, something like that. Could be a cul-de-sac party. You know, 10 families in the neighborhood all gathered together to have a party. Different types of things, but generally what we call is private home visits. Okay, not a corporate party, okay? Families, friends, and neighbors. Santa delivers the packages supplied by the host, okay, or the families, okay? In other words, how many of you actually bring the presents? You buy the presents and deliver them? Nobody. None of our Santas do that, you know? I've had families assume that they sent me a deposit for $100, that I was going to spend the $100 and buy presents for their kids. Yeah, I've actually had somebody think that. I sent you a deposit. I sent you $100. How come you don't have presents for my kids? You know? See, like I said, these are adults, people generally over 30 years of age, and they still believe that you're magical. Okay. So you deliver the packages supplied by the host. You talk with the children. You take pictures. You pose for photos with the children and the families. Maybe read a story. Okay. And that's your basic thing. Need to show all details so that you're prepared. Okay. Now, you need to know all details. So that means you talk to the client. Make sure you know how many kids are going to be there. You know, your address, all the plans. I said there was a checklist. I gave you a checklist. It's in the book, okay? You can take and you download it from the website, and you add that to the booking agreement. And that's handy hints for a visit from Santa. I think it's 245, 44, 45. What do you got? He's looking for me. Anyway, it's right in there. Handy hints for a visit from Santa. What? 45, 245. Okay? Handy hints for a visit from Santa. For those of you at home, it's on the website. It's called Handy Hints for a Visit from Santa. It is a PDF document. You can download it, attach it to your booking agreement, send it to the customer. It's their checklist of how to prepare for your arrival. It tells them to have the camera ready, have the parking space ready, have the packages labeled with the children's names in a marker on the paper, not on the tags, not pencil on foil, okay? Possibly, if you have one of the older children, could be my helper, can help me hand out the presents. These little things are all on the checklist, okay? So what I tell the parents is, so I get all those things set up, so they've got that. So this is the procedure for what I call the ABCs, or the 8 ATE at the event. This is what you want the family to do. Number one, you call when you're 5 minutes out. You tell them, I'm down the street, have somebody come out and meet me. Remember, the checklist told them to have a parking space for me. This person comes out and helps you get parked right in front of the house. Not down the street, not around the block. You park in front of the house. So if there's no parking space, that parent has to go back in and get somebody else to unpark their car so you can park. Okay? Parent meets you to help you park. Then after you're parked, they help you load your toy bag, and they handle the final payment right there and then. Before you go in, you take care of the final payment. And we tell the customer this in advance. The reason we do this, the event is over, and I can't find my checkbook. I can't find my purse. Oh, I thought we already sent it to you. All those types of questions and things like that. So by handling it before you go in eliminates a lot of problems. If you find out that they don't have any money and they ain't going to pay you, it means you're going to probably cut that visit pretty short, right? But the thing is you know, you're there already, and you got to handle it. I've had some people do some crazy things. Daddy just got out of prison. He booked the party, got Santa coming there. All the neighbor kids are there. Santa shows up, and then he says, "Oh, we spent all the money on the party. We don't have any money left." And he only sent a retainer. You know, what do you do? And the kids are waiting for you, you know, and you're already there. So, you know, it's one of those things you kind of just have to give up on it, you know. God has helped me in so many other ways. I'm going to have to help here, I guess, you know, pass it on. So I do that. But anyway, handle the payment before you go in, get it out of the way. So you don't have to, so when you're done with the event of the party, you can take off quickly. That's the whole idea of this too. So you don't have to wait around. There's nothing worse than standing around in the foyer or by the front door waiting for someone to give you an envelope with a check in it. And you certainly don't want someone coming up and saying, giving you cash. So get it taken care of outside. You know, it doesn't look good when they're giving you money and things like that. Okay, Adult goes in, the children start singing. Santa then comes in singing and joins them doing ho, ho, ho. Who here sings? The hands are kind of weak. Guess what? All of you sing. By the way, all of you at home, you all can sing. Now, the nice thing about parties is you can all sing. What you do is you're doing a sing-along with the families and the children. So I'm going to do this here today. I'm going to have all of the Santas here and Mrs. Claus in the room. I'm going to have you now become the children at the party. You're going to sing Jingle Bells, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to come into the party. You're singing, and you get into the party, and you stop everything and start handing out your presents, okay? So would you like to see that? Okay, good. On the count of three, just start singing Jingle Bells. Here we go now. 1, 2, 3. Jingle bells. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. It's so good to see all of you. My goodness, you look so beautiful. Everybody here, and you got presents for me? No, I'm just kidding. You know what I've got? I got a whole bag here for all of you. Well, I need a chair to sit down, and maybe we can, would you all like to talk to Santa? Oh, that's wonderful. That's how easy it was. Do you notice how when I was singing, I raised my voice a little bit, and I slowed down, and you all slowed down and stopped with me? Teachers do that all the time. And that's the limit to how much singing you have to do. You don't have to do any more singing than that. But guess what? The Santa in the mall doesn't do that. Okay, so that makes you different. Okay? So you can have a lot of fun with it. So you come in, you sit down in the chair, you can, and then I usually like to sit down. You have somebody here to help me, and I get the older child to help me. And the nice thing about having a child help you hand out the gifts, that child reaches in the bag, pulls out a gift. If the name on the present is something you can't pronounce, usually they can. You know, so it makes it good. So if you get like a Latiqua or something in it, because usually you don't get Jimmy and Susie and Tommy, you get these unusual little names. I get some that you, and also sometimes they, although they use markers, you know, Maddie might look like Molly or, you know, so sometimes having that helper help you call out the names, it takes things a lot faster. And then you take pictures with the kids, and maybe with brothers and sisters together, and maybe invite mom and dad in and do a picture with the kids and the parents and stuff like that. If grandma's sitting in a chair over here, why not go over and get a picture with grandma? Even if she can't come up, you go over to her. I mean, everybody's got cameras. So, you know, everybody can take tons and tons of pictures. You know, it's really a lot of fun on these things like that. So again, you enter singing ho to ho, and you hand out the presents, okay? Let's see. Give out the presents, pose for photos, maybe read your story, and you're done. So that's basically it. Any questions about this procedure? You may tweak it a bit, change it a bit, whatever you want to do, but it's pretty much a simple game plan for every Santa, for every home visit. Makes it simple what you're doing. And if the guest knows this is the flow, they're ready for it. Okay, by the way, when you call when you're 5 minutes out, what else does that do? That's also their notice to get all the kids together. Because usually when you come to a party and there's 20 kids, they're all over the house. They're running around. They're upstairs, they're downstairs, they're in the basement, wherever, and they need to get everybody together for Santa, you know. So your entrance really isn't a surprise. They know you're coming in. But the thing is getting them all together and everything. Okay. Let's see what else I got. Corporate and company parties, a little bit different. On these, again, they're held at offices or company facilities. Sometimes in a banquet hall or a big restaurant or something like that. You also have events that are employees only. By employees, I mean, in other words, they're having probably dinner party, dancing, open bar, things like that. They haven't invited the kids. Usually those are the ones that are done at the banquet halls and the party facilities, okay, where companies and corporations do that. On those locations, on the employee-only events, I recommend Santa and Mrs. Claus be there at the beginning of the party. You are there to welcome everyone, to take photos with everyone in the lobby or in front of a tree or something like that before they go in and start drinking and dancing and the hairdos fall and the sweat spots go on the guys' shirts and stuff like that. So again, it's better to do the pictures at the beginning of the party, okay? Parties with families are a little bit different. Again, usually in corporate ones, again, they have lots of gifts for the kids. You don't usually have to bring in the gifts, but they have lots of gifts for the children, and it's just sitting there and handing out gifts and posing for pictures or things like that. I've had some where we didn't have gifts. We actually had Target gift cards for every child, which was, it was for a giant realty corporation. And my wife was the happiest lady on that because I had like 250 children. And they gave me the gift cards for the children. Every child got a $50 gift card. And it was over, I had 12 cards left. $600. And they said, go ahead and keep it. So Mama was very happy after that party, $600 tip, you know. But again, it's always fun to have little surprises like that. And you're not expecting it. I always love it when you don't expect it. You know, I say that's a gift from God. It's got to be, you know. Okay. You need to know all the details before you go to any of these parties, to what's going on. A lot of times on a company party, you also need to make arrangements for parking. If it's at a restaurant or a banquet facility, you want to make sure that you can park close by. You know, that there is a parking space for you. Can you park in the back of the restaurant in the loading dock? You know, can you park somewhere? And if it's a big, big facility, you want someone to meet you and walk you in. You don't want to show up at a big facility where they might have 5 company parties going on, because I've seen places like that, and you don't want to get the wrong one or have all the others thinking you're going to go to their party too. I did that at Lowry's Prime Rib. They've got lots of little dining rooms all around, and there's different corporations in different parts having their parties, and you show up. You got to know what room to go to. And when you get there, you're standing in the lobby, and everybody from the different rooms are all going to the same restrooms. So they're hoping you're coming to their party, you know, so it gets to be a little bit of fun. Somebody here talked about restaurants earlier, was asking me about doing a trade-out, right? Okay. Very logical thing to do. And I did this with Lowry's Prime Rib in Los Angeles. I'd done a party or two there, and got to know the general manager and the maitre d'. And they had my card. One night, they called and said, hey, we got this corporate party going on here. It's one of our best clients. Could you drop by for 5 minutes? You know, and I just happened to be working Beverly Hills that night. And I was able to come over and do something like that. Thus started a relationship where whenever he needed something like that, if I could do it, I would drop by. And I didn't charge him money. I took complimentary dinners. So Mother's Day, my mom and my brothers and I, we all had dinner at Lowry's Prime Rib. And this is a place where you go to dinner and it's going to be $75 to $100 per person, you know, and it was all comped. You know, so it was one of those, you know, special things, and it was all a trade out. You know, just one of those little things, you know. And I had times when I would actually drop by just to say hi. You know, I was in the neighborhood. I had an hour before my next party. Lowry's was right there on the boulevard. Pull in, park for a minute, go in and say, hi, Jerry, how are you? Thought I'd say hi to all the guys. And the other thing I do is I say hi to all the employees, all the wait staff and things like that. They love it. I have in New York, because I do the Marriott Marquis, Junior's is right across the street from the Marriott Marquis. It's a great little restaurant, and it's all kinds of great food and briskets and things like that. And I'll drop in there with my brothers to have dinner, which I'm buying. But the thing is they always, a lot of times they'll comp me. But I'll go back to the kitchen. I'll go into the bakery. I'll say hi to all their people there. You know, they love it. And they take care of me, too. Not really. He knows. He knows. They kind of knew what they knew I was a Santa for Dr. Phil in the Hollywood Parade, and I was working for Rick Caruso and doing the Grove and a lot of other things in the Beverly Hills area. And I'm the Santa for the LA Country Club, the Riviera Country Club, Capitol Records, They knew I did all those things. So I'm kind of like I'm not a giant celebrity or anything like that, but I fit into their clientele profile. In other words, I'm the rock star for that. Yeah. So anyway, so I never really had to tell him what I was worth, you know. But again, you know, when he said, you know, I'd like to do something for you, he said, well, you know, I said, well, he said, well, you know, I've got a brother here that lives, you know, in West Hollywood, and myself and my wife. It'd be nice if we could bring my mom here for Mother's Day. And he says, what, you going 4 or 6 for dinner? And I said, 6. And so that's $600. So that's where I got the dollar. The dollar figure basically came about when we came up with the number of people he was going to comp me. And then we did a couple other events and things like that. I got it built up to where I had about 15 meals comped, so I could do whatever I want, you know. I mean, you know, sometimes it was my wife and I, and sometimes it was, you know, my brother or something like that, you know. And but it was great. And those 15 lasted me basically the year. You don't go to Lowry's every week, you know. It's very rich too. I mean, great prime rib, but very rich, okay. Okay, let's see. Need to know all the details before you're prepared. Okay. Moving on. Special media and marketing events. Sometimes you might be asked to do a ribbon cutting, a marketing promotion, or something like that. While you are driving around the neighborhood, you see a building under construction. You see a retail location getting ready to open. You know, a new shopping center or maybe just a new department store or something like that. And you know it's going to open up near Christmas. Contact that department store, the marketing people for that company. Ask them if they're going to do any promotions with Christmas. Would they want to have Santa there for the ribbon cutting? That type of thing. Because most of the time when somebody's got a new business coming into the area, they have a little bit of marketing money. Am I right, Leanne? That's what I was telling Leanne about. There are companies and corporations, they move into neighborhoods. They generally have a little bit of a marketing budget, you know. And so if they're relocating to your area, they're building a new building, a new car dealership's opening up. Maybe it's just a remodeling of the old car dealership and they're opening up a new showroom. The thing is sometimes they want to do a promotion. And also you can contact your chambers of commerce. Ask them, is anybody planning a ribbon cutting? Would they like to have Santa there for the ribbon cutting? Especially if it's in November or December. Because guess what? That company or corporation wants publicity that they're having the ribbon cutting. That's why they do it. They want the newspaper or the TV station to come out as they cut the ribbon. Now, what if Santa's there as they do the ribbon cutting? That enhances the fact that it might show up on the air more than just a bunch of suits doing it. Okay? What? You help hold the scissors. You're part of it. You get in there. So the chairman's there, and you're there, and two of you together cut the scissors. It's just like a tree lighting. Sometimes a tree lighting is sponsored with the corporate executive. You and the corporate executive, or the daughter of the corporate executive, throw the switch together. You do things together. You know, if there's a big giant button, you all put your hand over the button together, and you all hit the button together. You do things together. So that, again, that's the picture that shows up, is people together doing something. You don't want really Santa just doing it by himself. You know, the only time you want it where Santa's doing it himself, if example, on a tree lighting, you're asked to do a tree lighting, there's no switch to throw or anything like that. You're just going to come out and ask everybody to count down. Now, I've done that before, and I've actually, I'll be at tree lightings in a minute here. I'll tell you about them. Let's see. Grand openings and ribbon cuttings I talked about. Product or business promotion. Somebody's got a new product they're rolling out. Okay? Hey, if somebody's got one of those new remote-controlled cars, you know, you could invite them to Santa be the first customer. Hopefully you show up at the right location. Community relations, again, for their company. There are parades and there are tree lightings. Okay, tree lighting. I did my first tree lighting, big tree lighting, at the LA Country Club. I'd done a couple of ones. The LA Country Club had me come in an hour before the event. So they paid me an extra fee to sit in a little tiny room behind the tree. This is a giant tree inside the main room of the country club. LA Country Club is like some of the big country clubs we have here on the East Coast. It's over 100 years old. Grand building and everything. It's a very high-end club. Memberships are over $1 million each. It's really, yeah, big. So anyway, so I'm behind in this little room waiting, and they got Madrigal Dickens singers singing out front, "Oh Tannenbaum, oh Tannenbaum," you know, that type of thing. And then when they're done singing, they start singing, "Here Comes Santa Claus." And then that's my cue to come out. Well, I had to sit there for an hour, and I got to thinking during that hour, I'm supposed to come out and just say, "Welcome to the tree lighting. Please join me as we count down. 5, 4, and then we're going to light the tree." Well, I'd been told I was going to light the tree, and I remember one of the other Santas had told me he would put glitter in his hand, and when he lit the tree, he'd throw the glitter up, you know, and that would be kind of the, you know, spectacular thing like that. So I had a little plastic tube filled with glitter ready to go, and I sat there in that room for an hour. What else am I going to do? And I wrote a song. The song is on the web page. I think it's in the book too. It's very, very simple, and I'm going to do it for you because it worked out great for me. So I came out. They didn't know I was going to sing. They'd always had somebody else do the tree lighting. He just came out and did 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and I came out. "Hello, everybody. We're glad to have you here. It's a time of great joy, a season of good cheer. New faces, old friends, people we love to see. And we've all gathered together to light our Christmas tree." Now, when I did it in those days, I actually did it operatic. So it was like, "Hello, everybody. We're glad to have you." So I really went up on it and everything. So it was a big thing. And then I said, "Please join me. It's so nice to have you all here at the Los Angeles Country Club. We'd love to light the tree, right? So would you like to help me?" Wait a minute, I can't hear you. "Would you like to help me?" Yeah. "Oh, wonderful. Okay, we're going to count down." And it was 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then they threw the light switch, and I threw the glitter up. Okay. The following year, I was doing the LA Country Club, the Annandale Country Club, the Riviera Country Club, the La Mesa Country Club, and Capitol Records. I became the go-to guy for tree lightings. Now, that song is in the, I think I've got it in the book, but I know it's on the website too. But some of you said you're not really singers. Okay, you don't have to sing it. You can just recite it. You can just, you know, you could have it on a piece of paper. And you can come out and it's, you know, "Oh gosh, it's so great to see all of you here for this special ceremony." You know, I wrote something down, and I think this is very special for this moment. "Hello, everybody. We're glad to have you here. It's a time of great joy and a season of good cheer. New faces and old friends, people we love to see. And we've all gathered together to light our Christmas tree." That's simple. You can have it written down. You can do it as a scroll. You know, you can do it William Shatner, basically. "Hello, everybody. We're glad to have you here." You know, so, but again, it makes it very simple to do. And you don't have to be a singer or anything like that. But it makes it special. So you're bringing something to the table the customer was not expecting. And that's always a neat thing to have. Bring something they weren't expecting. I do that sometimes when I'm doing a Santa visit. You know look at those little paper 3D glasses that you can buy at Home Depot and Lowe's? You hold them up and you can see twinkle lights and stuff. I buy those in bulk. I get like 300 or gross or something like that. Now, I put a few of those in my bag. Now, when I'm doing a small home visit, maybe 10 children or something like that, those things cost me 80 cents each. That's $8 for 10 children, right? Isn't it neat? At the end of the party, I reach in my bag and I give every child one of those. The customer didn't expect it, you know. One year, I went into the factory outlet store for Disney items. There's a company in Fullerton. I don't know if they have one here near Orlando, but what it is, it's all the stuff liquidated from Disney that is out of season. They don't want it anymore. They liquidate it, and the wholesaler has it available in their store. And I went into the store in January, and they had Santa hats with a Beanie Baby of Minnie or Mickey right up on top. and they were $2.99 each. Buy one, get two free. So they were basically $1 a piece. I bought 200. Okay? Oh, and they still had the price tag on them. Okay? So I would go to a party and there'd be 3 children, and at the end of the party, I would give them each a hat, you know? And, you know, I'm leaving the party, and the parents look at it, and it says $14.95. Yes? I don't know what they have in Orlando. I knew what they had in Fullerton, California, but I don't know what they had here. But I'm sure they have something in this region where Disney does their stuff. Amazon has them now, too. Amazon has pallet stores where they get rid of a lot of the returns and things like that. But these are not returns. Example, they do New Year's events at Disney, and they have events that'll say, you know, 2025, right? Okay, New Year's is over. What do you do with them? You go on a cruise ship, they have stuff from last summer, it's outdated. You go on a winter cruise in Alaska, guess what? They're selling stuff for the Caribbean. It's stuff that's left over, they're liquidating it. And they have it at reasonable prices, very reasonable prices. And they do this, and then when you go on the Caribbean cruise, they're selling down jackets. By the way, on my last Caribbean cruise, my wife and I bought matching winter type jackets. So we're all ready for the Alaska cruise next year. So we think ahead, So tree lightings are great. Parades are great also. And by the way, tree lightings you can get paid for. Parades sometimes you can get paid for. Just remember on parades, there is a #1 rule for parades. Anybody know what the #1 rule is? What? No. Their answer was don't walk behind a horse. Okay, the #1 rule for a Santa in the parade is go to the bathroom first. Okay? You're going to be sitting in a car for an hour or on a float for an hour, going down the road, doing this, and if you've had a coffee earlier or something like that, and you may be stuck on the float for 2 hours. So again, it's best to go to the bathroom first, okay? The second rule on parades is all of your movements have to be grandiose. Big waves to all the people. Try not to strain your voice. If there's a microphone, use the microphone to broadcast to the audience, okay? And as I said in my other stuff about season's greetings, Merry Christmas, use all the greetings. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, you know, all the different types of greetings to all of the audience, because it is a holiday season. Make it very special for everybody. Okay, I also have fun on parades sometimes where I'll be going down the parade route and I'll say, which side of the street is louder? Is it this side or is it this side? And the people will get up and yell and scream, you know. And then the other thing you can do on a parade float or in a car, there are always children sitting on the curb. Bend over like this and wave like that. And everybody will know that you're addressing those tiny children sitting on the curb. It touches everybody, you know, and it shows them how human Santa is. It's really a great little thing to wave to the kids and say hi to them. And the kids know when you do that, just like that to them, that you are singling them out. It is special. It's really nice. I love that. You got 1 million people, and you pick out 3 kids. You know, it's great. It's just wonderful. Okay. By the way, you remember I talked about what do you do when things break down? My float broke down, I think, about the 3rd or 4th year that I did the parade. And they bought it was a brand new float for me. But the floats are built by the float building companies. And how they build the floats is they basically get a vehicle chassis underneath, and they build everything over the top of it. Mine was a big General Motors truck, like a 1-ton pickup. And then they just basically stripped it down and then built everything over it for the float. But basically, what they didn't take into figuration is that all the metal and everything they put over the top, that was about 14 tons of steel. And that chassis and transmission couldn't handle it. Even though there were guide wheels underneath to support the weight, the drivetrain couldn't handle it. Because it's not like the Rose Parade floats where all the wiring and framework is pretty light because they're putting flowers in little chicken wire holes and stuff like that. Mine was all plywood and candy canes and other big stuff and everything. And it got through the parade route, past the TV cameras, and broke down. And I sat for 2 hours. Now, the emergency backup for the parade is a hook and ladder fire truck. They use them in the Lakers parades and, you know, awards parades and stuff like that. So they have a fire truck come along, and Santa sits up on the top of the fire truck and finishes the parade. But that night there were like 5 or 6 paramedic calls, and all the firemen in the parade route were all on calls. They couldn't get a vehicle for me. So for 2 hours I sat there in the intersection. All I could do was talk to the audience. By the time they got the fire truck and got me on it and got the parade moving, all the families had gone home. The parade route was empty. It's crazy. But again, parades are a lot of fun and a lot of joy for people. And when you're marketing yourself and people ask you, what do? You say you're the Santa in the parade, or you're the Santa of the big tree lighting at some big community event in the area. That adds to the prestige of who you are and where you work. Okay? Adult parties, no children. I did mention this already, but real quick, like what I'm talking about here is on the adult parties is that you be there before the party begins, take pictures with the families, and then once all the pictures are done and the party really gets kicking, you're gone. You're going to the next party. Don't hang around. Because like I said, the people start drinking, the hairdos fall, the sweat spots show up on the shirts, the guys get obnoxious, the girls get frisky, and they're pictures you don't want to take. Just it doesn't work, does not work. And people hate it when they get a picture with you and you can tell them that they're snockered or drunk, and it looks like it in the picture. You don't want that. You don't want to be part of that. Okay. Big events, a grand entrance, bigger moves with the larger crowds, a little louder with a PA or announcement. Do not strain your voice in parades. Do not strain your voice at community events. Use the microphones. If the people can't hear you, that's not your problem. The front row will hear you. The back probably won't hear you. But the thing is it's up to the host to have a PA system that is loud enough to take care of you and get you everywhere. Okay? So large crowds, a grand entrance. What do you do when too many people show up? Okay? The simple solution to a large group, you show up, they told you there were 100 people coming, you get there, you're there for an hour, hour and a half, and there's 500 people. There's no way you can sit in a chair and get 500 people through in an hour and a half. So the only thing you can do is stand up pictures. In other words, you just bring them through like an assembly line. It's like we do at American Express in New York. In other words, we get nice pictures with them, but we're not sitting with them. We're not talking about what do you want for Christmas and all those things. We're just getting photos. Boom, 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 boom. And if it's too many people, maybe you can't handle 500 in the time you're going to be there, then you work with the host to have a couple people escort you, and you work the room. You work the event. You go through the crowds. You touch flesh, shake hands, whatever, with the people and stuff like that. Because you're never going to be able to take pictures with everybody. You're never going to get to everybody, unless you stay for hours and hours and hours, and you may not be able to stay for all the time they need. Okay? So when too many people show up, stand-up pictures or work the room. Those are two things you do. What do you do when no one shows up? Can you leave early? Can you work it out with the host to leave early? Okay? Or do you need to hang around? What do you do? Well, hopefully maybe you brought a storybook with you or something like that. Maybe you could do some storytelling or something like that. I've also had events where I've showed up. Nobody showed up at all because their marketing was off. Yet I had taken the whole morning and showed up Saturday morning to do it. I ended up, and I was telling someone earlier, I ended up getting all of my pay in tokens and passes for a miniature golf course and video arcade. And so my nieces and nephews were very happy that Christmas because they all got stuff to go to Bullwinkle's and play miniature golf and spend $100 in the video arcade. Really fun stuff. Charitable versus nonprofit events. This is about when you get a call from someone who wants you to volunteer to do an event. But when you start talking to them, you find out the event is actually a fundraiser. and they want you to be there for the fundraiser, but they're paying for the restaurant, they're paying for valet parking. They are, everybody's paying like $100 a head or $200 a head to come to the event. They have sketch artists and handwriting analysis people, and they have an orchestra or band playing and maybe someone singing or concert, but they want you to donate your time. And sometimes that doesn't fit well with a lot of Santas because everybody else is getting paid, but they want you to volunteer. And that is, personally, I feel that's a little awkward and wrong, unless it's my charity, where I want to donate my time to my charity, I will do that. But if they're calling me and they want me to spend 4 or 5 hours for a big event, yet they've got the Beach Boys on stage and they've got all kinds of other stuff going on, that's a paid gig. That's a show, okay? So the key words for all of you are, if money is to be made, the talent gets paid. In other words, if they are making money at the event is a fundraiser to make money for the charity. They're paying for the hotel. They're paying for the valet parking. They're paying for all the food. They're paying the band, the orchestra, all the entertainment. They're paying for the other people doing sketch artist work or other things they're doing and stuff like that. Then you should get paid too, okay? Now, this is not a requirement, but this is a recommendation. And this came from another Santa in the school and his wife, and she ran an entertainment company, because she would get lots of requests for people they want the entertainers, they want a party entertainer to show up at a party, and it's for charity. It's to help the children. But it's not for the children. It is an event for all these people who are paying money to socialize and make a donation to the charity. So if they turn around and say it's for the children, I will turn around and say, okay, when can I go see the children? And I will do that. And this actually, it's happened to me on a couple of occasions where I've had people contact me for this stuff. One of them was a charity I was on the board of directors for. I helped the charity out. And I got a call from a company who was having a big party, and they wanted to have Santa. And the thing was, I told her my fee, and the girl, you could hear the gasp. And she says, I was told you were free. And free? He says, yes, you went to the children's home and you didn't charge them. If I went to the children's home and didn't charge them, why should I charge the big corporate party that's being held at a giant hotel? So again, some people get different perceptions. So you have to set your own boundaries. But like I said, if it's my own charity, I'm going to go there. I'm going to try to take care of it. Work it out. Okay. And I always like to remind everybody it's a rough job, but somebody has to do it. And this is one of my pictures from the marquee in New York. Okay. Give me a ho! Ho-ho! Give me a ho-ho! Ho-ho! Give me a ho-ho-ho! Ho-ho-ho! What's it mean?
Merry Christmas!
2 more sections to cover here. One I want to cover is entertaining Santa. And we talked a teeny bit about entertaining. I know a lot of you aren't entertainers, but there is entertainment you can add to what you're doing. Why would you do it? Because it can enhance your performance or enhance what you're offering to the customer, okay? Now, if you enhance your performance, it can reinforce the child's belief that you are the real thing. Coming in the room singing Jingle Bells, when the kids sing Jingle Bells, is just one of those things that can enhance your performance, Some of your magic, maybe knowing the calendar dates and playing the other games as you talk to the children, enhances your performance. But some Santas do other things, maybe storytelling or something like that. Anyway, if we reinforce the child's belief in Santa, what does that do? It increases your popularity. If you increase your popularity, what happens? You might get more bookings, okay? The word spreads. Word of mouth spreads, yes. Oh, this Santa we had was great. You should have him come to your company. And, of course, that means additional income, usually, okay? So, again, that's why you might add entertaining. But here's a key thing to remember. Entertainment should probably only be about 10% of what you're doing. So if you do storytelling or some magic or some crazy little thing, only about 10%. At the maximum, maybe 20%. Now, there are Santas out there who are regular party entertainers that do a ton of balloon art and magic, and sometimes their visits might be a little heavier towards the entertainment side. But they are, in some cases, they were more entertainer before they became Santa. So they incorporate that type of entertainment, okay? And only at it if you're good at it. If you're not a good singer, stay away from it. If you're not good at a magic trick, stay away from it. Only do it if you're good and you're comfortable, okay? You know, and if you're not good at it, but you're comfortable enough to laugh at yourself, maybe you can still do it, but, you know, watch out. Storytelling Santa is the #1 thing most Santas can add. It's simple and short stories. By the way, it's not really storytelling. It's just reading a book. You don't have to even have it memorized. Just know the flow of the story. You're actually you can read it right from the pages, just as it was printed. You could have a child hold the book and you could read along with them. Or you could turn the pages yourself, whatever. Okay? There are a lot of great books out there. You know, you can use props with your books too. Okay? #1 book, suggested story. What would the #1 story be that you would do? The Night Before Christmas, yes. Okay, so I brought with me, let's see what I got here. I know I've got it down here somewhere. I thought I had it here somewhere. I guess I don't have it here. What a bad boy I am. So one of you didn't borrow it, did you? Nope, okay. Well, I had A Night Before Christmas, but I must have left it at home, because the only Night Before Christmas I have is one of the magic books. But Night Before Christmas would be one. Next would be Polar Express. Okay? And Polar Express is the second most popular. Now, here's the neat thing to remember. When Night Before Christmas, you know, 'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the cross, not a creature stirring, not even a mouse, you know, and then you get to the part where he says, with Ma in her kerchief, and he says, and I in my cap. Got to change that. So it's Ma in her kerchief, Papa in his cap, because you're telling a story about them. You're not in the story yet. You're not in the story until I came down the chimney. I was covered from head to toe in, you know, in fur, you know, covered with ashes and soot, you know, all type of stuff. You can remember the whole verse and everything, but the thing is, you have it from your point. If you do Polar Express, which is the second one, Polar Express, you have to do it as though you're Santa, and you're talking about the little boy. Because in the book, it's written from first person. He's talking about his life. Now you're reading his story. So it's one night many years ago, I lay sleeping in my bed. I did not rustle the sheets. I was waiting for a sound my friends told me I would never hear, the sound of Santa's sleigh bells. Well, when you are doing the book, it's one night many years ago, a little boy lay in the bed. He did not rustle the sheets. He was being very quiet because he was waiting for a sound his friends told him he would never hear, the sound of my sleigh bells. There's no Santa, his friends told him, but he knew better. So he waited, and he waited, and he waited. You know, you can have a lot of fun with it. You know, it's a great little story, and you can use props when you have a story like this. You can have a train whistle to blow, when the kids come by. Now, I keep in my bag some props, which are kind of neat. So I got my train whistle. I have also in here, which is kind of neat, I have a little box. And before I do Polar Express, I'll pick a little girl out, and I'll ask her to hold it and not to open it, because inside is the little bell from the end of the book. The little bell that sounds so beautiful, you know? So I have these little types of things, and it works out with the kids. But again, little props make it very, very handy. Some Santas even have a gold ticket. You know, the gold ticket, they use as a prop to show the kids what it's like to do the Polar Express and everything. So props work out really great. I also have a pocket watch here in my bag, so I can pull the pocket watch out. The conductor stood in the doorway. He pulled out his watch and looked at it, and he said, "Well, are you going?" And the little boy said, "Where?" And the conductor said, "Why, the North Pole, of course. This is the Polar Express." The way I just did that, that's how Tom Hanks did it in the movie. This is the Polar Express. He does this big proclamation. So if you do that, the kids may relate to the movie. Okay, and again, I have a little pocket watch here. It has Santa's face in it and everything. Makes it kind of neat. So, and you got a big pocket watch now, right? No, didn't you buy? Didn't you buy? Who bought the big one? Oh, I should say you got a big pocket watch. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, Night Before Christmas is great. I don't have too many props for that, but it is a great one to have. Of course, Polar Express is really great. There are pop-up books out there. I have a pop-up book that is fantastic. I love pop-up books. Pop-up books are great because sometimes children cannot read yet. But did I just, everything's falling off the table? Oh, okay, well, we'll get it later. Is that table slanting downhill?
There's an invisible naughty elf.
Oh, okay. This is the Christmas alphabet, but Robert Sabuda is the creator. Robert Sabuda, S-A-B-U-D-A. Very easy. He has written 12 Days of Christmas, The Night Before Christmas. He has done Alice in Wonderland and Hanukkah books and everything else. But I love this one. This is called The Christmas Alphabet. Do you remember in school when you did the ABCs? A is for apple, B is for ball, C is for cat, D is for dog, right. Robert took all the letters of the alphabet and associated them with a Christmas item. So in this book, if we were going to look at it, each letter of the alphabet has a little card. So A is for angel. You've been here before, haven't you? Okay. B is for bell. C is for candle. D is for dove. E is for evergreen. F is for friends. G is for gift. Oh, wait, this gift, when you open it up, has a kitty cat inside. So it's kind of a neat little thing. But Robert is very creative with his stuff. All kinds of little things. H is for home. I is for icicle. J is for joy, and it's the star in the east. Okay? K is for kiss. Has two reindeer kissing. L is for letters. M is for manger, a Christian message. N is for nutcracker. O. First two letters are right. Ornament. P. Poinsettia. Q. Quartet. Dickens singers. R. Ribbon. S. Snowflake. T. Toy. You got it there, okay? U. Unwrap. V. Village. Village. and the village is Bethlehem. Okay. W. Window. And it's a very stylistic Madonna and child in the window. X. Xmas. By the way, some people go, oh, and Xmas was actually used by a lot of Christians here in America when they weren't allowed to talk about having Christmas parties. But they would mark Xmas on their calendar. X, of course, being a sign of Christ. So Christ's Mass, they would put it on their calendar. Even though they weren't supposed to celebrate or party, they wanted to put that on their calendar. Y. Yule log, and Z. She knew the answer already. Yeah. Santa snoring, yeah. So anyway, but the thing is, you can do this with the children and the adults because not everybody is going to get all the answers. Christmas alphabet, Sabuda, S-A-B-U-D-A, Sabuda. A really nice guy. Okay. Pick up a few. Well, it's getting harder and harder to bend over, too. No. Some of the stories are very long. And again, even Polar Express is kind of long. Yeah. Night Before Christmas is much, much better. There are also things called The Bird in Santa's Beard. There's the story about Santa's hats. Little things. There are lots of different creative books out there, but so many of them are a little too long. I'm trying to think of who's the James Patterson. James, the writer, Patterson. He wrote a book called Santa Kid. And they did a big book promotion. They had Santas. I actually helped hire about 30 Santas to go to bookstore signings all over the country as they rolled out that book. The problem is the first chapter took about 15 to 20 minutes to read. It was a very long, it was a 300-page book almost. Yeah. The best book for storytelling like that I love with kids is Sherry Lewis wrote 1 Minute Christmas Time Stories. And the book had about 20 stories in it. They all take 1 minute to read. How do you like that? What is the attention span of children? Okay, I told you about the age. Okay, when you talk about the age of a child, remember I said, add 5. So if they say they're in first grade, add 5, there's 6. Second grade, add 5, there's 7. Well, a teacher told me the attention span of a child is 1 minute per year of age. 1-year-old has a 1 minute attention span, a 2-year-old a 2 minute, 3-year-old 3 minute, 4-year-old 4 minute, 5-year-old 5 minutes, 6-year-old 10-year-old 10 minutes, 11-year-old 9 minutes, 12-year-old 8 minutes. It gets shorter as they get older. Kids have short attention spans. You want to have a shorter story. Night Before Christmas, again, you could do it all the time, every time. It doesn't matter. If it's a tuck-in service, a visit with a couple kids, it's only going to be 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah. Because they're going to be all excited and hyped up when you arrive. You got to calm them down. Are you bringing in a gift for them? Do you have a little something for Santa you're going to give them? There's a little thing. Take pictures with them. Now you got to go get them in bed. By the way, I have people that do tuck-in services at hotels. They find some really nice hotels, and they offer that service. So when somebody's visiting the area, and they've gone to a nice hotel, and they're staying there, Santa drops into the hotel, or Mrs. Claus drops into the hotel, and does a tuck-in service. And the Santas that are doing it out in California are usually getting $100 to $200 for tuck-in. Well, maybe it's a little longer, but it's, again, when you're doing it at the hotel, I forgot to mention, the hotels they're doing it at, there's valet parking and other things you got to pay for, so you have to charge a little bit more. Yes?
So just a general comment. I volunteer at a very special organization here in Central Florida. It's called Give Kids the World Village. It's a not-for-profit organization. We house all the Make-A-Wish families with life-threatening illnesses whose wishes are to go to Disney, Universal, or theme parks.
Oh, wow.
Every Thursday night we celebrate Christmas. At the village we celebrate different holidays, and every Thursday night we celebrate Christmas. And whenever there is no line, or if there is a wish child who is so sick and that cannot leave their villa but they want to see Santa so badly and they miss Santa, Santa will take his time off his schedule to be escorted by our leads and the escorts to that villa and make sure that Santa and Mrs. Claus also, they both go to
Wow. Oh, that is excellent. That is excellent service. That's beautiful. Okay, I've got to get moving on because we have to have graduation. We're behind right now, 15 minutes, more than 15 minutes, okay? Pop-up books, okay, get done with that part there. Storyteller secrets, practice reading the book. You don't need to memorize the story, but you need to know it. Learn how librarians do it. And you can have the kids, one of the kids help you turn the pages if you have difficulty turning the pages, okay? So you can have one of the kids. Don't let the kids interrupt you. You'll have some kids say, I know that story, I know. And you don't. Are you on the nice list or naughty list? You know, you don't want to have that. By the way, I have a bag of bells that I hand out. I give children bells afterward. What's really neat, this is a magician's change bag. I have 2 sections in it. On one half, I have bells that work. On the other half, I have bells that don't work. So if that child is interrupting me, when he reaches in the bag, what bell is he going to pull out? The bell that doesn't work, which is part of the story. That means he doesn't believe, okay? And if I don't have any kids that interrupt me, I let a parent pick out the bell that doesn't work, because the book says that as the people grew up and became adults, they no longer believed. They couldn't hear the bell ring anymore. So that's, so you can do little magic tricks like that too. Makes it great. Other entertainment might be, in addition to your appearance, you could have Mrs. Claus. She could do storytelling. She could do cookie decorating. She could do face painting. By the way, you don't have to do face painting. You could go to Oriental Training and buy Christmas tattoos. They're little tattoos of Santa and the reindeers and trees and wreaths and a sleigh, and the kids could put the just water tattoos. And it's more sanitary than face painting, because you're not contaminating a child with a paintbrush from somebody else or paint from somebody else or anything like that. Cookie decorating, real simple. Mrs. Claus gets hired to be cookie decorating. There's 10 children coming to the party. She arrives at the party with a dozen cookies, all identical. Paper plates, a marker, all the frosting in the tubs, just simple Betty Crocker or, Duncan Hines, white frosting, okay? Gumdrops, sprinkles, red hots, gum, Good and Plenty's, things like that the kids can stick in the frosting, okay, to decorate them, okay? That's all you need, and you need some little styrofoam bowls to put the gumdrops and stuff in, okay? So now the kids arrive, you take the marker, you write their name on the paper plate, you put the cookie on it, they go over to the table. Oh, you need tongue depressors or little plastic knives, preferably without those little rough edges that could cut them, okay? Sometimes you take a plastic knife, hit it with a real steel knife, and you can break off all those little tiny pins so they're not going to hurt themselves. But they scoop out the frosting, they put it on the cookie, and they then decorate it with the stuff that you got. Do not use those squeeze tubes of coloring. Those are just going to stain clothes and everything else. You may also want to have a drop cloth put down, down under the table before they do all this decorating. So when they're done and all those candies have fallen all over the floor, they just pick up the drop cloth and throw it away. Now, the thing is, the kids decorate the cookie, and they've got it all done, with their name on it, and they can now go see Santa. It's amazing. I've done so many parties where the kids bring me their cookies. I have a stage, and I've got the edge of the stage is lined with all the cookies the kids have brought me. I invite them to take them home. They don't have to leave the cookies for me because there's too many. Mrs. Claus has allowed me to have 1 cookie a day, so I have to watch out. Which one am I going to have? Oh my goodness, And then the kids can take the rest of them home. When you're done doing the cookie decorating, you take your marker and you go home. You leave everything else behind. All the paper plates, all the little bowls, all the candies, all the frosting, any leftover cookies, you leave it all behind. You only take the marker with you, okay? The customer pays for all those things you brought with you, plus your fee, okay? That's the simplicity of cookie decorating. Some hotels do cookie decorating, but it's a neat thing to do at somebody's home too. An afternoon thing, you were talking about a tuck-in service or something like that. How about if you did maybe you don't want a cookie decorator for tuck-in service, but it's kind of neat. I've actually done, one of the Santas out in California set it up. We did Santa visits. He shows up at the house. This is like in October. He comes for dinner. Yes. The kids are told to get the table set and everything. Mom is getting everything together. There's a knock at the door. The kids go to the door, and here's Santa in street clothes. But he's got his Santa hat and his robe over his arm, or his jacket over his arm. He says, hey, I ran into your mom at Trader Joe's, and she said, you know, we got to talking, and I said, you know, I was away from home. You know, Mrs. Claus is back of the North Pole. He said, well, what are you doing for dinner? And I said, oh, I'll probably go to some fast food or something. Oh, no, you got to have dinner with us. So your mom invited me to come to dinner, so can I come in? Kids bring him in. It doesn't matter what the dinner is. It could be mac and cheese. It could be McDonald's that you picked up, whatever. It doesn't matter to him. The whole idea is he's coming to have dinner with the kids, sitting down with mom and the kids, or the family and the kids, and having dinner. But while he's waiting for the dinner to finally be set up, he sits with the kids and talks to them, talks about school, talks about homework, talks about anything they want, and then he maybe takes some pictures with them. But then they have dinner together. At the end of the dinner, this is Wally Wyrick is the Santa that does it. And Wally says, okay, well, I got to get going. You know, you're just kind of thinking, is there any dessert? And the mother says, oh, I was going to get a cheesecake at Trader Joe's when we were there, and I forgot to get it. I'm sorry, Santa. You know, I really wish I had done that. I said, oh, that's okay. Mrs. Claus, you know, she kind of tells me I've had too many cookies and things. Cookies. You got any brown sugar? Any butter? Maybe some chocolate chips? And the mother says, yeah, you know, whatever. She says, can we make some cookies? Or maybe the mother says, you know, I don't have that, but I've got a Toll House log. And so they go and he can make cookies from scratch, or he can go in and cut up the log. They make cookies. They bake the cookies. He has a couple hot cookies and a little bit of milk before he leaves. And he charges $200. And he does it in September and October. Yeah, it's a great little gig. Great little gig. Okay, magician, okay, are some of the things you could add. And again, that's another person you may hire, or a balloon artist, another person you may hire. I mentioned this yesterday. I wanted to show it to you. This is the Russian Santa. And again, gorgeous outfit that he has. So you could be other characters. So you could be Father Frost from Russia. Who here does, somebody, you do St. Nicholas? Okay, so we have people that do St. Nicholas. And again, look, she is the snow princess. So again, you could have, you know, a young lady be the snow princess. I could see, where's our little pixie? She's not over there in the corner anymore. Huh? Oh, you're over here now. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you could be a snow princess. Yeah. Isn't that a gorgeous outfit? Yeah, uh-huh. Now you got to just find somebody that would be kind enough to make it and give it to you. Yeah. Okay. This is Tom Sharon, the gentleman that fixes the beards and wigs for Santas up in Boston. This is his St. Nicholas. And by the way, this is a large-scale chair based on the Santa chair plans that I sell. I've had over 400 people buy my chair plans and build their own Santa chairs. So it's kind of neat. Yes, sir. There are a few guys. You might find them at Gatlinburg. You know, some of the guys make good carved ones. And some will make them custom order, too. You know, I found a beautiful, big, giant piece of black walnut one time. And basically, it came right off the tree. I turned it upside down. And all of the branches that, you know, come out of the edge of it, now when you turn it upside down, they all face down, right? And I snipped them all off and made those the muzzles of the reindeer. I carved the antlers into the side and had the muzzles. So I have a walking stick, and I have all the reindeer on the walking stick. It's really neat. And on top, I have a solid brass reindeer with a red nose. And so I'll show the kids, and I'll go, Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Blunder, Blitzen. And then I'll go where Rudolph is, and I turn it around, and Rudolph is facing them. And if I have my magic glove with the LED in it, I go up and I touch the nose, and it glows. And the kids, woo, it's really great. Okay. What? The back comes off. Okay, this is not a collapsible one. You remember the picture of the business card I had? That was Jim Williams here in Florida. He built a chair that completely collapses flat. It's all plywood. It's pieces that fit together and everything. You can lay flat in your car. This is, now, the original plans on what I have, it's 24 inches high here, and it's, I forget how many, but it would fit inside most SUVs. The back up here is almost 4 feet, but it locks into the base to make a big chair. If you had a pickup truck, even a short bed, this will lay down in the short bed, the whole length and everything. By the way, there are wheels under this end, so it tilts like a hand truck and moves. Yeah, it's quite nice. Go to Santa's Wardrobe or my website, and it's Santa's Chair. And you can see all the designs and things like that. Okay, moving on here. Here's Joe McGreeve, the Joe Mystic, the magician. You saw him yesterday with the little baby with the box. Okay, he's also a magician. Here he is in his red tail and coats doing magic. Joe is also Kahuna Joe, the riverboat magician. He does this on the Hornblower Party Cruises out of San Diego's Mission Bay. He is also Safari Joe at San Diego Zoo and Wild Animal Park. So he has basically a Hemingway look. Okay. By the way, he's won some Hemingway contests too. So he has that look, okay, Papa Hemingway. And then here is our good friend Gordon Bailey. And Gordon was he would do a punk rock type stuff. He'd do steampunk. He would do a white outfit with tie-dye all over it, Jerry Garcia look. But all these pockets are for all the different balloons he has, so he could do balloon art. At Valentine's Day, he would put on white tights and a pink tutu, and he was Cupid. Yes, as you can see from the picture, he tips the scales. It's somewhere between 3 and 4. Okay, he's a big guy. But he did all these things. Unfortunately, we lost him. It's almost 2 years now. But he started Sat Bob's, Santa and the Business of Being Santa, that school. He started that. And all the books that they use at Sat Bob's are books that he's written. Okay. What other pictures do I have in here? I got to move on real quick. And of course, I forgot. Gordon didn't do this, but we have some Santas that do Chunkendale. Okay. Give me a ho. Ho. Give me a ho ho. Ho, ho. Give me a ho ho ho. Ho, ho, ho. What does it mean?
Merry Christmas.
I have to ask everybody, can we go till 5:30? Okay, we took a little long at lunch today, guys, so we're going to go to 5:30. Hopefully, those of you at home can stay on with us till 5:30. Okay, booking services is what I want to talk about next. And this is, again, people that can help you find work. And the booking services are people that you get registered with, and then they find the work. They do the marketing, they do the advertising, and then they just contact you and say, we have somebody that wants you to work, okay? Most of the booking services are the internet-based ones, like Gig Salad and such, but it's where customers look for talent. You register with the service. You can supply them with your days and times of availability, and they'll book you. One of the booking services is Talk to Santa, which is a virtual talking service. And you would give them the days you're available, the times you're available, and then they will put that into their system, and people they can sign up and book you to do a virtual live Skype type, Zoom type call with their children and their family. So that's one type of service that you can do in those booking services. And in those cases, they handle all the marketing and advertising. All you have to do is have a good computer, good internet service, and be able to be available the times that you promised. That's the thing, is you got to promise these times. You got to be there. You can't turn around and book something else and bail out on them. Okay? And you select the jobs you wish to take, and you can set your own rates sometimes. Okay? Let's talk about the booking services like gigsalad.com. Gig Salad, let's see, Hire Santa, Nationwide Santa, Santa for Hire, okay, the bash.com. Okay, Gig Salad and bash.com are services you register all your pictures and stuff with, and they find bookings. They send you leads. Hire Santa, Nationwide Santa, Santa for Hire are all talent companies. You give them your pictures, you give them your information, and they try to book you for jobs. Nationwide Santa, Santa for Hire, and I think even Hire Santa all do some of the business work with Bass Pro and Cabela's and places like that. They also sometimes have other clientele that they do, some malls and shopping centers, but they do a lot of little stuff too, little bookings and things. Okay, Talk to Santa is the one that's the virtual one I told you about. Gig Salad. These are where event planners go for talent. You create your own listing. You put down what your services are. You give them a couple photos of yourself, and you can actually, if you want, set your rates, but you don't have to. You don't have to give out a price or a rate until the customer says, we like you, we want you to come and do our party. But a lot of times what the Santas will do is they'll give a window of what their rates are, or the basic minimum, you know, my minimum 2-hour rate or 1-hour rate is this, or something like that, you know, for a weekday or something like that. And then you can add up to that. But you create your own listing profile, you handle all leads, send quotes, collect payments, okay? It's all done on one website. But here's the neat thing. They take care of all the marketing, they collect the payments, they pay you, and they collect the full payment up front. You will get paid a portion and then paid the balance when you finish the event. So once booked, you could get 50% of the money that was booked. Like I talked about, a 50% retainer, you get that up front. And the balance is paid 1 to 2 days after the event. And they pay it right to your bank account. Right to your bank account. So it's really great. I'm hearing some things bouncing around here. Is that me? I hear boom, boom, boom. Okay. More stuff on Gig Salad for you, okay? Santas are the #1 most booked category on Gig Salad, so that's always good to know. On Gig Salad, there's a free membership for Santas. Okay, you can sign up for beginners and stuff like that. On a free membership, they will charge you 5% of the booking fee. So if you do a $200 booking, they're going to take, what, $10, okay? Okay, and what they'll do is they'll take that booking and they'll send you $100. And then you'll get the rest at the end of the event when you've done the event, whatever the event you've done. There's no client phone numbers to talk to the client until the client says, yes, I want you, and agrees to the fee. That's on the new members, okay? You're going to have up to 2 categories. So for Santas, it's generally Santa and holiday character, those 2 categories, okay? They will accept deposits up to $500. It means that if you did a big booking that, you know, I mean really big, like a $600 job or an $800 job, they could send you a deposit of up to $500 on that job. Okay, there's no limit. I generally recommend 50%, but you could go any way you want to go on the event. They use deposits on theirs. It's their company does it, and I'm not going to get into that. I'd love them to use the word retainer, but they use the word deposit. So, again, they're a big corporation. They do thousands of bookings every year. I'm not going to mess with that. It doesn't bother me because it just means I'm going to get my money, you know. You can add video and audio samples to the files and up to 10 photos. So in my case, you've seen some of my photos out there, right? So I can put the pictures of me with Mariah Carey and pictures with the Rockettes. And if somebody sends me something and I know it's a nightclub in Brooklyn, I'll put in the Chippendale photo too. Because I know there's either going to be girls there or gay men there, one or the other, and they're going to like the picture with the Chippendales. So I'm being logical about what I offer to my marketing, okay? Now, Gig Salad also has a pro plan. The pro plan is $139 for 3 months. Now, they also let you back out of your pro plan and go into the beginner level in your dormant season. So in my case, in September, I'm kicking in the pro plan for September, October, November to get bookings. I pay the extra money. I might even start it even earlier, start it in August, and I'll pay 6 months at $130 for 3 months. But when I do the pro plan, I get a higher visibility because they boost your booking, okay? My fee that they collect for me is only 2.5%. instead of 5%. So they collect less money from me. They also immediately, I get the client's phone number. So you can call the client directly and start negotiating the event before another Santa or somebody else starts calling them. Okay? I want to be the first one in the door. If you've ever done any sales, they always talk about you're getting your foot in the door. I want to be the first one in the door, especially if I get some good bookings. I have gotten some great bookings that the first year I've done with Good Salad, and the second year I went with Gig Salad, and the third year they contacted me direct. I didn't go through Good Salad, I just went direct. But the thing is, you can do that. But you want to be good with Gig Salad. If they book you for something, stick with them, because they will get you more bookings, okay? Again, I get access to clients' phone numbers. I get to be in up to 15 categories. So I'm also in there as for tree lightings and parades, as a corporate spokesperson, a master of ceremonies, you know, things like that that people might want. I'm listed in there for those categories. So if somebody perchance in their Google search in Gig Salad puts in master of ceremonies at Christmas time, I'm gonna pop up. Okay, so it works good on that. They also will give you more, they'll give you higher deposits that you can get. They'll also allow you to have more videos and more photos on the website that the customers can see. And by the way, you don't pay for any of that website or anything like that. You only get paid at the end. You don't have to put any money in unless you pay that $139 fee, okay? And everything else comes back to you. And believe me, I have done this with Gig Salad, and I've made thousands of dollars with Gig Salad. They've been very, very good to me. And some of the Santas will, you use Gig Salad, don't you? Okay, and you done pretty good with them? Okay, see, so again, it's substantial. Huh? And they're good gigs. They've got a very good website, and they are very good at filtering. I guess you would say, filtering things out there. And the nice thing is they tell me where the event is, what neighborhood it's in, and things like that. So I can look at the bookings and decide, do I want to go there or not? I also get a lot of bookings from them that I can't take. I've gotten some crazy bookings. For some reason, I get it, and they're looking for somebody who's a skinny, a guy to dress up as a Frank Sinatra from the 40s or something like that. That's not me. Uh-huh.
So when I'm out of town or out of state, I'd like to be available in that area.
Contact them.
I've talked to
You can't do that, huh? Okay. Oh, you're trying to be, in other words, you'd like to be marketed to New York or Chicago or other markets like that. Oh, no, they won't do that. You have to be geographic, okay? Then otherwise, we would have Santas. You know, Ed Taylor, for example, wants to be in every market in America because he wants to be the #1 Santa. Okay, he's really good, too. People hire him for those things. But they won't let Ed Taylor do that. They won't let me do that, you know? But I'm fortunate enough that I'm out there in other markets and other vehicles, so I do get calls. I get calls to go to Europe and do things. But it's because I've been out there enough years and done enough things that people will call me to do these things. Okay, virtual visits. Anybody do virtual? Okay, a couple of you guys, okay. Virtual visits are quite popular nowadays for a lot of Santas, but you want to take, why would you consider them? Well, it might add you an extra revenue stream. Maybe you do a virtual visit before you do the actual visit with the family. Or maybe you do a visit with the family at the beginning of the month and you do a virtual visit a couple days before Christmas. These are add-ons. In other words, you charge them for that extra visit via the computer, okay? You can work from home. You can add new revenue streams, okay? As we get older, some Santas can't do regular home visits anymore, but they can do virtual visits. From the waist up, they look great. They've got a great personality, great communication skills, and they can do home visits with children and families. And a bunch of Santas who have had physical impairments and things like that still can do visits with the children and the family. So they're on the cusp of being Santa Emeritus, but they can still make an income. And that's great. You know, isn't it nice that you can do that? Yes?
So I have a video background in Santa's
Uh-huh. Yeah, I have the same type of stuff. Did you have it made for you with ChatGPT or what? Oh, that's great. Again, you can find things like that. I have a handful of backgrounds. Some of them actually look like I'm sitting in a regular Santa set. You know, last year when I did Santa as a podcast, we actually had a set that I did all of my podcasts from, but we took photographs of the podcast set, and I could actually go anywhere with a green screen, and the podcast set is behind me, and all I have to do is set my microphone on a table with my laptop, and it looks just like I'm in the set that we were in Phoenix when I did the originals. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. There are a bunch of Santas that actually use painted or screen backdrops like this, but you can also do the green screens. But again, you have to have the right lighting and everything else to make sure everything works well with what you do. When I'm in New York working at the Marriott, I have a green screen in my hotel room, and I can do virtuals. And I do some virtuals for them. Sometimes they will actually have me do a virtual visit with a family who is coming to the hotel. So in advance, I'm welcoming them and telling them to come to the hotel. Or they've already been to the hotel, and I'm thanking them for coming. Plus, I will sometimes call their clients. A particular client that's doing some bookings, has booked a ballroom for a party in February or something like that, and they have me as a surprise do a call to the client that just booked a big event, things like that. So I'm wondering if they're going to have me call Taylor Swift, you know. So I don't think she's staying at the hotel, but I know that a lot of her guests in her party are staying at the hotel. So anyway, okay, but you can work with physical limitations. You can have flexible scheduling and do your virtual visits when you want. You can add something to your existing live visits. By the way, I think I mentioned to someone about my virtual visits for Lagerfeld Children's Hospital in New York. I did the virtual visits where we carried the laptop around to the rooms and everything. So again, it's a neat thing you can do. I had a green screen behind me. The set looked like I was at the North Pole, but the kids were talking to me as they moved the laptop around from room to room. So it was a great experience. Okay. Work from home. You can add 10 to 25% to your income in doing this. You book your own calls. You can do Zoom calls. You can do Skype, well, not Skype anymore, really, but FaceTime calls are very popular. I've got Santas do a bunch of FaceTime calls. Real simple. They can do it just about anywhere, you know. It's really fun. I've done FaceTime calls at the airport. You're sitting there waiting for a flight. Somebody comes up to you and says, "Oh, gosh, I wish my grandkids were here to meet you." And I said, "Where are your grandkids now?" "Oh, they're in Denver." "Oh, can you call them?" "Yeah, let's do a FaceTime call." And I have them make the FaceTime call, and I stay out. So they start the call, and I said, "Just start the call, and as soon as the kids come on, say their names." Okay, because I'm going to come in and repeat their names, okay? But this way I remember the names. If they told me the names and I had to wait, I'd forget them. But if I'm sitting there and she says, "Susan, Tommy, and Jerry," okay, then I can repeat her. "Did someone say Susie, Tommy, and Jerry?" And I pop in. And it just blows them away that they're doing a FaceTime call with their grandkids, and Santa jumps in. And we're at the airport together, and I just thought we'd talk to the kids. And again, I don't get any pay for it. I just do it as a fun thing to do. It's better than sitting around in the chair waiting for the flight. Okay. More things about working for a virtual service. Remember, you can work in your home studio. You set the days and hours you work. They do all the marketing. That's the key thing about the virtual phone services. Talk to Santa is the only company that's doing it right now. Most of the companies that started this have gone out under. I don't know why. I mean, Talk to Santa has been around for like 8 years or 9 years now. But Jingle Ring and some of the other things all went under. Jingle Ring was owned by the people who do all the Bass Pro Shops. And they had Disney people and all kinds of other people working on their virtual calls, and they only lasted 2 years, and they went belly up. You know, and what was sad is they owed a lot of Santas too. So again, you know, it's too bad. Okay, moving on. At-home studio. You want to have a good studio. You need a good computer, possibly with a gaming card in it, because the gaming card will allow the animation in the videos to go if you have animated videos. Okay? You want high-speed internet. You want to have a quality camera. A Logitech 920 is about the most popular camera to have out there. You also want to have good lighting, maybe some ring lights or something. You don't want the lighting too close. You want the lighting up and out just to fill the area. Maybe not even want to have it so close that it reflects on your glasses, okay? And then a holiday background, or you can use a blue screen. Maybe a plug-in microphone, okay? In other words, on a cable, something that plugs into your laptop. Now, I have a picture here. Oh, by the way, my glasses have non-glare coating on them. That's because I don't want all the lights bouncing off of them. I don't want people to see my computer screen reflected in my glasses. Okay, and that's my set. That's what I have. And behind me on the wall is a bunch of pictures of me with my reindeer and stuff. That's what you see in that picture there. But that's a simple thing that I have. I can actually travel. I take a green screen and two types. They're not ring lights, they're box lights, but they're like the ring lights. And I have them all travel. It all fits in a box this big, fits right in the corner of my suitcase. So I have a full studio. I actually have a small studio with me now. It's all in a little zipper bag. I've got the microphones and I've got the 920 camera. So I can hook it all on my computer, or I have a phone that plugs into, not a phone, a microphone that plugs into my phone. The microphone clips on here, and I can do my Zoom call with this, but the microphone is right here on me. So I get a much better. Have you ever seen these people where they're holding a microphone like this in their hand? And they're, you know, doing an interview, and it's a little tiny microphone. That's plugged into a receiver right in the bottom of their phone. And it's just a simple little thing you can buy, but it Bluetooths from the microphone to the phone, to the camera. So now you can use your phone as your video camera and use your microphone. And I could take this, and I've got clamps to mount it, and I've actually did Fox News one night. I did NBC one time. I did my interviews live on the air using my phone. And the quality cameras in these phones is so good, you can't tell it came from an iPhone. You know, so it is quite unique to see what you can do nowadays. Technology is getting better and better. Okay, virtual call guidelines. Prepare your calls in background in advance. Get background info on the children. Focus on the camera. If the camera is right here, you want to focus on that camera. You don't want to be looking at the screen. So focus on the camera. Because here's the secret. The children and the family you're talking to are inside that camera. Okay? That's what you have to pretend. You have to pretend that the kids you're talking to are inside the camera because you're talking directly to them. You don't want to be having the camera up here and you're looking at the screen where their name is down here. It looks terrible. So you've got to get used to maybe going between the two. You can look down at the screen, get some info, get back, focus on the kids. Always keep focused. What I do is sometimes I actually have a little red tea candle, you know, those LED tea candles, and I put it on top of the camera. It's got a little red light. It reminds me to keep focused on the red light. Okay. Talk to the camera and the children. Know who you're visiting. Know who's going to be in the party as you're talking to them. Again, talk to the entire family. Practice, practice, practice. If you're going to do this as a business, if you're going to do virtual calls, say, oh, I got to get some practice. Where would you get practice? Okay? You got friends that got grandkids, right? Contact your friends and say, hey, can I do a Santa visit with your grandkids for practice? You know? And then you give them the fact sheet or information sheet you want the kids to fill out, get them to send it to you, and then you do a call with your friends' grandkids. And you do a few of those to get practice before you get the paid gigs. Okay? That's basically how you get the practice in. Okay. And remember, always focus on the camera. Okay. I'm just going to go into other services here. Other services real quick, I'm going to run through it, would be having your own Santa chairs. Okay? This is the Santa chair I sell the plans to on everything. We have Santas that have their own sleighs. Santas that are bought custom chairs and done special things with it. We have Santas that offer other services. How about dinner with Santa, as I mentioned, Wally Wyrick does, okay? Gift and other deliveries. Santas who deliver the paychecks or the gift cards at Thanksgiving. I've had Santas get hired to deliver wedding rings, engagement rings, I mean, you know, which is kind of a neat gig. They work with the local jeweler, and the jeweler knows the fact that you know, makes it available to any of the guys that come in and want to have an engagement. Hey, would you like to have Santa deliver the engagement ring? I know a Santa that could do that for you. You know, in other words, you get the jeweler to put you on their Rolodex and refer you for jobs and stuff. We've had pajama parties. We have Santas do storytelling in fun thing, you know, pajama parties, okay? By the way, and then of course you can also hire elves. These are elves from LA, and again you can go to it popped away. Little People of America, LPA, Little People of America. Let me go back and see if it comes back up. It's disappearing too fast. Look very quickly, it'll pop up and it'll disappear. Yeah, but too quickly. But LPA was started by Billy Barty. It's an association for the Little People of America. One of the things they do is they network with each other. They also work on a lot of medical things because little people always need, they're prone to more medical needs than the rest of us because of their dwarfism and things like that. So again, LPA. Falling snow. Sometimes you can have falling snow for a party or an event. You buy the snow blowers. You can also get real snow. Now down here in Florida, wouldn't snow be fun for a Christmas party? Anybody go to a party that had real snow? You can get real snow here in Florida. Yes, yeah. I mean, Disney has a studio. They've done events. They get real snow out there. You know how you get it? You go to the local ice companies. They actually grind the ice up. And in fact, for years in the citrus industry, they would bring in a boxcar, fill it with 2 feet of oranges, and then blow in crushed ice on top of it. Then they would put in more crates on top of that. They'd blow in more ice. They'd fill that boxcar with ice and oranges, and then ship it to Minnesota or South Dakota or wherever. And that kept the oranges fresh before they came up with refrigerated cars and things like that. Those crushed ice machines are still around. They're gigantic units. They drop 100-pound blocks of ice in them, and it grinds it up into powder like snow, and it blows it out of an 8-inch hose, and it can blow it up to 40 feet away. Okay? You can hire them to put snow on your front lawn. Okay? And if they don't have the blower, they can pre-grind the snow, put it into big giant plastic bins, come to your house and dump out the bins and put snow on your lawn. You know, a lot of times what they do is they'll put down a little hay, put the snow down, a couple hay bales, and make a little sled area for the kids to play on. Nothing more fun than to go to a party and the kids have been out there for an hour playing in the wet snow and everything, and you come in and you sit down and they all come in to visit you, and guess what? They're all wet. Crazy. Okay, we had a call for some ice. Now again, usually movie sets and special events. Local ice companies, again, they can grind it and blow it out. They can also bring it in bins pre-ground. Out in California, we got a call from a little boy, and this is a Make-A-Wish call. Okay, we're late. I got 5 minutes. Oh, we got a set. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, we're gonna cut it close then on the snow. For all of you folks at home, we have to cut off here because we got to reset the room for an event tomorrow, and we've got to get going. We're about 20 minutes over right now. I want to thank all of you for watching today and everything we do. The one thing I want to remind you is that character counts with all the Santas, okay? Remember Santa Emeritus. Like if you can't be a Santa, there are ways for you to still act like Santa. Also remember the Santa Claus oath, that we represent all the fellow Santas out there, and we need to keep our character up in what we do. God bless you all, and we're going to cut it off here right now. I'm going to go into graduation with everybody and give them their diplomas, but thank you all for joining us. Merry Christmas, everybody. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho, ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho, ho, ho! What's it mean? Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, everybody. I should have started you at 12:30.